to England from France in 1830, and there was a dockers' strike at Southampton in 1981, forcing passengers to disembark from the SS Canberra off Spithead instead of Southampton, is fact. The existence of the Esmeralda collection and the SS Agora are entirely the result of the author's imagination. Susan Elizabeth Haigh is a real person whose husband bid at a charity auction for her name to be used in this D.I. Andy Horton novel, thereby helping to raise £1,500 for the Sarah Duffin Centre Down Syndrome Educational Trust in Southsea. Note to the listener. Please note, this book is set in the early 2000s, when technology was somewhat different. Chapter 1. Monday. It's good of you to see me, sir, and so early. Andy Horton followed the stooping silver-haired man through a small lobby into a bright and sunny lounge that overlooked the East Solent. Not at all, Inspector. And it's not early for me. Like many older people, I don't sleep well, and it makes a nice change to have company, whatever the hour. Oh, I know I've got all the company I need here. Adrian Stanley tossed over his shoulder, as though reading Horton's mind. These retirement apartments are full of people like me, widowers and widows, but sometimes it's nice to see a younger face. Coffee? Or would you prefer something stronger? You're off duty, I take it, he added, eyeing Horton's leather biker jacket. Not that that made much difference in my day. Policing was very different in the 70s and 80s, before the politically correct brigade hijacked it. Coffee, black, no sugar would be great, Horton said, smiling. Thinking if Adrian Stanley drank alcohol at this time in the morning, then he had a serious problem. There were no signs of the elderly man being an alcoholic, though, quite the contrary. His lined face boasted a healthy complexion, and his grey eyes were bright and keen for a man in his 70s. The small apartment smelt and looked clean. It was on the top floor of a 4-story modern building, and despite the fact that the April sun had not yet gained full height or strength, it was a bright morning. The apartment faced south, and the central heating was on full. "You can take your jacket off if you like," Stanley said, stepping into the modern kitchen and flicking on the kettle. "Thanks." Horton eased off the Harley-Davidson jacket, thinking Stanley must have noticed him sweating. He glanced around the neat lounge with 3 easy armchairs, a coffee table in front of a fireplace, television, DVD player, modern music system, and a range of family photographs on the mantelpiece of young children with their parents and grandfather. There were more of the same on a wall unit, but here in several photographs Horton saw a slender, smiling woman beside Adrian Stanley. He assumed that she was the late Mrs. Stanley. Horton draped his jacket over one of the 2 chairs beside a drop-leaf oak table and noted the powerful binoculars on it, before turning towards the window. "You've certainly got a lovely view, sir," he said, gazing across the sparkling blue of the Solent at a handful of yachts heading into the harbour of Cowes on the Isle of Wight. He would like to have been out there himself, sailing his new yacht, Mystery Lady, but since buying it a fortnight ago, he'd barely had the chance. It was also looking doubtful that he'd get the opportunity to sail her this week. Not only was his stretched under-resourced CID department experiencing a mini-crime wave, but a new super yacht had moored up at Oyster Keys on Sunday, and that would act like a magnet to every tow-rack criminal for miles around. Horton had left a message for D.C. Walters to urgently check its security this morning. The last thing he needed was a high-profile robbery on his patch. He would have preferred to send Cantelli, but the sergeant would throw up the moment he got on the water, and Horton didn't think the owner, a man called Russell Glenn, whom Horton had never heard of, would appreciate that on his nice, shiny new yacht. "It's one of the reasons I chose to live here," Stanley called out from the kitchen, bringing Horton back to the matter in hand, which had nothing to do with his job. He was here on a personal matter, hence the early visit before officially being on duty. His heart beat a little faster at the thought that the former PC might have information that could help him trace his mother, Jennifer Horton. She had walked out of their Council Tower block one chilly November morning in 1978 and never returned, consigning Horton to years of anguish and torment in a succession of children's homes. And on Friday morning, he had an appointment with the Social Services Department to view the case file that had been compiled on him while he'd been in care. He knew it would make grim reading and bring back painful memories, which was why he'd never requested access to it before. But events over recent months had forced him to confront the past, and now that he had embarked on this journey, it appeared he was powerless to stop. His gut knotted at the thought that what he might eventually discover could be worse than he anticipated. But time to reflect on that later. Stanley was saying, "I told my son Robin that if I had to be cooped up in a flat, then I wanted the illusion of space, which that view gives me. And there's always something to see." Hence the binoculars, thought Horton. "You can look through them, if you wish," Stanley called out, again demonstrating that uncanny knack of reading Horton's mind. Horton wasn't sure he liked that, but he guessed there were some things you never lost no matter how long out of the job. He picked up the binoculars and quickly focused them in, surveying the Solent. It was, as usual, bustling with container ships, tankers, pleasure craft and fishing boats. "With a view like this, sir, and your background on the force, we could do with your help on Project Neptune," Horton called over his shoulder. "And what's that when it's at home? Diving for deep-sea treasure on sunken wrecks?" "Not so dangerous, and not so much fun," Horton smiled. "It's the brainchild of our new chief constable, Paul Merridew. We've stepped up security because the American submarine USS Boise is due to visit Portsmouth in 2 months' time. We've been recruiting residents, fishermen, sailors and boat owners to report anything suspicious." Horton zoomed in on a shapely, dark-haired woman in her late 20s, throwing a ball to a black mongrel dog on the beach below them. Nice figure. The girl, not the dog. She stopped to talk to a man in his 40s carrying a dog lead. "I read about that in the newspaper." Stanley came up behind Horton. Reluctantly, Horton removed his gaze from the good-looking woman, who was ruffling the dog's fur in a way that made Horton jealous of the mongrel, and swung the glasses on the man she'd been talking to, who was now walking past someone launching a canoe from the public slipway. A jogger with his iPod plugged into his ears swerved around them. Finding nothing of interest in the parked cars on the promenade, 2 saloon cars and a muddy blue van, Horton lowered the binoculars onto the table and took the mug Stanley was holding out for him. Stanley said, "Nobody wants a repeat of what happened in Port Aden in 2000, and there's plenty of opportunity to launch an attack from a small vessel in the Solent or Portsmouth harbour, similar to that attack on the USS Cole. It killed 17 American sailors. Al-Qaeda, wasn't it?" Horton nodded. Hence Project Neptune. And Horton's boss, DCI Lorraine Bliss, had been appointed to lead the team overseeing it. It was Project Neptune that had rescued Horton from being shunted out of CID, as Bliss had threatened, and which had also reprieved DC Walters from being banished to the nether regions of the force. Bliss thought Walters idle and incompetent, and him a maverick cop, because he didn't believe that you could solve cases by sitting behind a desk and shuffling endless bits of paper around as Bliss did. Thankfully, she had too much to occupy her time now to worry about breaking in a new detective inspector and detective constable. Working with top brass from the Ministry of Defense Police, Naval Security, the Intelligence Directorate, and private maritime intelligence company Triton, Bliss saw Project Neptune as a step upwards and onwards. Horton sincerely hoped the latter would be sooner rather than later. She was also paranoid that something could go wrong, which meant 100 missives a day cascading into his email, the latest of which was dispatching him to the Isle of Wight on the police launch in about an hour's time to interview an elderly man who had reported seeing a mysterious light at sea. Normally Horton would have been delighted to be at sea, but his desk was buckling under the weight of bureaucratic claptrap and unsolved crimes. Bliss was squawking for results, and despite putting in extra unpaid overtime at the weekend, he hadn't even made a small dent in it. Taking a trip to the Isle of Wight when a more junior officer on the island could easily have dealt with it was time he could ill afford. But no doubt Bliss was making a point to those higher up. And time could be what he was wasting here, he thought, as Stanley gestured him into an easy chair in front of the modern electric fire. "I'd be only too glad to help with Project Neptune," Stanley said, settling himself opposite. "It will give me a reason for peering through the binoculars without being accused of being a peeping Tom. The things people get up to. You'd be surprised, or you would if you weren't a copper." He put his coffee on a coaster, strategically positioned on the table between them, and eyed Horton curiously. "But that's not why you're here. You said on the phone that you'd like to talk to me about a missing person case from 1978. You mean Jennifer Horton, don't you?" Horton's heart jolted at the sound of his mother's name. He so seldom heard it spoken because only a handful of people knew about her and the fact she'd abandoned him when he was 10. Catherine, his estranged wife, was one, along with Sergeant Cantelli, who was the closest friend he had ever had in a lifetime spent shutting people out for fear of being hurt. Detective Superintendent Steve Uckfield, now head of the Major Crime Unit and once a close friend, was another. Their relationship had been tested over the last year when Uckfield had believed him capable of both rape and murder. The former accusation had cost Horton his marriage, despite him being exonerated, and had wrecked his chances of raising his young daughter Emma, who had now been banished to a boarding school by Catherine. Admittedly, it was a good one, and she'd wanted to go. He'd also agreed, but he couldn't help feeling anxious that she might be experiencing the same loneliness he had felt at his mother's desertion. "You're the little boy she left behind," Stanley said, his sharp grey eyes studying Horton carefully. It hadn't been difficult for Stanley to put two and two together. Horton steeled himself. "Do you remember the case, sir?" he asked evenly, pushing away the painful memories of his lonely and angry childhood, trying to sound as if he didn't care. He was also trying not to raise his hopes that Stanley might be able to tell him something that would help him discover what had happened to Jennifer. When Stanley remained silent, Horton prompted, "You filed the missing persons report and spoke to Jennifer's neighbour, Mrs. Cobden, at Jensen House. Jennifer was last seen leaving the flat at about 1 o'clock on the 30th of November 1978, wearing her best clothes and makeup, and was in good spirits. No one knows what happened to her next, or where she was going, only that she didn't turn up for work that evening at the casino. I wondered if there was anything that stuck in your mind, anything different or unusual that might help me to trace her movements." Horton's mind flashed back. It hadn't been the first time he'd been left alone at night. Often he'd come home from school, open the letterbox and pull out a piece of string with the key attached on the end, get himself a drink from the fridge and a chunk of bread and jam, sit in front of the television and go to bed alone. But he'd always wake up to find his mother there. Except on the 1st of December, she hadn't been. He felt the ache in the pit of his stomach as the memory haunted him. "It was a long time ago," Stanley said, frowning. But Horton wasn't going to accept that. "Can you recall anything being mentioned about Jennifer's parents? Did anyone question them?" Horton knew the answer, but he wanted to see just how much Stanley had forgotten. "They were dead." Horton saw a slight narrowing of Stanley's eyes. The ex-copper knew Horton was testing him. Maybe Stanley could have gone higher in the ranks, but perhaps, like Cantelli, he'd been happy to stay a sergeant. From what Horton had read about him, Stanley had also been brave and had earned himself the rare award of the Queen's Gallantry Medal in 1980 when he and another officer had gone in pursuit of armed robbers and had come under intense fire. He said, "Do you know how Jennifer's parents died and when?" "No, but you can easily check that yourself, if you haven't already done so." Horton hadn't. He didn't have their death certificates, but he could obtain copies. And he no longer had a copy of his mother's birth certificate, which, along with the only photograph he'd had of her, had gone up in flames when his previous yacht, Nutmeg, had been torched by a killer trying to scare him into dropping an investigation. It had only served to have the opposite effect. Since then, he had run a check through the General Register Office, but only for a record of Jennifer's death. He hadn't found it. That didn't mean that she wasn't dead, though. Her body might never have been discovered. She might have died in another country. Equally, she might have assumed another identity, or her body could be lying in a mortuary somewhere unidentified, female, unknown. If he allowed his DNA to be run through the database, he'd have an answer to the last question, but that would mean explaining why, and he wasn't prepared to do that yet. He said, "Why weren't her friends questioned?" "I spoke to the woman next door and Jennifer's boss, George Warner. He owned a string of amusement arcades, nightclubs, and the casino at Southsea where Jennifer worked. He said she was a bubbly, good-looking woman and had started working for him early in 1977. And that tied in with what Horton already knew. Stanley frowned in recollection of the case. "There was another woman, I seem to remember, who said that Jennifer was seeing a man. Irene Ebrey. She's dead." Horton had been called to an investigation in a nursing home in January and had discovered that Irene Ebrey had been a resident there and that her belongings had mysteriously gone missing. It had brought him into contact with Detective Chief Superintendent Sawyer, head of the Intelligence Directorate, and the knowledge that Sawyer was interested in Jennifer's disappearance because he believed she could have been linked to a master criminal the Intelligence Directorate called Zeus. Was that the man Jennifer had run away with? Sawyer seemed to think so, and he wanted to enlist Horton's help in finding him. But Horton had declined for fear of putting Emma's life in danger, though now that Emma was at Northover School, Horton hoped she was safe from nutters and villains like this Zeus was reputed to be. By visiting Stanley, Horton knew he had publicly declared his interest in finding his mother, and he wondered how long it would take for the lean, silver-haired chief superintendent to approach him. Not long, was his guess. He brought his mind back to George Warner and the casino where his mother had worked. The casino was now flats, and George Warner and his empire long since gone. Trying to track down and speak to anyone who might have worked there and who would remember Jennifer or know anything about this man she might have associated with would take forever and probably result in zilch. It was a dead end. Stanley said, "I'm sorry, Inspector, but there's not much I can tell you, and it's all on file. No one hinted at foul play." "Did you keep any of your notebooks where you might have jotted down something?" "No." Horton wasn't sure if he believed him. It sounded like the truth, and Stanley maintained eye contact, but then he had been a copper. "What was the word on the street? The gossip about her and her disappearance? There must have been some." Horton could hear the desperation in his voice and hated himself for it. When Stanley looked uncomfortable, Horton wished he hadn't asked. He braced himself to hear what others had already told him over the years. "There wasn't much. She probably got bored with being trapped inside a poky flat with a kid and wanted a good time. But that was only rumor." "What do you think happened to her?" "It could have been true." Horton eyed the former policeman closely and saw only his concerned expression, and yet he felt there was something more. Perhaps Stanley was being economical with the truth to spare his feelings. Horton knew there had been two men in his mother's life in 1977, and that neither of them had been upstanding citizens, in fact quite the opposite. Villains to the core, and both were now dead. Jennifer's track record of choosing lovers wasn't exactly healthy, which made Horton consider briefly who his father was. But that was a road he certainly didn't want to travel down. He said, "Do you know what happened to her belongings?" Stanley shook his head. "You went into the flat, I take it." Horton thought Stanley looked uneasy. "No, I spoke to the neighbor, to George Warner and a couple of his staff, and that was it." Horton wasn't convinced. Sensing this, Stanley quickly added, "I was a PC. Told to talk to anyone who knew Jennifer Horton, and they were the only people I came up with. She didn't seem to have any friends outside work." There was something in Stanley's tone, in his manner and posture that made Horton doubt this neatly wrapped excuse. He sensed there was more to it. Had Stanley or anyone really looked for Jennifer's friends? It seemed not to him. The more questions Horton asked, the more he seemed to generate, and the fewer answers he got. Why weren't any fingerprints taken? If they had been, then they certainly weren't on the file. Stanley shrugged. "No idea. I'm sorry I can't be more helpful. Horton decided not to press him, for now. He rose and handed Stanley a business card. If you remember anything, would you give me a call? Stanley took the card with a sense of relief, Horton thought. After a moment, Stanley said, I hope you find out what happened to her. Part of Horton hoped so too, and another part of him hoped not, but he knew that not knowing would leave him with a permanent itch that would always need scratching. He thanked Stanley and left with an uneasy feeling gnawing at him. As he negotiated the heavy morning traffic towards Gosport Marina, he knew that Stanley had lied, or more accurately, he had held something back. Why? To spare his feelings? Possibly. But if so, what had Stanley uncovered about Jennifer's disappearance that was so awful he couldn't tell her son? Horton shuddered. Perhaps he didn't want to know. But he was compelled to find out despite this, or perhaps because of it. Mentally, he replayed the interview. Stanley had shown no curiosity about why and when Horton had become a police officer. He hadn't even been surprised. Why? The obvious answer was because he already knew, which meant either someone had told him or Stanley had kept an eye on him over the years, and that seemed unlikely. Secondly, Stanley hadn't asked him why he had chosen now to find his mother when he'd had years and the opportunity to do so before. Stanley hadn't so much as uttered the words, I expected you sooner. Either he was remarkably lacking in curiosity, which for an ex-copper was unusual, or he knew the reason why Horton was now raking up the past. Detective Chief Superintendent Sawyer must have interviewed Stanley and informed him that he might approach him. And perhaps Sawyer had left instructions with Stanley to say as little as possible and to contact him when Horton came calling. But why should he do that? And another thing that bugged Horton. Why wasn't Stanley curious about what he would do next in his search for Jennifer? Stanley had simply said, I hope you find out what happened to her. Did he not care, or did he know that Horton would hit a brick wall? Or would someone keep Stanley informed? And there were only two people who could do that, Sawyer or someone who knew the truth behind Jennifer's disappearance. Was that Zeus? Horton felt a cold shiver prick his spine as he swung into Gosport Marina and made his way to the waiting police launch on the pontoon. The sight of the glistening superyacht across the narrow stretch of Portsmouth Harbour, moored up at Oyster Quays opposite, made him shelve his concerns about Stanley and Zeus and filled him with new worries. It was the size of a small cruise ship and would act like a huge beacon for all the low-life scum of Portsmouth, and those higher up the slime, including villains from London, who would take great pleasure stripping it of its spoils. That was even without the added attraction of a high-profile VIP charity auction and reception being held on board on Friday night, before she sailed off to the Caribbean, or wherever. It's a beauty, Sergeant Di Elkin said, following the direction of Horton's gaze. I prefer wind over motor, Horton replied, discarding his leather jacket in favour of a sailing jacket and life vest. I wouldn't send it back if it was offered me. Horton let his gaze travel over the four-decked cruiser as P.C. Ripley throttled back the launch and eased it into the busy channel. The portholes on the lower deck were probably crew accommodation, while the first and second decks with the wide windows must be the living accommodation. There was a huge flybridge, a swimming platform at the aft of the first deck, and a large rib suspended on a davit from the rear. He hoped Russell Glenn had a good security system. D.C. Walters would report back on that, but Horton made a mental note to liaise with Inspector Warren, head of Territorial Operations, to make sure that extra uniform patrols were covering the boardwalk for the next 5 days, with additional officers on duty Friday evening for the reception. He could hear Inspector Warren's gripes. And just where the hell am I going to get them from? Horton phoned Cantelli. There's been another house burglary in the Drayton area, Cantelli solemnly reported. Horton cursed. That made 4 in the last week. They've all got the same M.O. Jewellery and cash taken, no mess, no fingerprints, no noise. Owners off the premises, back door panel neatly removed and matey climbing in by using it like a giant cat flap. Bliss is going ballistic. I don't think she appreciated it when I nicknamed him the cat burglar. Bliss hasn't got a sense of humour, Horton replied. But burglary was no joke. I'm reviewing all the case notes and checking criminal records to see if I can get a lead, added Cantelli, but it looks as though this is a new one on the block. And something neither they nor the poor householders needed. Cantelli said that Walters had left for Russell Glen's super yacht. Horton rang off, and as he did, something in the marina caught his attention. "Give me the glasses, Di," he commanded. Elkins stretched them across, and Horton quickly trained them on the marina. "Something wrong?" "Just thought I saw that blue van earlier this morning." He'd seen a blue van outside Adrian Stanley's apartment block. But then there were thousands of blue vans in the country, and hundreds in the area. He tried to read the registration number but couldn't. As the police launch headed further out into the harbour, the van slipped out of his view. It couldn't have been the same van. Or if it was, then it was a coincidence. But Horton was suspicious of coincidences. Had it been following him? If so, why? Zeus was the answer. Shit, he was getting paranoid. Angrily, he pushed all thoughts of Zeus, DCS Sawyer, and Adrian Stanley aside. Enough of the past. He had a job to do, and that was to interview an elderly man about seeing a mysterious light at sea, and the sooner he did it, the sooner he could get back to some real work such as catching the scumbag criminal robbing houses on his patch in Portsmouth. Chapter 2. On a good day, when the light is right, you can see France, Inspector, Victor Hazelton declared, pointing at a telescope that Horton thought large enough to rival the one at Jodrell Bank. He wasn't surprised Hazelton had seen lights at sea. With that thing he could probably see the Eiffel Tower. Horton eyed the dapperly dressed little man with his blue and yellow spotted cravat, his beige cardigan over camel-coloured slacks, and his walnut face and wiry grey hair, wondering if he was senile. Admittedly, his view was coloured by what WPC Claire Skinner had told him, and Sergeant Elkins in the patrol car on their way here after meeting them at the small harbour of Ventnor Haven. Apparently, Hazelton had a reputation for seeing smugglers and illegal immigrants at every flicker of a sea light. Over the years, he'd made a hobby out of reporting these to the local police, who had long since learnt to ignore him, but this time, because of Project Neptune, Hazelton's report had landed on DCI Bliss's desk. Did she know about Hazelton's background? Surely the local police would have commented on it. But if she did know, then why waste time and money by sending him here on a wild goose chase, thought Horton angrily. He calculated how quickly he could wrap this up and get back to CID. "I said, you can see France, but not with this," Hazelton added, tapping the instrument he'd been peering through. "Know anything about telescopes, Inspector?" Horton silently groaned. Even if he had declared he was the world's greatest expert, that wouldn't stop Hazelton from spouting forth on the subject. Elkins fidgeted beside him, and Skinner stared stoically out to sea. Horton resisted the impulse to glance at his watch. "This is a Meade 16-inch Lightbridge Deluxe." Hazelton patted the large telescope beside him. "It has an extraordinarily high specification and makes target finding simplicity itself. From it I can view thousands of stars across the universe, millions of light-years away, the desolate terrain of the moon and the surface detail of many planets. It's an astronomy telescope," he said patronizingly, pausing to make sure his audience were hanging on his every word. Mistake. Horton didn't have time for this. He interjected. "Which means you didn't see the lights out to sea through it?" "No," Hazelton scowled, clearly annoyed at being trumped and interrupted. "For that, I use this." He crossed to the right of the room and a range of low cupboards. Horton caught Elkins's raised eyebrows and Claire Skinner's apologetic glance before Hazelton swung round holding a slim wooden box. Carefully and with tenderness, he opened it and extracted a sleek mahogany and brass antique telescope. "This is a 19th century day and night telescope by George Doland. Yes, you may well screw up your face, Sergeant, in an attempt to recall the name, he snapped at Elkins, because you probably know Doland as the firm of opticians on every high street. It has a relatively large objective lens and the power is low, which means it's not really suitable for viewing the planets. But I can view galaxies and star clusters, which is what I was doing on Wednesday night when I saw the light at sea. What time was this, sir? Horton asked. Hazelton flashed an irritated glance at the woman police officer, causing Horton to add, WPC Skinner has relayed what you reported, but I'd like to hear it from you. To check I'm not going gaga? Skinner's fair face flushed, and she averted her gaze. But Horton was busy trying to interpret Hazelton's expression. He registered neither dislike nor disrespect for the young policewoman. In fact, he registered nothing. Perhaps Skinner was of too low a rank to warrant any feelings in Hazelton, and the same went for Sergeant Elkins, because, although Hazelton had shaken hands with Horton, he had made no attempt to proffer his hand to Elkins. Clearly Hazelton was wealthy, if the size of the Victorian house and its location overlooking the English Channel was anything to judge by. Hazelton was also a snob. It was 10:31 p.m., or 22:31 if you prefer. It was approximately a mile out to sea. There was only one light, white, flashing erratically for a few minutes. The sea state wasn't rough, but it wasn't exactly calm either, moderate, I'd say, so the light could have been dipping with the waves as a craft made its way through it. I know it wasn't a regular shipping vessel because not only was it too close to the shore, but the light was certainly wrong for it to be one of the ferries, cruise liners or container ships, which are usually lit up like a Christmas tree, and I would have seen them through the telescope. The same goes for a commercial fishing boat. In fact, there wasn't another ship in sight. I scanned the area for several minutes. What do you think it was? Asked Horton, curbing his impatience and trying not to think of all the paperwork that would be mounting up on his desk, which Bliss would be screaming for the moment he returned, conveniently forgetting she had ordered him here. A black or dark-coloured canoe, Hazelton answered promptly, with a light on the forehead and the canoeist dressed in black. This was beginning to sound more like a James Bond movie each minute, thought Horton, making sure to keep the irritation from his expression. Hazelton added, I called the Coast Guards. They found nothing, but then they wouldn't. By the time they arrived, it could easily have put into any one of the coves along the coast or even reached Ventnor Haven. Horton swiveled his gaze to Skinner. She said, I went down to the shore but couldn't see anything. The houses are also too spread out and the area too rural to make inquiries. And Horton figured she had got a flea in her ear when she had suggested it. They simply didn't have the manpower. Caustically, Hazelton said, If it's terrorists or smugglers, they are hardly likely to broadcast what they were doing or leave clues around for the police to find. What do you think they were smuggling, Mr. Hazelton? Asked Horton. Arms, booze, drugs, cigarettes, people, could be anything. In a canoe, thought Horton. The drugs and cigarettes were a possibility, although they wouldn't have been able to stow much inside such a precarious vessel, in the night, in a moderate sea. But illegal immigrants were out of the question. And why would terrorists come ashore on the Isle of Wight in a canoe? Where would they have come from? Horton doubted they would have paddled all the way from France. Admittedly, it was easier to gain access to Portsmouth via the Isle of Wight, where they could slip across to the mainland on one of the ferries, which weren't checked or stopped. It was a possibility, but a remote one. Stiffly, Hazelton said, I'm not senile. I know what I saw. Have you seen it again? I would have said if I had, Hazelton replied tartly. Elkins said, Have you seen any strangers about? Hazelton gave Elkins another of his withering looks. Horton thought he was pretty good at them. It's April, Sergeant, and therefore officially the start of the holiday season. Of course there are strangers. It was time to end the interview. Horton stretched into the pocket of his sailing jacket and pulled out his second business card of the day. He wasn't sure if he was going to regret this, but if it was the only way to pacify the little man, then so be it. He said, If you see anything again, Mr. Hazelton, call me. Hazelton took the card in his slim, liver-spotted hand with a smug smile and a glance at Skinner that said, "Someone believes me." They took their leave, earning a glare from Hazelton's middle-aged, surly cleaning lady, who Claire Skinner had told him was Vivian Walker. Her husband, Norman, was the handyman and gardener. And he did a good job, thought Horton, eyeing the beautifully tended landscaped garden, with its exotic and tropical-looking plants leading down to the cliff top. Skinner had said that the couple lived off the premises and had never seen any lights at sea while they'd been working at Hazelton's house, but claimed it didn't mean there wasn't one. "They are very protective of the old man," Skinner had explained. And perhaps that was why Vivian Walker had appeared so hostile towards them. Clearly she trusted no one, which wasn't a bad thing when the elderly could be easy prey. "Do you believe him?" Elkins asked, as they climbed into the police car, parked on the wide gravel driveway. Reason told Horton that Hazelton's tales should be taken with a pinch of sea salt. But there was a small part of him that said, what if it was true? What if this was a case of the boy who cried wolf and he ignored it? It would be his balls on the line, not Bliss's, if she had any, and he half suspected she did. She'd be sure to slope shoulders and see that he carried the can for anything that could be traced back to Hazelton, which was probably why she had sent him here to cover her arse. But how could a small light at sea here, miles away from Portsmouth Harbour, be connected with the visit of the USS Boise? Surely the answer was it couldn't be. Okay, so the American submarine would pass through this stretch of water, but it would be miles out to sea and manned with its own armed guards before the Royal Navy escorted it in. Perhaps he should check the shore, though God alone knew what that would reveal except sand, stones, and sea. Before he could give instructions to Skinner, his phone rang. It was Cantelli. "Andy, a woman's body has been recovered from the sea off Spitbank Fort," he relayed with a touch of weariness in his voice. Horton knew why, and it wasn't anything to do with being overworked. More the fact that someone was eventually going to have to break the bad news to relatives. That decided it. No more investigating spurious lights at sea. He told Skinner to head back to the haven. To Cantelli he said, "Any idea who she is?" "No. There aren't any reports of a woman overboard. I've checked for missing women along the south coast over the last week, although I don't know how long the body's been in the sea, and there have been 3 women reported missing, 2 teenagers, aged 16 and 17, both from Brighton, and 1 woman, aged 40, from Bognor Regis. They're bringing the body into the ferry port, and I'm arranging for it to be taken to the mortuary from there. I'll also alert Dr. Clayton." Horton glanced at his watch. "I'll meet you at the secure compound at the ferry port quayside, Barney, in about 40 minutes. That was pushing it, but if PC Ripley throttled back, they might just make it. There was no point speculating who the woman was and how she had ended up in the sea, but Horton wondered if they were looking at suicide or an accidental death. Elkins had heard nothing to give him any pointers either way. As the sky darkened and the wind stiffened, Horton couldn't help wondering if the same fate had befallen his mother. Only her body had never been washed up. He scanned the green-blue, choppy sea as the Portsmouth skyline drew closer. Had someone lured Jennifer onto a boat and then killed her and thrown her body overboard? But why? Or perhaps she'd met a boyfriend on his boat and there'd been an accident. The boyfriend had been too scared to report it and had kept silent about it all these years. Horton was convinced that Jennifer could not have committed suicide. The reports of her being in good spirits when she'd left the flat scotched that. But then another thought slapped him in the face. Perhaps Jennifer had been stood up or thrown over by someone she thought had loved her, and, distraught, she'd decided to end it all. And leave him alone? No, surely not. But what was the alternative? That she'd run off, leaving her child to the mercy of children's homes? As the launch eased its way into the narrow entrance of Portsmouth Harbour, Horton was glad to put his mind back on the job. He caught sight of the round-shouldered, overweight and shambolic figure of D.C. Walters on the first deck of the superyacht. He was dwarfed by a man built like a brick outhouse, with a keen face and cropped fair hair. Russell Glenn, wondered Horton? If so, he looked more like a member of the Russian mafia than a successful businessman, though the two weren't mutually exclusive. Elkins couldn't enlighten him either. "We haven't been introduced," he said, facetiously. And neither was he likely to be. A fact that didn't worry Horton one bit, though he suspected others in the police hierarchy might be desperately trying to wangle their way on board. He doubted, though, that someone like Glenn would handle his own security arrangements. Walters was probably talking to a member of the crew. Horton felt the first lean spits of rain as the launch motored past the naval ships and eased its way towards the deserted quayside, not far from the gigantic berths of the commercial ferry port, where a continental ferry was belching out black smoke, preparatory to sailing. The wiry, dark-haired figure on the quayside looked up at the sound of the launch, and a few minutes later Horton was replacing his sailing jacket for his leather one. He told Elkins that Cantelli would give him a lift back to Gosport Marina to collect his Harley, and that they'd let him know what they discovered about the dead woman. As Cantelli pointed the car in the direction of the hospital mortuary, he said solemnly, "From what I saw of her, Andy, she looks as though she's been dead a few days." And Horton knew what that meant. He primed himself for the ordeal that lay ahead. "There was something odd about her, though," Cantelli continued. "It was her dress. Kind of old-fashioned, I'd say. Long-sleeved, high neck, and down to her ankles. And she was wearing trainers." That could possibly rule out suicide, because most suicides remove their shoes before wading into the water to drown. Old or young? Cantelli pulled a face as he considered this, then shrugged. "Couldn't say." "That bad, eh?" "Yep." There was a moment's silence before Cantelli added, "The clothes don't fit the descriptions of any of the three missing women, but that doesn't mean it isn't one of them. They could have changed." "Does Bliss know about it?" "I haven't told her." Then he would, and he also needed to report back on his interview with Victor Hazelton, which he swiftly told Cantelli about before trying Bliss's number. He got her voicemail. He didn't think there was any urgency to leave a message or call her on her mobile. He'd try again after they had the preliminary report from Dr. Clayton, and by then they might have an identification. Horton's stomach did its usual double somersault as the smell of the mortuary greeted them. Cantelli popped a fresh piece of gum in his mouth to try and distract him from it, but Horton knew nothing would, as he nodded at Tom, the mortuary attendant. "Just finished taking photographs of her," Tom said, jerking his head at the fully clothed, filthy body on the slab. "I'll fetch Dr. Clayton." Horton took a breath and ran his eyes over the corpse. Cantelli was right. Judging by the deterioration, she'd clearly been dead for some time. There wasn't a great deal left of the soft tissue of the face. The eyelids, nose, lips and ears had all been chewed by the marine life. What remained was filthy, and what was left of the hair was matted with dirt, seaweed and sea life. The clothes were, as Cantelli had described, different to modern fashion. The dress was covered in multicoloured small flowers and had a ruffle at the neck, long, voluminous sleeves with ruffles on the wrists, and a high waistband that fell just under the breast. There were no pockets that he could see, but he hoped there might be some identification on her. What was left of the hands was dark bluish pink, and there were no rings. The door from the anteroom swung open, and Horton looked up to see the petite figure of Gay Clayton advancing towards them with a smile of greeting on her freckled face. Despite the circumstances, Horton found himself smiling back. "Let's see what you've got for us this time," she said cheerfully, running her practised eye over the corpse. "Well, I can certainly certify death. As to the time, I'll be more precise when I conduct the autopsy, which I've scheduled for the first thing tomorrow morning. But I'll give you an estimate once we've undressed her." Horton watched her ease down the ruffle around the neck and caught a glimpse of a slightly quizzical expression as she studied the head and neck. "I can't see any obvious signs of cause of death, no bullet or stab wounds and no visible marks of strangulation, although there is trauma to the skull, but that could have been caused by the body coming into contact with an obstruction in the sea." She stepped back and nodded at Tom to begin undressing the body. Horton tensed in anticipation and sensed Cantelli's heightened interest beside him as Tom eased off the sodden trainers. "Size 9, he announced, turning them over. "Cheap, ordinary chain store make. Marking too faint to read. Well worn, especially on the right foot, but size still visible on the sole." He dropped them into one of the evidence bags on the nearby trolley. Horton said, "Large feet for a woman. How tall would you say she was?" 5'10", maybe 11, answered Gay. "We'll measure the body, of course." Consulting his notebook, Cantelli said, "Karen Jenkins. The missing 40-year-old is 5'3", and the teenagers are 5'4" and 5'6", so we can positively rule out all three." So who was she? Had anyone missed her? Perhaps she had lived alone. Horton watched Tom's big hands ease the dress up the purple, half-chewed flesh of the legs. He frowned in puzzlement as a pair of dark-coloured lightweight boxer shorts came into view. "Unusual underwear for a woman," Cantelli said. "But not completely unknown," added Gay. Cantelli stopped chewing. "She's wearing a T-shirt." "So am I, Sergeant, under this get-up," Gay replied brightly, pointing at her mortuary garb. "Yeah, but there are T-shirts and T-shirts, and that one looks more like a vest," furnished Horton thoughtfully. It was loose, round-necked, and short-sleeved. Not the sort of garment to complement the intricate and old-fashioned dress that Tom was now holding. And there was something else peculiar about the body. But before Horton could express it, Tom said, "There's a label inside, but with only faint markings on it. There's also a pocket in the side. It's zipped up. There's something in it." Horton's pulse quickened as Tom eased the small zip down, thrust his big hand inside it, and retrieved a small object. It was a plastic key fob, minus the keys, and inside the small plastic case, shaped like a Christmas tree, was a perfectly preserved picture of a young woman in her late teens or early 20s, with dark, curly hair and a broad smile. Cantelli studied it, puzzled. Could that be a daughter or granddaughter who has died and, distraught, this woman took her own life? It was possible, Horton supposed, but it could also be a photograph of the corpse itself taken when younger. Tom put the keyring into a small evidence bag and handed it to Cantelli. Then he folded the dress carefully into another evidence bag. Gay stepped closer to the corpse. "Anything wrong?" Horton asked, as her brow furrowed. "Plenty. But please go on, Tom," Gay responded. Horton saw a knowing glance pass between them. He dashed a look at Cantelli and got raised eyebrows in return. With his heart beating fast, Horton watched as the mortuary attendant eased the shorts carefully down the decaying legs. Cantelli gave a low whistle, and Horton drew in a sharp breath. He could see exactly what was wrong, but it was Gay who expressed it. "As I suspected. Your she is a he," she said brightly, pointing to the genitals. And a missing man wearing a dress certainly put a new slant on things, thought Horton. It was an opinion Cantelli ventured 20 minutes later as they headed towards Gosport Marina to collect Horton's Harley. There were no further surprises from the body, and no indication either from Dr. Clayton as to the cause of death. She estimated the man was aged between 35 and 60, and that he'd been dead 4 to 5 days, which took them back to last Wednesday or Thursday. There was nothing to indicate at this stage it was a suspicious death. And although Horton didn't much care for the fact that the corpse had been wearing a dress, there was no law against it. "A transvestite?" Cantelli posed. The dress wasn't sexy, but then Horton knew it didn't need to be. Don't transvestites usually wear women's underwear? Isn't that what gives them the buzz, wearing something feminine and sexy close to the skin? If you say so. Maybe he didn't have time to put it all on and go the whole hog. Possibly. But the dress, as you pointed out, Barney, is old-fashioned. Perhaps it was his mother's. Depressed over her death, he decided to end his life wearing her favourite dress. Or perhaps he liked dressing up, got drunk, went cavorting around the beach on a full moon, and thought he'd seen Amphitrite beckon to him from the sea. "Who?" asked Horton, throwing Cantelli a startled look. "Greek goddess, queen of the sea. I thought being a seafaring type you would know that," Cantelli grinned. "Marie's got a thing about Greek mythology. Says it's helping her to write her first fantasy novel." Marie, at 12, was the third of Cantelli's 5 children and had recently won a scholarship to a private school where she was blossoming. Horton hoped the same would apply to Emma. Cantelli said, "Or perhaps he was at a fancy dress party and always carried that picture with him, so he put it in the pocket, got pilled up, wandered off and fell into the sea from a cliff." In this job, thought Horton, they'd all seen 10 incredible things before breakfast, so anything was possible. Should there have been keys on the keyring, though? He wondered, staring through the rain-soaked windscreen as Cantelli headed past the Old Town Quay at Fareham down towards Gosport. And if so, where were they? Or had he simply carried the fob because of the picture? "The girl's name might be on the reverse of that photograph," Cantelli suggested, following Horton's train of thought. That would be nice. Horton didn't think it would be that simple, though. "Send it over to Jolliffe and ask if someone in the forensic lab can open it without damaging it. Get a photograph of it first, though." He called Walters, who took an age to answer. "I was beginning to think Russell Glenn must have offered you a job as a security officer on his super yacht," Horton grumbled. "He's already got one, with muscles like Schwarzenegger." "A broad-shouldered man with cropped hair?" "Yeah." "How'd you know that?" "I know a lot of things, Walters, like you're eating your way through a packet of hobnobs." Walters swallowed noisily. "That boat's huge, Gov. And it's got this state-of-the-art security system that would make the scum cry." "I'm glad to hear it." "Infra-sensors in every room?" "Cabin," corrected Horton. "Yeah, and a GPS locator and notification system which can raise the alarm by all means known to mankind. It's got an ignition immobilizer security alarm, as well as a marine security system alarm with a siren for every cabin, which is broadcast so loud that the world and his wife will think the 3-minute warning's gone off, or so Schwarzenegger claims." "And his real name?" "Lloyd." "First or surname?" "Dunno. He just said he was called Lloyd." Horton sighed. How Walters had got to be a DC was a mystery to them all. "Well, let's hope he never has to put it to the test, on my patch at least," Horton added, thinking that with the increase in pirate attacks on super yachts and commercial shipping in other less friendly waters, Glenn probably needed all the security he could afford, and that was clearly a great deal. Walters said that the press had been on, asking for a statement about the body recovered from the sea. Cantelli could deal with it when he returned. He asked Walters to check for reports of missing men since Wednesday, then tried Bliss's line with the same result as before, getting her voicemail. He hung up without leaving a message. He'd be back at the station soon. Cantelli dropped him outside the marina office, where Horton asked the manager if he or any of the staff knew anything about the muddy blue van parked there that morning. No one claimed even to have seen it. But when the manager checked the CCTV footage on Horton's request, there it was. It was difficult, though, to make out the registration number or any occupants, and no one alighted from it, which worried Horton. He headed back to the station with a copy of the footage after leaving instructions he was to be called if anyone saw the van in the marina. He wondered if the CCTV camera at the front of Adrian Stanley's apartments might have picked up a sighting of it, but then he remembered that the camera was only focused on the gated entrance and front door and not on the promenade. Bliss's car was in its allotted spot, and Horton hoped he'd be able to get to his office without her accosting him. He stopped off in the canteen, realizing it had been some time since he'd last eaten, and was paying for his sandwiches when Cantelli appeared. "A young woman's just come in to report her father, Colin Yateley, has been missing since Thursday. She heard about the body being found on the news, and even though they didn't give out the gender, she's concerned it could be him," he said excitedly. "And?" Horton asked, knowing there was more by Cantelli's expression. "She's the girl in the key fob." Chapter 3. Hannah Yateley looked up from her plastic cup of tea with a worried frown on her attractive dark features. Her chocolate-brown eyes swiveled between them and must have read something in Horton's expression because her face paled and tears welled up. She was accompanied by a man in his early 30s, and both were dressed in the black-suited uniform of the hotel across the road from the station. Even before the man introduced himself as Damien King, Horton saw it on his name badge. "It's Dad, isn't it? That body in the sea?" she stammered. The man beside her squeezed her hand, and turned an anxious expression on them. This was the part of the job Horton hated the most, breaking the bad news to relatives, if indeed the man in the mortuary was this girl's father. Just because her picture had been found on the dead man, it didn't mean to say it was him. That could have been planted. But somehow he didn't think so. And how did you tell a daughter that her father had been found dead wearing a woman's dress? Simple answer, you didn't. Not until you were sure it was him. Horton began gently. Why do you think your father is missing, Miss Yately? Her troubled eyes flitted to Damien King. Horton deduced he was also her boyfriend, as well as a work colleague. King gave an encouraging nod. Dad and I see one another once a fortnight on a Thursday, Hannah began. We go for a meal at Oyster Keys. Dad calls me the Wednesday before just to make sure it's okay and I haven't got to work. I said it was fine, but he didn't show up and he didn't call me either. I telephoned him but didn't get an answer. I thought he must have changed his mind. Dad doesn't have an answer machine and he refuses to have a mobile phone or a computer, so I couldn't contact him, and Damien and I were in London from Friday morning and all weekend. We stayed at one of the hotels in the chain we work for, just for a break. Her face flushed deep red, and Damien looked down at his hands. Horton guessed she felt guilty at having put her poor old dad completely out of her mind until this morning. I rang Dad this morning, but there wasn't an answer. I thought he must have gone out. I tried him again at lunchtime. Nothing. And then just after 2 p.m, when Damien heard on the local news that a body had been found in the Solent, She fought to hold back the tears. Horton wondered why she hadn't visited her father, but he'd saved that question for later. He recalled Dr. Clayton's estimate of time of death. Had Colin Yately set out to meet his daughter last Thursday and had an accident? But no, not in that dress. It didn't sound as though he'd killed himself. Not if he'd spoken to his daughter on Wednesday and arranged to meet her. But they only had Hannah Yately's word on that. How could they be sure the conversation had gone as she said? Maybe they rowed, and Yately, distraught, had decided to end his life. Horton wasn't sure where the dress came into it because he didn't think it was Hannah's, but who could tell? Time for speculation later. Facts first. What time did he call you on Wednesday? He asked. 6 p.m. On your mobile? Yes. They might at least be able to check that if they needed to. How did he sound? Happy, she answered miserably. And you were looking forward to seeing him? Of course. She frowned, clearly bewildered by his questions. If they had rowed, she wasn't going to mention it, and there were no telltale flushes of guilt. Did he know you were going away together for the weekend? Horton's eyes swiveled to Damien's and back to Hannah's. Yes. Horton noted that Damien hadn't been invited to the Thursday evening meal. He could have been working, Horton supposed, or perhaps it was a father and daughter bonding thing. Yately might not approve of Damien, or he might have held the opinion that no man would be good enough for his daughter. Cantelli said, Did your father say what he was going to do on Thursday before meeting you? Was he working? No. Dad's retired, she replied. We were meeting in the pizza restaurant as usual at about 7:30. He was coming over on the Fast Cat from the Isle of Wight. He lives in a flat at Ventnor. That explained why Hannah hadn't visited her father to check if he was all right. But Colin Yately's address, Horton noted, was not far from where Victor Hazelton lived. Could there be a connection between Yately's death and Hazelton's light at sea? Surely not. For a start, he didn't believe Hazelton, and secondly, they had no reason to believe Yately's death was suspicious. And they could certainly check whether Colin Yately had ever caught the Fast Cat or any ferry on Thursday. Cantelli again. Could you describe your father to us, Miss Yately? I have a photograph. She reached down into a handbag at her feet. Horton didn't like to tell her it probably wouldn't be much use in helping to identify their body. Cantelli passed the photograph across to him. Standing beside Hannah Yately was an ordinary-looking sort of man in his mid-50s, slim-faced with thinning brown hair, dressed in casual trousers and an open-necked checked shirt. The photograph had been taken in summer on the waterfront at Oyster Keys, with the Spinnaker Tower in the background. Handing it back to Cantelli, Horton said, "How tall is your father?"
5'10".
About the height of their body.
"Inspector."
"Is it, Dad?" she asked, anxiously scrutinizing him. Cantelli shifted beside him, sensing what he was about to say. There was no easy way to do this. Gently he said, "The description fits your father, and we found this." At a nod from Horton, Cantelli reached under the folder on the desk and pushed across the photograph of the key fob. Hannah Yateley let out a cry and then gulped noisily before beginning to sob. Cantelli slipped out and moments later returned with a plastic cup of water which he handed to Damien.
"Drink this, Hannah,"
her boyfriend urged quietly, ashen-faced. Horton said nothing until she had drunk and composed herself. "I understand this must be deeply upsetting for you, Miss Yateley. And although that was found on the body, it doesn't necessarily mean it is your father. But I'm not going to get your hopes up because it seems probable that it is him. If so, we need to find out what happened after you spoke to him on Wednesday. Do you think you could answer a few more questions for us?" After a moment, she nodded. "Could you confirm that belongs to your father?"
"Yes. I bought it for Dad for Christmas about 6 years ago. He always carries it with him."
"Does he keep his keys on it?"
"Yes." "Weren't they with it?"
she said, confused. They weren't, but Horton wasn't going to mention that yet. "Does your father have any distinguishing marks, tattoos, scars?"
"No."
Cantelli said, "Has he had any surgery?" She swallowed hard and tried to pull herself together. Horton admired her for that.
"He broke his leg 5 years ago. He was knocked off his bike when working. He was a postman. He took early retirement 3 years ago, and he had surgery on his knee, cartilage problems, about 10 years ago."
"So your father doesn't work at all?" inquired Cantelli.
"No. He says he doesn't need much to live on, especially since him and Mum got divorced."
So that ruled out him wearing his wife's clothes, thought Horton, unless he secretly had a hankering for her and had taken some with him when they broke up, which was a bit weird, but then he'd met some pretty weird people in this job. Horton said, "When did they get divorced?"
"They split up when Dad took retirement. The divorce came through about 18 months after."
"How did he take it?"
"He was relieved. My mum's not the easiest person in the world to live with,"
she answered with an edge of defiance. "And where is that?"
"Newport on the Isle of Wight. My parents were married for 23 years, but when Dad retired from the post office, Mum said it was bad enough suffering him at weekends and in the evenings. She couldn't stand being cooped up with him every day and night. I'd already left home and moved here to live with my boyfriend."
She looked as though she was going to cry again, but Damien squeezed her shoulder, and that seemed to give her the strength to continue.
"I work as a receptionist at the Ferryport Hotel and Damien's assistant manager. Mum said she'd supported me through college, and now she wanted a chance of real life, as she called it, and a bit of fun before she was too old. She seems to be having it too."
Horton noted the bitterness in Hannah Yateley's tone.
"I don't have much contact with my mother. Dad got over Mum throwing him out long ago. In fact, I think it was a relief. They hadn't much in common, and Dad would never have left her. He's the faithful type. Till death do us part and all that."
She stalled as she realized what she'd said. But instead of the tears came anger.
"If it is him, then he must have had an accident. Why else would he have been in the sea? Does my mother know?"
"We haven't spoken to her," Horton added. "Did your father own a boat, Miss Yateley?" Her stunned expression gave him the answer before she confirmed this with a shake of her dark curls. "Did he know anyone with a boat, or ever go out sailing or fishing?"
"He never mentioned it. You think he might have fallen overboard?"
"It's a possibility." Though Horton thought a remote one, recalling how Yateley had been dressed, unless he had been at a party on a boat, as Cantelli had posed. He said, "We'll need to confirm his identity." Her head came up, panic and alarm in her eyes.
"You mean you want me to—"
"No," Horton quickly reassured her.
We should be able to verify it is your father from fingerprints and DNA. Do you have a key to his flat? We'll need to check it out, he added, hoping that neither she nor Damien King would ask why they didn't use the keys on the fob. Neither did. As she again reached down into her handbag, Horton wondered if they'd be able to check Colin Yateley's flat tonight. Does your father own or rent the flat? He asked. He rents it. So unless they could get hold of the landlord, it would mean the local police making a forcible entry. Could it wait until tomorrow morning, by which time the keys could be sent over? A 12-hour delay probably wouldn't make any difference, he told himself, and yet there was a chance that Yateley could be lying ill or dead inside the flat, and that he was not the body in the mortuary. Cantelli took the 2 keys she handed to him. One's to the front door, and the other's to Dad's flat, she said.
We'll give you a receipt for them.
Cantelli asked if she knew the name of the landlord. She did, but not his address. She thought it was somewhere in Shanklin. Horton said, What did your father do with his time? She looked a little bewildered, so Horton elaborated. He was retired, so did he have any hobbies, interests? But he might just as well have asked her how far away the planet Mars was, judging by her expression. Hannah Yateley had the self-obsession of youth, and he imagined her doting father had been there on those dining-out occasions solely to listen to her and not the other way round. Still, he and Cantelli would do the same with their children when they reached Hannah's age, and before that. Horton would give anything to spend a day listening to his daughter's bright chatter. He liked walking, Hannah Yateley said, hesitatingly, as if unsure whether that constituted a hobby. Was there any particular place he liked walking? Or did he have a favourite walk? I don't know. He just walked. She eyed him with an air of desperation. With anyone or alone? Alone, I think. I don't know. He didn't have any girlfriends, if that's what you mean, although he did seem happy. In fact, happier than I had seen him in some time, she added, somewhat dazed she had managed to recall this. I asked him if he'd found himself a new woman. He laughed and said, better than that. What did he mean? Asked Horton, interested in this new nugget of information and thinking of that dress. I've no idea, she answered forlornly. Cantelli said, What about male friends? Was there anyone he was particularly close to or that he talked about? She shook her head. Dad was a very private person. The so-called friends he did have were Mum's, and they disappeared quickly after they split up. I don't know about his neighbours. Horton didn't need a psychologist to tell him that Hannah Yateley took her father's side in the divorce. He again thought of his own daughter and hoped that he'd still be close to her when she was Hannah's age, despite Catherine's determination to keep him at a distance. There didn't seem anything more Hannah Yateley could tell them for the present. Cantelli got her father's date of birth and address, and the address of her mother in Newport on the island. He asked if she wanted them to call her mother. She looked tempted, then pulled herself up. No, I'll speak to her. Horton said they'd let her know as soon as they had further news on her father and confirmation it was him, and then watched her leave. On the way back to CID, Cantelli said, I'll contact the ferry companies. Horton fetched a black coffee from the machine in the corridor outside CID and took it to his office, where he opened the sandwiches he'd bought earlier. As he ate, Hannah Yateley's comment jarred at him. I asked him if he'd found himself a new woman. He laughed and said, better than that. Had Yateley found himself a new man, and had something gone wrong between them, resulting in his body ending up in the sea? According to his daughter, it was 5 days since he'd disappeared, but that didn't mean his death was suspicious, and there was no evidence to suggest it, so no need to alert Uckfield and the major crime team. And no need, he thought, to seal off the flat, but he wouldn't mind taking a look at it, just to be sure they were dealing with Colin Yateley's death. He could bring something of Yateley's back for a match on DNA and fingerprints, and he could see if Colin Yateley kept a stash of women's clothing there. The door burst open and Bliss stormed in with a face like it had supped on sour milk. Why didn't the woman ever enter anywhere like normal people, Horton thought with a stifled groan.
I was expecting a briefing, Inspector, she barked. I've been interviewing the daughter of the man discovered in the sea. I believe it to be Colin. I don't mean that. She flapped her thin arm at him, as though she were swatting away a particularly irritating wasp. I mean Victor Hazelton. I had to go into a meeting earlier this afternoon with Detective Chief Superintendent Sawyer and others involved in Project Neptune without the full facts of the matter. How do you think that made me feel? Foolish and inadequate, he replied brightly. If the cap fits. It's you who is inadequate, Inspector, she raged, glaring at him. I take the matter of receiving information that could thwart a potential terrorist threat extremely seriously, and so should you. If you don't, you shouldn't be in the job. Stiffly, he replied, Mr. Hazelton's report of a light at sea poses no threat to shipping or the USS Boise's visit. If it had, I would have informed you immediately. It's unlikely there was any light. The elderly man has a reputation for exaggeration and fabrication. Well, I hope you're right. She eyed him malevolently before continuing. We have a duty to protect visitors to the city and the community. D.C. Walters has sent me his report on the security arrangements on Russell Glenn's yacht. I expect to have yours on Victor Hazelton on my desk within the next 2 hours, along with your report on your team's performance targets for the next month for my meeting with Superintendent Reiner early tomorrow morning. And I don't want a repeat of the fairy tale you spun last month. Let me remind you that our new Chief Constable's mission is lean and agile, delivering best value for the taxpayer. Not sure we can do both, Horton muttered, but unfortunately Bliss had excellent hearing. Then you'd better start applying for another job, and I want a full report on the arrangements you've made for the additional security for Mr. Glenn's super yacht for Friday night. He hadn't even started on that. He let out a sigh as she swept out. If his CID department, already grossly undermanned, was any leaner, there'd be no one in it. He made a start on the reports, but with half his mind on Colin Yateley. Bliss hadn't even been interested in their body. Why? He didn't really need to ask himself that question. With recruitment frozen and promotion severely restricted because of government cutbacks, there was even less chance of her shinning up the slippery pole. But she was going to make damn sure that however slim her chances, she'd get there somehow, and that meant sucking up to the big brass. Project Neptune was her chance to shine, and a cock-up on Glenn's super-shiny new yacht would severely blot her copybook. Cantelli knocked and entered. The White Link office wouldn't give me the information over the phone. I told them they could ring back and check I was who I claimed to be, but they wanted proof before they divulged the information. Glad to see someone's on the ball. I've made an appointment with them early tomorrow morning and with hover travel in case Yateley decided to come by hovercraft. I've traced the landlord to an address in Shanklin but haven't contacted them. Do you want me to ask the local police to enter the flat? No. I'm going over as soon as I'm finished here. Cantelli rolled his eyes at him. Quickly, Horton added, I know I don't have to, but I'm curious. When aren't you? Need any help with that? Cantelli gestured at Horton's littered desk, and I heard what Bliss said. No. Check if Walters has made any headway on those burglaries and organise extra patrols for the area for the next couple of nights. We might catch them at it. We also need additional officers at Oyster Keys for this charity bash on Friday. Horton knuckled down to finishing the reports and clearing his desk of some of the outstanding matters. He was surprised to find it was almost 6 p.m. when Cantelli knocked to say he was heading home and that Walters had already left. Horton rose and glanced out of his window. Bliss's car was still there. He'd intended catching the 6:30 ferry, and if he didn't leave now, he'd miss it. By the time she saw or heard his Harley leave, and the witch had ears like a bat, then he'd be long gone. He emailed the reports Bliss had demanded and shut down his computer. Plucking his leather jacket from the coat stand, he was about to leave when his phone rang. He cursed. It was bound to be either Bliss checking up on him or the front desk with a report of a crime he'd have to deal with. He should let it ring, but with a weary sigh, he lifted the receiver. "Is that Andy Horton?" asked a female voice as far removed from Lorraine Bliss's harsh one as the equator was from the Antarctic. "Speaking," he answered cautiously, trying to recognize the voice and failing. "It's Avril Glenn,"
Russell Glenn's wife, the owner of the yacht at Oyster Keys, she added when he didn't answer. Horton started, surprised. Why the hell was she phoning him? Then his heart sank. What had that lumbering detective Walters done now? This had to be a complaint. Then he registered her tone. It hadn't been angry. On the contrary, it had been friendly. "You knew me better as Avril Bowyers," she said with a smile in her voice before quickly adding more hesitantly, "or perhaps you don't remember me. It was 15 years ago." Avril Bowyers. My God. Their 4-month affair flashed before his eyes and stirred his loins. It had been before he'd met Catherine. His head reeled with memories of her shapely figure, those seemingly endless legs, her stunning blonde looks and that wicked smile that had matched her sense of humour, not to mention her passion. And now she was Mrs. Russell Glenn and living on that gigantic floating gin palace. What did he say? "Haven't you done well? How are you?" But he didn't need to say anything because she continued, "Look, I know this is probably a shock and a cheek of me calling you out of the blue, but I wondered if you could meet me at Oyster Keys in the bar opposite the pontoon." "When?" he asked, his heart racing. "Now, unless you're busy." He thought about that 6:30 sailing to the Isle of Wight and Yateley's apartment. He was convinced that Colin Yateley was lying stone-cold dead in the mortuary. So did it matter if he delayed visiting the man's apartment for 12 hours? He said, "I'll be there in 15 minutes. Chapter 4. Horton located her in the window seat overlooking the harbour. It had stopped raining and the wind had dropped, ushering in a calm, pleasant spring evening that had the strollers and shoppers out in force on the boardwalk. Looking at Avril Glenn, it wasn't difficult for Horton to rekindle those old feelings of lust and longing, not that they had needed much rekindling. His timber was so dry it could have been lit with half a matchstick, he thought, as she locked eyes with him and smiled. Heading towards her, he knew that every male in the bar was thinking the same lustful thoughts as him. But she was married, and that was enough to make a grown man cry. "Hello, Andy." She smiled, and it was all he could do not to grin back like some idiotic schoolboy. The blood was pounding in his ears and his heart was racing as though he'd just run the London Marathon twice. The blue eyes were as beautiful and bright as he remembered, and the mouth as enticing as ever. Her shoulder-length blonde hair was more expertly styled and highlighted than he recalled, and her makeup more subtle. Her figure, though, was as shapely as he remembered, only now it was clad expensively in tight jeans and a long cashmere cardigan over a tight-fitting T-shirt, none of which had come from any department store. There were more lines around her eyes and mouth, but who was counting? "I don't remember the leathers," she said, in the flirtatious voice he recalled from the past. It had sent a thrill through him then, and it was no different now. "I didn't have the Harley then." 15 years ago he'd been a sergeant. That was no reason not to have a Harley, but he'd been in a rare car phase, which had lasted several years of his marriage to Catherine, until he'd seen the light and annoyed Catherine by selling his car and purchasing the Harley. Catherine had never liked motorbikes and had refused to go on it. She'd also forbidden him to take Emma on it, an order he hoped to disobey in the years ahead. "You're looking good," he said. "Only good?" "Great, then." He smiled and let his eyes travel to her left hand. The diamond of her engagement ring was big enough to attract a short-sighted thug from 50 yards. And her diamond and ruby-encrusted watch would keep Portsmouth Council in funds for a year. "It's okay, I've got protection," she said, reading his thoughts. Horton followed her glance to the adjoining table where he saw the man with broad shoulders he'd seen on the deck of the super yacht earlier, and whom Walters had nicknamed Schwarzenegger. How could he have missed those massive shoulders, matching muscles and close-cropped blonde hair? Easy. He'd been ogling Avril Glenn. Wearing a black leather bomber jacket over a dark T-shirt and sipping mineral water, Lloyd looked as out of place as a miner at a lighting convention. "Who's protecting your husband?" His security system.
Then I hope all his alarms go off at once. She smiled as Horton added, "Will your chaperone let me buy you a drink?"
His name's Lloyd. That's his first name. Lloyd Durham, as in the city, but he's from Reading.
Not half so nice, though generally warmer. And Horton was wishing Lloyd was at either place right now, or on that small cruise liner on the pontoon.
Vodka and tonic, please. You don't have to buy Lloyd a drink.
Good, because he wasn't offering. "Won't Mr. Glenn mind you being here?" he asked. He was fishing, and she knew he was.
Russell is working.
Doing what?
Trying to buy Portsmouth Football Club.
You're kidding.
Yes, though I have been doing my best to persuade him. It might work yet.
And with Avril doing the persuading, Horton wondered how Glenn could possibly refuse. Horton went to the bar, nodding at Lloyd on his way and getting a nod in return. While he waited to be served, he staved off his disappointment at not seeing Avril alone by wondering about Lloyd's background. Ex-job? Walters would have said if he were, though knowing Walters he probably hadn't asked. Ex-services, perhaps. He looked fit enough for the Marines or Commandos. At least Glenn took protecting his wife seriously. Too seriously? He wondered briefly. No, not if she went around wearing that kind of jewelry. And that made him even more concerned about Friday evening's reception. If Avril touted that stuff as everyday wear, then what the devil would be on show on Friday night? He returned with her vodka and tonic and a Diet Coke for himself. Taking the glass in her beautifully manicured hand, she managed to brush her fingers against his. His heart stalled, and for a moment he wondered if it would restart.
I heard D.C. Walters mention you to Lloyd this afternoon, and I was curious to see if you remembered me.
How could I forget? But he had.
It was a long time ago. You haven't changed much.
Neither have you.
God, don't tell me I've wasted all this money on expensive beauty treatments.
Didn't need it. And still don't, Horton said gallantly, enjoying himself. He made sure to angle his body so that he couldn't see Lloyd. She said,
You know I'm married. But how about you? Married, engaged, divorced?
About to be divorced, and living on a boat like you, but mine's a permanent home and a rowboat compared to your palace. It's in South Sea Marina. My marriage broke up last August. One child, Emma, nearly 9 years old, and beautiful.
Of course.
With a dad like you.
We don't have kids. Never seemed to happen. And I wasn't that fussed anyway.
There's still time.
No fear.
Well,
that's got that out of the way. What should we talk about now?
Horton wanted to know why she wanted to see him, but instead asked, How did you meet Russell?
He was staying in the hotel where I was working in the south of France. He asked me to work for him as his PA 8 years ago, and things progressed from there.
Horton recalled that he'd met Avril when she'd been working as a receptionist in a local hotel, much like Hannah Yateley, he thought briefly, with a twinge of guilt that he'd postponed visiting her father's apartment. But one night wasn't going to make any difference when Yateley was in the mortuary. But what if he wasn't? He should have checked, or at least got the local police to check. He shifted and brought his mind back to when he and Avril had met. There had been a spate of thefts in the hotel where Avril was working. After a 4-month relationship, Avril had called it quits by telling him she was going abroad to work. And you're happy? He said.
Who wouldn't be?
Her eyes slipped towards the boat. It was an answer, but not the right one, he thought. But then, maybe for Avril it was. And she had got everything she'd ever needed and wanted. He recalled that she'd had it tough as a child like him. But with her, it had been a case of a drunken father who had pissed away most of his dole money for most of his life and had lived off his wife's earnings as a waitress. Avril had been left to her own devices as a child and hadn't received much education, but she'd worked hard, been bright, and, he recalled, ambitious and anxious to escape Portsmouth. Well, she had certainly achieved that, and now she'd returned in style. And perhaps that was the real reason why she wanted to see him. To demonstrate to someone who remembered her how well she'd done for herself, and how far she'd travelled from the poor working-class girl she'd been. But perhaps more importantly, to show herself how far she'd come. She eyed him steadily, twirling the glass in her slender hands. "I suppose you think I'm showing off," she said, reading his thoughts with uncanny accuracy that made him wonder if he was beginning to let his guard down too much. Adrian Stanley had seen through him this morning, but then Stanley was ex-job, Horton reasoned. Maybe it applied to an ex-lover, too. "I guess I am in a way, but only to myself." She gave a brief smile before the serious expression returned. "I'm not here to rub anyone's noses in it, because there's no one's nose left to rub. Dad died a year after I left to work abroad, and Mum 3 years after that. There's no one I care to remember in Portsmouth, except you. And I don't need to show off to you. No, I'm here for several reasons, and one is because the yacht was built in Southampton and launched from there last Friday, and we had to pick up 3 new crew members from the Super Yacht Training Academy here in Portsmouth at the weekend." Horton hoped they'd been thoroughly vetted, along with the rest of the crew. There was always a possibility of a job being organised or coordinated from the inside. "Do you know the academy?" she asked. "Not much call for hiring super yacht crew on my little boat." She laughed. "Pity you're a copper. You'd make a great skipper." "Wrong kind of boat, Avril. I like ones that have a bit of cloth on a pole." "Oh, the complicated, energetic kind," she teased. He nodded. Even if Glenn's boat was a sailing yacht, Horton knew that being so close to Avril and seeing her with Glenn would be enough to drive him nuts. He'd spoken the truth, though, when he'd said he didn't know the Super Yacht Training Academy. He made a mental note to find out more about them, not because there might be anything suspicious, but because they were on his patch. "And the other reason is the VIP charity reception," he prompted. "Yes. I can't say Russell's thrilled about it. He hates these kinds of flashy functions, but I wanted to host it because I feel guilty." Horton raised his eyebrows. "Because you're rich?" "No, because I let my mum down." Her expression clouded over, and she sipped her vodka before continuing. "Mum died of pancreatic cancer, and I wasn't here to look after her or to say goodbye. She'd had a tough life with Dad being the shitbag he was. I didn't always see eye to eye with her. We rowed frequently, as you might remember. I thought her weak and pathetic for putting up with a drunk who treated her like a punch bag when he felt like it, and I couldn't get away from her, Dad and Portsmouth, quick enough. But that was 15 years ago, and I'd like to think I've grown up a bit since then. I know that Mum took the punches in order to protect me, and I left her to handle her cancer alone because I was shit scared that I'd end up looking after her and become trapped. And I hate traps," she added with feeling. "Can you understand that?" Horton nodded. He could. "Mum never once asked me to come home. She never complained, and I stayed away until it was too late. I returned for the funeral for 1 day, and I was back on the plane as fast as my legs would carry me. The local hospice was marvellous to Mum, so this is my way of assuaging my guilt, by thanking them and saying sorry to my mum." She gave a sad smile before adding, "All the great, good, and famous from all around are paying for their tickets to come on board for caviar and champagne, including your new chief constable, Mr. Merridew." That didn't surprise Horton. If Uckfield's father-in-law had still been the chief constable, then no doubt Uckfield would have wangled himself an invitation. Horton doubted if mere detective superintendents were included. Avril was saying, "It's in aid of the hospice, and we're holding an auction. I've got Oliver Vernon as auctioneer. He's an art historian and used to handling auctions, so he knows how these things work. I've got jewellery, artworks, designer clothes, all donated by famous people." "On board?" Horton asked, alarmed, wondering why the hell Walters hadn't told him this. "No," she smiled. "We're showing the goods on screen in the onboard cinema." Of course, Horton said airily, but he was relieved. Despite Lloyd's muscles and the state-of-the-art security system and extra patrols, Horton didn't think they'd be any match for an organized raid if it happened. His mind flitted to that blue van. Could it have been casing Glenn's super yacht? Not if it was the same one that had been outside Stanley's apartment some 15 miles away. "Oliver should be here in a moment," Avril said, her eyes searching the busy boardwalk. "And Dominic Keats. He's the managing director of the Super Yacht Training Academy." A glance at her watch had Horton quickly scanning the interior of the bar for loitering thieves. Even Lloyd looked jumpy. "Ah, there's Dominic." Horton followed her gaze to a tall man in his early 50s with short dark hair and an expensive sailing jacket worn over casual clothes. He halted at the top of the pontoons and stared around with a puzzled expression on his aquiline face, before stepping into the small marina office. Avril tossed back the remainder of her vodka and sprang up. Lloyd followed suit. Avril said, "Come and meet him." Horton wasn't particularly keen to, but how could he refuse? Dominic Keats smiled as Avril greeted him warmly. "This is an old friend of mine, Andy Horton. He's a police inspector, so you'd better watch out," she said, laughing. Keats looked as though he'd just suffered a severe bout of indigestion, but he took Horton's hand in a firm grip and smiled, both briefly and dismissively. Horton got the sense of an impatient, ambitious man who measured people in terms of their wealth and business potential, and as he clearly had neither, Keats wasn't going to waste time and energy on him. "And here's Oliver," Avril waved at a slim man, about mid-40s, with fair hair and a close-cropped, fair beard on a narrow but friendly face. He was casually dressed in jeans and jumper under a dark coat, carrying a canvas computer bag slung over his shoulder and trailing a small suitcase. Oliver Vernon's grasp wasn't as firm as Keating's, but his light blue eyes were intelligent and friendly. "We've got some great pieces to auction," Oliver Vernon said enthusiastically, after Avril had made the introductions. "Thanks to Avril's persuasive skills." Horton could well imagine. "Some fine art, antique jewellery, exquisite antique porcelain, as well as the usual. Holiday for two on a millionaire's island paradise." "Not Russell's," Avril added, smiling. "But we're donating a 4-day cruise on the yacht. You could bid for it, Andy," she teased. "You are coming to the auction, aren't you? Please say you can make it." Horton quickly stifled his surprise and rapidly tried to think of an excuse to refuse. The obvious one was work, but he found himself saying, "Thanks. That would be nice." Nicer still if Glenn wasn't there. Still, he was curious to meet the man who had made millions and won Avril's heart, or at least her devotion, even if she worshipped at the altar of wealth. But who was he to criticize? It was her life. He didn't know what the new chief would make of his appearance on board, though. Bliss would be sick with envy if she ever found out, and so would Uckfield, he figured. Horton hoped that neither they nor anyone else would. He'd come in for endless ribbing and snide comments. "Great!" She sounded and looked genuinely pleased. But Horton knew he was being invited so that she could boast to at least one person who remembered her from her poverty-stricken past. 8:30, black tie. Now we'd better go. There's Russell waiting for us. Horton followed the direction of Avril's gaze and this time had to work hard not to betray his surprise, because Russell Glenn was not how he'd imagined. In fact, he was the total opposite. Instead of being tall, good-looking, forceful, and well-dressed, he was of average height, scruffily dressed, wearing a checked shirt that seemed to be more out than tucked into his low-slung trousers. He had untidy grey hair, wore gold-framed spectacles, and appeared to be in his early 60s. He looked anxious, understandably so. What with Avril sporting the crown jewels and a huge glittering super yacht on display in a city that had almost as many villains as it had pebbles on the beach. Horton's eyes travelled back to Avril. He caught a shadow of unease on her face before she smiled her goodbye and entered the marina office with her guests. With Lloyd trailing behind them, Horton watched as they made their way towards the super yacht before bringing his eyes back on Glenn, only to find Glenn staring directly at him. He tried to read the expression on Glenn's face, but it was difficult to interpret behind those spectacles and over the distance of several yards. One thing was clear, though. Glenn was studying him intently. Perhaps he was jealous of anyone who knew his wife, but Horton didn't think it was that. It was as though... "You can't afford it, Andy." Horton swung round to find a broad, tall man in his late 40s behind him. Mike Danby, ex-chief inspector, had less hair than Horton remembered from 8 years ago. But the penetrating green eyes that had terrified many a suspect in the interview room were as piercing as ever. Only now, they were smiling at Horton. "You're looking prosperous, Mike," Horton said, returning the smile, while eyeing up the expensive leather jacket. "Life outside the force obviously suits you." "It does, especially when you've got clients like Russell Glenn." Horton raised his eyebrows. "You're providing extra security for this bash on Friday?" "You know about it?" Mike Danby asked, amazed. "We know everything in CID." "That's new, then. When I was in CID, we knew bugger all until after it happened." That was still occasionally true. "How many men are you bringing in?" "Not sure yet. Why? Are you interested in joining the party? I've got a few off-duty cops on the payroll for Friday night." "I bet you have." Horton could well imagine they were queuing up to earn some extra money. "You should have joined me when you had the chance," Danby added, smiling. But Horton knew that when Danby offered him a life outside the force, it wasn't a possibility. And it still wasn't now. Amidst all the bureaucracy and backbiting in the station? Never, Horton said with irony. "But I'm glad it's worked out for you. Have you worked for Glenn before?" "No." "Have you met him?" Horton shook his head. Only seen him. Glenn had now vanished inside the super yacht, along with Avril and her guests. How did he make his money? "Hotels, conferences, magazines, property, you name it, he seems to have had the Midas touch. Buying up or taking over failing businesses and making them profitable before selling them off. Started with nothing, came from here too." "Portsmouth?" Avril hadn't mentioned that. "Yes, but he left when he was a child. His father died in an accident when Russell was 6 and his mother moved to London." Horton again considered the expression he'd seen on Glenn's face. Perhaps Glenn had been marvelling at how much had changed in the city over the years. When Glenn had been 6, Oyster Keys hadn't existed, and the entire area had been part of a thriving dockyard, employing thousands. "Do you do much of this sort of thing?" Horton said, nodding at the super yacht. "Specialise in it, you might say. High-profile events around the country, sometimes abroad, pop stars at gigs, celebrities who need a little extra protection. I always need good men, if ever you're tempted." Danby handed Horton his business card. "I'll let you know," Horton answered, pocketing it. Danby glanced at his expensive watch. "You'll be late for your meeting," Horton said. Danby eyed him shrewdly before reaching out his hand. "Good to see you again, Andy." "And you." Horton grasped it. He watched Danby's progress down the pontoon, his mind returning to Russell Glenn. Just what had he seen on the man's face? Unease? Anxiety? Both? Maybe. But there had been something else. Defining what that may have been remained elusive, so he abandoned it and consulted his cheap watch. It was almost 7. He hesitated. So what was it to be? A late evening checking out Yateley's apartment, or an evening on his yacht, alone? He often welcomed solitude, but after the events of the day, which had brought the past back to him in more ways than he had expected, it felt an especially bleak place to be. He turned and struck out for the ferry. Chapter 5. An hour later he was pulling up outside a tall Victorian whitewashed house perched high above the small seaside town of Ventnor, nestling under the downs. On the staggered terraces beneath it, leading down into the small bay, Horton could see the lights of the houses in the gathering dusk, and beyond them the great black expanse of the English Channel, with a faint light out to sea from a container ship. He climbed the steps to the front door, wondering if Mr. Hazelton had his eyes peeled to his giant telescope. Extracting the key Hannah Yateley had given them, Horton stepped into a spacious and clean hall with a broad, twisting staircase facing him. There were 2 doors leading off the hall, and one further down it, past the staircase, but there was no sound from behind any of them, and no sign of any of the occupants. His eyes travelled to his left, to what looked like a stack of lockers in a sports centre. Except these were numbered up to 7, and each had a wide slit for a postman to slot the mail in. He wished he had Yateley's key to it, but it would either have to be forced open or they'd get the key from the landlord tomorrow. Number 7 was, as he had suspected, on the top floor. It was approached via the last flight of steps, much narrower than the others, but carpeted in the same green cord. It was the only flat on the floor, and was evidently in the roof space. With a quickening heartbeat, he registered there was no sign of a forced entry. But then, there didn't need to be if Yateley was still inside it with his keys. And if that were so, then who was in the mortuary? And why had he been carrying Yateley's keyring minus the keys? Horton stretched his hands into his latex gloves, and, taking the second key, he inserted it in the lock and pushed open the door. Silence greeted him, and, with a feeling of relief, he noted there was no smell of death. He found himself in a small lobby with 2 doors either side of it, and a door directly ahead, which was the bathroom. In it he found a comb, which he dropped into an evidence bag for DNA and fingerprint comparison. He wasn't here to search the flat, only to satisfy himself that Colin Yateley wasn't inside it and ill or worse, dead. A swift glance in the room to his left, which revealed a bedroom, and then the room on the right, which led into the lounge, with a kitchen on the other side, confirmed to him that Yateley wasn't here, and was, therefore, probably in the mortuary. He turned back into the lobby and re-entered the bedroom. It was shaped like an inverted L, with a window on the far side facing him. The room wasn't large, only about 9 feet wide and about 15 feet long. It was tidy, with no evidence that it had been disturbed in any way. The single bed was made up with a navy blue counterpane, and opposite it was a low chest with several books on it, some about navy ships, others on local history. In front of the window was a telescope, but not like Victor Hazelton's antique one or his ultra-modern white contraption. This one was mounted on a tripod, and it was the kind of telescope that Horton was more familiar with. Without touching it, he bent down, and closing one eye, peered through it. It seemed to be pointing at the small marina of Ventnor Haven, which he'd come into earlier that morning on the police launch. Yateley probably used it to watch the passing ships. If Horton combined that with the subject matter of some of the books on the chest of drawers, did it point to some kind of subversive activity? Hardly, he thought, smiling to himself at his imagination, before another thought struck him. Had Yateley been recruited to Project Neptune? But if he had, Bliss would have recognized his name. But then she hadn't stopped to ask him about the body, and he'd not had the chance to tell her. He thought it far more likely that while some people went in for train spotting, Yateley had been into ship spotting. Straightening up, he supposed that Yateley could have used the telescope for spying on people in the houses below. Perhaps Yateley was a peeping Tom, and that was the new hobby he'd hinted at to his daughter. But binoculars would have been more suitable for that activity, and there didn't seem to be any here. The door under the eaves led into a wardrobe. Inside were Yateley's clothes, but no dresses. And rifling through the chest of drawers, he found only male clothing. Horton picked up the phone beside Yateley's bed and keyed in 1471 to get the number of the last caller. The call was timed at 2 that day, when Hannah said she had last tried her father before reporting him missing at the police station, and the number checked with that of Hannah Yateley's mobile phone. In the lounge, just as in the bedroom, there was restricted headroom because of the angle of the roof, and Horton had to incline his head to avoid knocking it against the rafters as he crossed to the kitchenette to the right of an old, small, wrought-iron fireplace. The room was stuffy and felt claustrophobic. He wouldn't like to be up here in summer. Given the boat and the open sea any day, he thought, opening the fridge. There was milk and cheese in it, which was beginning to go off. This must have been one of the servants' rooms years ago, probably a large cupboard or perhaps another bedroom where the lowliest of maids had slept. On the desk underneath the window in the lounge, Horton picked up a silver-framed photograph of Colin Yateley with his daughter beside him. It was recent, taken about 6 months ago, he'd say, on the promenade at Ventnor. Horton studied Yateley's smiling features, but just as in the interview room when Hannah had handed him a photograph of her father, he couldn't equate it with what he'd seen on the slab in the mortuary. This time, though, he noted the receding light brown hair, the lines around the mouth, and the dark brown eyes, which were like his daughter's. Yateley looked a fairly innocuous sort of man. It was easy to imagine him in the uniform of a postman, but not in a woman's dress. Slipping the photograph out of its frame, Horton placed it between the pages of his notebook. He didn't think Hannah would mind, and even though she'd already given them a photograph, he thought this more recent one would be better for circulating to the media if they needed to trace Yateley's last movements. He wondered if there were other photographs or an album about the place, perhaps in the desk. On it was a large, lined notepad with neat, thin handwriting. Horton popped the fountain pen beside it into another bag, again to compare fingerprints with the dead man's, before his eyes fell on the notes. Yateley had written, "In the early 1800s, Ventnor was a hamlet of thatched fishermen's cottages with an old mill, an inn, and a couple of humble dwellings. By 1838, it had grown to 350 inhabitants." Horton flicked through the pages of writing, about 50 in total, and saw that Yateley's interest was not only in local history, but in the chines, creeks and coves on the east coast of the island. Perhaps this was what had given him the buzz which he had hinted at to his daughter. Could he have been on one of these cliffs when he'd fallen into the sea? But he was back to that dress again. And if Yateley had gone out for a walk, why not take his keys? There was no sign of a suicide note anywhere. It was time to leave, but before he did, he jotted down details of Yateley's GP and dentist and found 3 photograph albums in the desk. He didn't have time to study the pictures, so he placed the albums into a bag. He wondered if he'd find a photograph of the former Mrs. Yateley or another female wearing that patterned dress. Looking up, he got the impression of a solitary man, but not necessarily a lonely one. Tomorrow they'd have the results of the autopsy and then make a decision on how the investigation should proceed, if indeed there was an investigation. On the ferry, he took the photograph albums up to the lounge with him. In a seat by the window with a coffee and toasted bacon sandwich in front of him, he began to look through them, but was distracted by thoughts of all the photographs he'd taken of Catherine and Emma. Catherine had probably lit a massive bonfire of the photographs of him when she'd kicked him out a year ago, but there must be some left of him and Emma together, and he'd like to have them. All he had were 2 pictures of his daughter, one of which he kept on his boat, the other on his desk. His mind jumped back to his childhood. He couldn't remember his mother taking photographs of him, but surely she must have done. So, where were they? Had they been destroyed when the flat had been cleared out? Who had cleared their flat? His mind flicked to Adrian Stanley, what he wasn't telling him about Jennifer. Checking his watch, Horton saw it was too late to telephone Stanley, but he would tomorrow.
He turned his mind back to the photographs in front of him. There were many pictures of Hannah Yateley through the ages, and of her proud and doting father. There were a few pictures of a woman, who must be Hannah's mother, wearing modern clothes over the years. Though to Horton, they were slightly on the tarty side, and she was either looking bored or posing into camera. But there was no sign of the maxi dress with the flowers on it. There was an older woman who could have been Yateley's mother and Hannah's grandmother. Was she still alive? Horton wondered. If so, perhaps she'd recognize the dress. But Hannah hadn't mentioned her, so she was most probably dead. Still, they'd check. As the ferry slid into port, he eyed Glenn's super yacht, which was lit up like a giant advertisement in Piccadilly Circus. He recalled Averil's jewellery, hoping it was safely locked away at night, before his mind flitted to more pleasing thoughts of her shapely figure and her smile. He speculated over her relationship with her husband and the brief information Mike Danby had given him, and decided to run a few checks on Russell Glenn before meeting him on Friday night. He headed straight for his boat, deciding that the items he'd collected from Yateley's flat could be sent to the Fingerprint Bureau tomorrow. It was late. It had been a hectic day, and he hoped that sleep would come easily. But it didn't. His head was too full of Adrian Stanley, of Avril and Russell Glenn, and of Jennifer Horton. The seagulls were squealing in the harbour when he woke the next morning, with a muggy head and with a determination to concentrate on getting to the bottom of Colin Yateley's death. Dr. Clayton would have the autopsy results today, which might help to make things a little clearer. By the time Cantelli returned from the ferry and hovercraft ticket offices, Horton had telephoned Hannah Yateley and told her what he'd found in her father's flat, which was nothing, and what he'd taken away. He said he'd let her know the moment they had positive confirmation, and prayed she wouldn't ask him why he wanted the photograph albums. She didn't. Cantelli plonked himself in the seat across Horton's desk. There's no record of Colin Yateley travelling on either the Fast Cat ferry, the car ferry, or the hovercraft, but he could have paid by cash. However, no one I spoke to in the ticket office and none of the marshalling staff recognised him. So it's likely he never reached here. Alive, that is. He almost made it dead, Horton said somberly. I didn't find any evidence in his flat to suggest he was into cross-dressing. Perhaps he dressed up elsewhere because he was scared his daughter might find the clothes at his flat. He could have used a beach hut or been at a house near the sea or on a boat. Alone? Or with someone? Cantelli shrugged. If he was with someone who shared his passion, he might be afraid or too ashamed to come forward. He could be married. Yateley ended up accidentally in the sea, leaving his keys and other identification in his trousers. But why remove the keys from that fob? Perhaps he'd put them on a new fob some time ago. Only Hannah never noticed. He didn't want to discard the fob with a picture of his daughter in it because it was too precious to him, and so he always kept it on him, no matter what. Horton glanced at the photograph of Emma on his desk. Yes, he could understand that. Yateley's daughter might be all that the poor man had left in the world, and he'd needed the picture to remind himself he wasn't alone. Or was that how he felt, he thought gloomily? Only he didn't carry a picture of Emma. He'd learnt in the job a long time ago to have few personal effects on him in case they could be used against him, destroyed or stolen. He wondered how soon they'd get a preliminary report from Dr. Clayton. He said, "Ask Walters if he's managed to speak to Yateley's dentist and his GP." Horton had also detailed Walters to get Yateley's comb and the fountain pen over to the Fingerprint Bureau. Thankfully, Walters had reported that there had been no further house burglaries overnight. Perhaps the extra patrols had deterred the robbers, but they couldn't keep them up. Horton called up all they had on the case on screen and began to trawl through it, looking for anything that Walters and Cantelli had missed and which could give them a hint of who it might be. He found nothing, but sooner or later their burglar would slip up. Unfortunately, that meant another householder having to suffer the misery of being robbed.
He picked up the disc containing the CCTV footage of the blue van seen at the marina in Gosport and popped it into his computer. He saw that it covered the period from 8 in the morning until the time when Horton had collected it, just before 1 yesterday afternoon. A handful of cars arrived between 8 o'clock and 9, and some of them belonged to the staff, judging by the direction in which they headed after alighting. 2 other cars entered, a top-of-the-range BMW and a Range Rover. Then Horton swung into the marina on his Harley at 9:21. A few minutes later came the muddy blue van. Horton frowned. He didn't care for the closeness of the timing, or for the fact he could swear it was the same van that had been parked outside Stanley's apartment at Lee on the Solent. He reached for his phone. He wanted to know if Stanley had seen the van that morning, or at any other time, but there was no answer. Horton watched the blue van pull away 10 minutes later. He sat back, concerned. Had it been following him? He hadn't seen it on his way to Stanley's flat, or anywhere else since yesterday morning, and certainly not at his marina. And why should someone follow him? Unless they didn't want him talking to Stanley, and there was only one reason for that. But before he could reason any further, the trilling of his phone sliced through his thoughts. It was Dr. Clayton, at last. "It's a suspicious death, Inspector," she announced grimly and peremptorily. Horton's heart skipped a beat, and he cursed silently. It was the last thing he wanted to hear. "Tell me," he urged. "The presence of bleeding in the cranium suggests he was struck violently before entering the water. I found foam in the trachea and main bronchi and evidence of bruising in the neck and chest, which indicates he was alive when submersion occurred. Of course, further tests might confirm the presence of a drug or drink, but I don't think it likely, because I found something else that shouldn't be there. There was evidence of marks on the wrists and ankles, and I found fragments of a fibre embedded in both and in his mouth. At some point, your body was bound and gagged." Horton swore to himself. His heart sank. "But he wasn't bound when he was found," he said, thinking aloud. "He wasn't, and neither was he in the water long enough for any restrictions to have rotted. The ties could have become loose while he was in the sea, but I'd be somewhat amazed if they had. And even more so if the gag had worked its way off. He was only in the sea for about 12 hours, no more than 18 hours, certainly." "But you said that he'd been dead for 4 or 5 days. And he has. Decomposition was advanced, which is surprising at this time of the year when the sea temperature is still quite cold, barely reaching 47 Fahrenheit, and the colder the water, the slower the decomposition. There was also no evidence of adipocere. That's the yellowish-white substance composed of fatty acids and soaps that forms after death on the fatty parts of the body, like the abdomen wall and buttocks. It protects against decomposition." With dread, Horton said, "You're saying that he was killed. His body left somewhere for a few days, then it was untied before being dumped at sea sometime between Sunday night and early Monday morning." "Worse. Shit. What could be worse?" he groaned silently. "The evidence points to the fact that the gag was removed, but not the wrist and ankle restrictions. While he was bound, he was submerged, hence the bruising in the neck and chest, and the foam in the trachea as the poor man struggled to free himself. Then came exhaustion, followed by coughing and vomiting, loss of consciousness, and death by drowning some minutes later." Horton drew in a deep breath. This was one evil killer. Gay continued, "I think his captor knocked him out, tied him up, and gagged him. When the victim regained consciousness, his captor dropped him into the sea, removing the gag but not the wrist and ankle restraints. When the poor man eventually drowned, your killer hauled him out, untied him, and left him somewhere on land, which is supported by the patterns of animal and bird life eating into the corpse.
The body was then either washed out to sea or taken out to sea. The dress acted as a buoyancy aid, allowing the body to float rather than sink, as it would normally have done. Did the killer realize that, or had he misjudged it? Horton wondered, his mind reeling from Dr. Clayton's findings and seeing again that small, ordinary flat and that average, ordinary man in the photograph. He'd seen nothing to indicate that Colin Yateley should be bound and tossed into the sea to die. Should he have looked harder? Had he missed something? Clearly he must have done. To make sure that it was Colin Yateley's body, he said, "Can you confirm if he ever suffered a broken left leg?" "Yes, and he'd had surgery on his right knee. He's about late 50s. That seemed to seal it, but just for good measure, Dr. Clayton added, "Walter's emailed me details of Colin Yateley's dentist. It's why I've taken longer to get back to you. I wanted to check. I can confirm from examining the dental records online that they match with the victim. It's Colin Yateley, all right." Horton thanked her and rang off. It was nasty, and they were looking for a particularly callous and ruthless killer. But what the devil did Yateley have that a killer wanted so desperately? Who could he have angered so much to warrant such a violent death? He recalled Yateley's daughter and the thought of what this news might do to her, as his mind raced with the implications of Dr. Clayton's findings. They would need to return to Yateley's apartment and take it apart. And although Horton doubted Yateley had been taken captive at his flat, it still needed to be treated as a crime scene. And with a sinking heart, he thought that was what he should have done in the first place. Chapter 6. It was a view shared by Detective Superintendent Uckfield, who expressed it vehemently for the third time in an hour as Horton climbed the stairs behind him to the passenger lounge on the White Link car ferry. Horton said nothing. There was no point reiterating what he'd already said in Uckfield's office earlier about having no evidence to suggest that Yateley's death was suspicious. "He was wearing a dress. I call that highly bloody suspicious," Uckfield had bellowed. Horton didn't point out that it didn't necessarily follow that Yateley had been killed. He told both Bliss and Uckfield that he hadn't had enough evidence to warrant posting a police officer outside the door to Yateley's apartment and another outside the Victorian house for over 24 hours until they had the autopsy report, and that a piece of blue and white tape alone saying "crime scene, do not enter" was hardly going to deter anyone from entering the apartment if they wanted to. Bliss didn't back him up. He hadn't expected her to. When he'd relayed Dr. Clayton's findings to her, she'd accused him of gross incompetence, told him that he should have reported back to her as soon as the body had been found, and that she should have made the decision. He didn't bother reminding her that he had mentioned the body, only she'd been too interested in Project Neptune and his performance targets to listen. Even if she had listened, he knew her decision wouldn't have been any different to his. She was covering her ass in case the investigation went tits up, and if it did, then he knew who would carry the can. Him. So nothing new there. She finished her bollocking by telling him that his error of judgment could have seriously hindered the investigation, but Horton was irked that he'd made the wrong decision. Cantelli had told him that hindsight was a wonderful thing. "That's no consolation to Hannah Yateley if the delay means her father's killer goes free," Horton had grumbled. "Don't be so hard on yourself, Andy," Cantelli had replied. "I bet Bliss and Uckfield would have made the same decision." "Then I should have let them." But that wasn't his way, and a few words of reprimand and threats weren't going to frighten him. What was done, but he wanted to be in on the investigation and discover who had tortured the poor man to death. It was also a matter of professional pride. He wasn't going to have this evil bastard of a killer laughing at him because he'd cocked up, and he certainly wasn't going to have Uckfield's sidekick, D.I. Dennings, smirking at him when he returned from a course tomorrow. There was no love lost between him and Dennings, whom Dr. Clayton had nicknamed Neanderthal Man. He would wet his pants with glee at the thought Horton had made a balls up.
Uckfield had insisted that he accompany him back to the island and Yateley's flat, because, as Uckfield had said, "You're the only bugger who's been in it and can tell us if anything's changed." Horton wanted to look at it afresh in light of this macabre discovery. What had he missed last night? There had to be something that would provide some clue as to why someone had tortured and killed the former postman. He sincerely hoped the apartment was as he'd left it, but he couldn't help having an uneasy feeling about those missing keys. And, as he had pointed out to Uckfield, he'd hardly searched Yateley's flat, so wouldn't know for certain if something had been taken. Bliss wasn't happy about him being whisked away. Neither was she pleased when Walters was pulled in to assist Sergeant Truman in the major crime suite to dig up all the information they could on Colin Yateley, while Cantelli and D.C. Marsden were detailed to break the news to Hannah Yateley and to get further information on her father. They were also going to see if she recognized the dress. Horton didn't envy them having to tell Hannah that her father had been found wearing it. Cantelli was under strict instructions not to mention the restraints, as were they all. Uckfield had said, "We keep that to ourselves. It's not to be released to the media, and neither is the fact the victim was wearing a dress." As the ferry slipped out of dock, Horton bought coffee and sandwiches for himself and Uckfield, and found Uckfield at the far end of the ferry. Horton hadn't been surprised that Uckfield had wanted to view Yateley's flat. He was hoping, just as Horton had been last night, that it might give him an insight into the man. Maybe in light of what Gay Clayton had told him, something new might spring to his mind, though he couldn't see what that could be. Socko had been dispatched by an earlier ferry, and Truman had informed them that the local police had sealed off the flat and were starting a house-to-house with the photograph Horton had taken. Truman had also emailed the photograph to Sergeant Norris of the Isle of Wight CID, who was leading the inquiry that end. Biting into his sandwich, Uckfield said, "Tell me again what you've got." For the third time, Horton went through what had occurred. He knew that often on retelling people, it was normal to remember something that had been overlooked the first and second time, but he wasn't people, he was a policeman, and nothing new had occurred to him. Uckfield listened while eating and slurping his coffee, with a scowl on his careworn features. His mobile rang, just as Horton had finished, and clapping it to his ear, Uckfield rose, with a, "Yes, sir. On our way over now, sir," before he stepped through the door onto the deck. Horton rang Socko. Taylor answered. "We've only just entered the apartment, Inspector. It's too early to report anything," Taylor replied slightly defensively, in his usual nasal manner. But Horton heaved a silent sigh of relief that Taylor hadn't said it had been ransacked. Just to be sure, he asked if there were any signs of a disturbance. Taylor said not. That didn't mean the killer hadn't entered the flat using Yateley's keys. And as Yateley had been dead for at least 5 days, then the killer had had ample time to go there before Horton had visited it last night. A point he'd made to Uckfield. What kind of sadistic killer removed keys from a key fob and then neatly put the fob back in a pocket of the dress on a man he intended drowning, wondered Horton, drinking his coffee. The sick kind, was the answer. But there had to be a reason. Eager for action, he rang Sergeant Norris, who also had nothing to report. Horton heard the unspoken, "Give us a chance, we've only just started," and tried to curb both his irritation and impatience. He knew that Norris didn't like him, and neither did the man's boss, DCI Birch, who was fortunately on leave. Horton had put Birch's nose out of joint a couple of times by resolving cases before the DCI. But Horton wasn't going to lose any sleep over it. He was glad, though, that the desiccated stick insect of a man was on leave. Uckfield was probably glad too, because DCI Birch had nearly stitched Uckfield up on a recent case by threatening to tell the former chief constable, Uckfield's father-in-law, about an extramarital affair. Uckfield returned to his seat, and judging by his scowling countenance, his mood clearly hadn't improved. "We're not getting any extra manpower. For Christ's sake, How am I supposed to run a murder investigation with 3 men and a dog? Who's the dog? Uckfield glared at him. I told Wonderboy this was a brutal, calculated murder. And you know what he said? Wonderboy was the nickname given to Assistant Chief Constable Dean, who had been tipped for the post of Chief Constable only to find he'd been beaten by a late entrant and an outsider to boot. Horton was betting Dean was in 7th heaven because he could finally exert some power over a once-favoured former Chief Constable's son-in-law who had previously ignored him. This was going to make for interesting times. Horton dutifully took up the lead Uckfield had given him. What did he say? Do the best you can. Jesus. I'm not about to sit my ruddy A-levels. You told him that? Uckfield sniffed loudly. No, thought Horton. You simply said, yes, sir, not wanting to cock up your promotion chances. Uckfield continued, I pointed out that it would be difficult to manage a major crime on the resources I have, but Dean said we've all got to pull together in the current climate, with government cuts and straightened budgets. I'd like to put him in a sodding straitjacket. Dean's just echoing Merridew's corporate claptrap, along with this useless government, who think we can operate with a piece of string, a tin can and some cardboard cutouts. Dean says he'll inform the chief, and I'm to keep him fully briefed. Yeah, just so that he can ingratiate himself and claim all the credit if we solve the case. Why should someone want to tie up and kill a former postman? Uckfield said, tearing into his sandwich. It had been a question that had been reverberating around Horton's mind ever since Dr. Clayton had broken the news to him. Absolutely no idea. Unless he was heavily insured and hadn't changed his will, leaving all his worldly goods to his ex-wife. She and a new boyfriend could have done it, although I'm not sure why they would torment the poor man first. Because they're evil bastards. Horton had certainly met a few of them in his time. With his mouth full, Uckfield said, Could it be the daughter and her boyfriend, hoping she'd inherit? A pokey rented flat in the roof of a Victorian house? Hardly, Horton said incredulously. Uckfield sniffed. Perhaps he'd won the pools or lottery. Then he would have given most of the money to his daughter. You don't know that for certain. Horton narrowed his eyes. Okay, so it's not the daughter. Uckfield acquiesced, disgruntled, and gulped back his coffee. Why was he wearing a dress? No idea, apart from the theories we've already discussed. And Horton counted them off on his fingers. 1. He could have been a cross-dresser and a lover killed him. 2. He could have been at a party and someone took exception to his hobby of dressing up in women's clothes. 3. The dress has some other significance, meaning it belonged to a woman Yateley had at some time been involved with. And hurt, or even killed, and Yateley's killer was set on revenge. Horton looked doubtful. Somehow I can't see Yateley as a murderer. We barely know the man, Uckfield scoffed. He was right. Uckfield added, Let's hope the lab can get us something on the dress. I think we'd have more success with a fashion expert. Yeah, well, you don't seem to have had much success so far. I wasn't investigating a murder. You should have been. He tensed. There was no need for Uckfield to keep rubbing his nose in it. Well, D.I. Dennings will be back tomorrow, and no doubt he'll solve the case in 5 minutes flat, Horton quipped. Uckfield grunted and polished off his sandwiches. After a moment, Horton said, Are you still trying to get Dennings to transfer out of your team? Uckfield had mentioned it in the past, along with the suggestion that the job might be his. That's up to him, Uckfield said, wiping his mouth with a large handkerchief. Is it? Look, haven't I got enough to worry about with a major crime on my plate? A paranoid ACC and a beady-eyed DCI trying to waggle her slim arse onto my team and eventually take my place. It took a moment for Horton to realize Uckfield was referring to Bliss. You can't seriously believe Bliss is a threat. He'd had no idea that Bliss had designs on the major crime team. But there was still a DCI vacancy to fill, and maybe Bliss considered a major crime team success would make her more visible in the promotion stakes. Dean likes her, and we all know why, Uckfield sneered. Horton raised his eyebrows. You think she's having an affair with him? She wouldn't be the first to drop her knickers to get to the top. That was a bit rich, coming from a man who had slept around almost as many times as Rasputin. Horton didn't say so, though. That might be pushing his luck. Uckfield added, She's probably already working out how she can get the new chief into bed. Maybe she wouldn't have to, if Project Neptune was a success, thought Horton. But Bliss as DCI on the major crime team was a terrifying prospect and meant he didn't want to be anywhere near it. Uckfield fell into a moody silence that was punctuated by a telephone call from Truman, who confirmed that Yateley wasn't in debt, and his GP said she hadn't seen him for 5 years, and then only because he'd had a touch of arthritis in his right foot. Yateley had been a postman for 22 years working out of Newport. He had an exemplary record, was rarely off sick, and thoroughly reliable. A friendly man, but quiet, was the opinion of the manager. No scandal and no womanizing. Yateley had taken early retirement 3 years ago, aged 55. And no mention that he liked to wear women's clothes, added Uckfield grumpily. As they were disembarking, Horton's phone rang. It was Walters with the news that someone from Rayton Lettings was on his way over to Yateley's flat with a set of keys that would open the postbox and a storage shed. Walters added, Mr. Rayton asked why we wanted the keys, and I had to tell him, because he was blabbing on about warrants and all that crap. He wasn't best pleased. About us not informing him? No, about letting the flat to someone who managed to get himself killed. He said, it lowers the tone of the area. Horton had been in the job long enough to believe that. Walters continued, Oh, and he said, could we officially confirm that Mr. Yateley is dead as soon as possible, because he'd like to re-advertise the flat? The caring type, then? Yeah, Walters sighed. They made good time to Ventnor, and Horton was relieved to see there was no sign of the press. There was also no sign of the stout Sergeant Norris or his uniformed officers, except for one posted outside the front of the house, who told them the others were conducting their house-to-house inquiries and that WPC Skinner was waiting for them upstairs. Sounds promising, Uckfield muttered. Horton noted that the doors to the other apartments were closed, which surprised him. He'd have thought the nosy neighbour syndrome would have brought them out in their droves, or at least make them peek out. But then it was mid-afternoon, and they could all be at work. Either that or Norris's officers were inside interviewing them. They were about to head up the stairs when the officer outside hailed Horton. He found a spotty, slim young man of about 20, dressed in a suit that looked about 2 sizes too big for him, with spiky, gelled auburn hair, standing beside a small car emblazoned with the words Rayton's Lettings. You the detective that wants the keys? The young man said cheerfully. Horton flashed his warrant card in response. Awesome. What's Mr. Yateley done? Drugs? Didn't seem the type. Did you meet him? Horton asked, finding he liked the youth. Yeah, showed him round the flat. Quiet type, shy, but then they're the ones you got to watch. Dark secrets. When did he move in? 18 months ago. It was my first letting. Has he ever been behind with his rent? Or complained about anything? Never. Horton signed for the keys and returned to the hall to find an impatient Uckfield waiting by the post boxes. Horton opened Yateley's to find the result disappointing. Junk mail, said Uckfield with disgust, peering over Horton's shoulder. There was nothing worth bagging up. Horton told Uckfield about the storage shed, and they headed for it, at the rear of the building. Inside they found a bicycle with a padlock and chain, a pair of much-used walking boots, a modern walking stick, an empty rucksack and some wet weather clothing. Horton recalled that the weather had been dry on Thursday, so no need for Yateley to wear his wet weather clothing if he'd gone walking, and the fact that his walking boots and rucksack were here indicated that he hadn't gone off hiking. They knew Yateley didn't own a car, so had he walked to meet his killer? Or taken public transport? Or had his killer come here to collect him? He said as much to Uckfield as they climbed the stairs to Yateley's flat. Let's hope the killer telephoned to make the appointment, and we can get his number from the phone records, Uckfield panted. If only, thought Horton. One thing's for certain, he said. Yateley wouldn't have gone out wearing his shorts and vest. So, wherever he went, he undressed and put on that woman's dress, or his killer made him remove his clothes and put the dress on. Yateley could have been abducted from here during the night wearing his underwear. If he was, he went without a struggle. How do you know that? The killer could have returned and tidied up the place. He has Yateley's keys. For all we know, this place could have been stashed to the rafters with gold bullion before you came here last night. Uckfield had a point, though Horton doubted the gold bullion bit. He smiled a greeting at Skinner, while Uckfield gave her the once-over, and by the big man's leer, it seemed he liked what he saw, which came as no surprise to Horton. Claire Skinner's pretty face flushed as Horton swept past her, and he nodded a greeting at Beth Tremaine, one of the soccos who was in the bathroom. Then, following Uckfield into the small lounge, he found Taylor with his head up the chimney. Uckfield said, "Santa Claus isn't due for another 8 months." "You'd be astonished what we find up chimneys," Taylor rejoined, his voice muffled. Then, extracting himself, he said, "You're right. Nothing this time. Not even a Christmas stocking. Plenty of prints in the room, though." "But not mine. I wore gloves." "Thoughtful of you," muttered Uckfield. Ignoring him, Horton scanned the room. His eyes fell on the narrow desk in front of the small window. Half a dozen steps took him swiftly to it. He registered the photograph frame, minus the photograph of Yateley and his daughter, which he'd removed, but stared down at the desk, puzzled. That wasn't the only thing that was missing. To Taylor he said, "Where are the notes that were here?" Taylor lifted his shoulders and looked blank while Uckfield said, "What notes?" Horton tried to tell himself it was nothing. They were about the history of Ventnor. Uckfield looked bewildered. Horton didn't blame him. He was confused himself. Why would anyone be interested in them? And how could they have anything to do with the murder of Colin Yateley? Simple answer, they couldn't. "They were here last night," he said. "Can't see anyone killing a retired postman for that," sniffed Uckfield dismissively, echoing Horton's thoughts. But the notes had been there. He quickly tried to recall what he'd read, wishing now he'd paid more attention. There'd been something about Ventnor once being a hamlet of fishermen's cottages with an old mill. Why would someone take that? Uckfield said, "Anything else missing?" Horton studied the desk and then surveyed the room. "It doesn't look like it. Not in here." He checked the kitchen. Everything was as he'd left it last night. He returned to the lobby and, with Uckfield and Taylor trailing him, made his way into the bedroom. It all seemed the same. The bed, the chest with the books on it, the telescope. But something was different. Horton swiftly crossed to the telescope. Without touching it, he peered into it. "This is no time for stargazing," Uckfield complained. Straightening up, Horton said, "It's been moved." "It wasn't me," Taylor said quickly, "or Beth. Where was it facing when you looked through it before?" Judging by Uckfield's tone, Horton knew he didn't believe him. "Ventnor Haven, the small harbour," he added for the benefit of Taylor, who wasn't a sailor like him and Uckfield, although Uckfield owned a motorboat, not a sailing yacht. "But I didn't focus it in." Uckfield said, "You could have knocked it after looking through it. I didn't touch it. Maybe the cleaner did." Horton knew Uckfield was being facetious. He said, "Whoever took the notes could also have adjusted the telescope, and, as there is no sign of a forced entry, that suggests either the landlord's been in here with a master set of keys, or he gave a set of keys to someone else, which I doubt, or Yateley gave his keys to a friend, relative, or neighbour, which would fit with why he removed them from the key ring. He didn't want to part with the picture of his daughter. "So you're saying the missing keys have nothing to do with Yateley's murder?" Uckfield scratched his armpit. "It's possible. But why didn't this neighbour or friend collect the notes before today, when Yateley's been dead since Thursday?" It was a point that Horton had also been considering, and he had an answer. Perhaps whoever it is couldn't get here until late last night or this morning. There could have been a way. But why did Yateley give his keys to someone in the first place? He could have been planning to go on somewhere after meeting his daughter. Perhaps he intended being away for a few days. With a lover? Horton shrugged. In between making these arrangements and meeting his daughter on Thursday, Yateley met his killer. "Who was into bondage and women's clothes," sniffed Uckfield. "Sounds as though it could have been a sex game gone wrong or a jealous lover tied him up and drowned him." Perhaps, but Dr. Clayton hadn't reported that Yateley was homosexual. Uckfield said, "Could his daughter have come here after you?" "No. She gave us her keys to her father's apartment, and she didn't say she had 2 sets. Cantelli can check, though." Horton reached for his phone. "Could have been the ex-wife," Uckfield said. "Why? How the hell should I know?" "We'll ask her. Get her address from Cantelli." "We need to make sure the landlord hasn't lost a set of keys or given out a set to someone." Uckfield retrieved his phone from the pocket of his camel coat as he stomped out of the bedroom. "How's Hannah Yateley taking it?" Horton asked when Cantelli came on the line. "She's upset and bewildered, as you'd expect, and she claims she's never seen the dress. I told her it was found with her father, not on him. I didn't have the heart to break that news to her. She'll find out soon enough. Her boyfriend is with her. I'm sure neither of them is involved with Yateley's death." Horton briefed him about what they'd found in the flat. Cantelli said that neither Hannah nor her boyfriend Damien had gone out last night or this morning. They'd been anxiously awaiting any news. Horton said, "Have you got Mrs. Yateley's address? Uckfield wants to interview her." Cantelli relayed it. Uckfield was in the hall outside the flat on the phone when Horton returned to the small lounge. He asked Taylor if he'd found an address book. It might give them a list of Yateley's friends, but Taylor shook his head. Horton searched, but he didn't find one, and neither did he find any scraps of paper with friends' names or telephone numbers scrawled on it. There were also no old Christmas or birthday cards stashed away. Along with the bank statements he'd seen yesterday, he found some utility bills, paid, and the top copy of the last 2 telephone bills, but no record of the calls made. Truman would request those. The paperwork would be bagged up and taken back to the major incident suite. Horton then called Sergeant Norris and explained about the keys. "No one said anything about having keys to Yateley's apartment, but we'll check." Uckfield returned. "Let's talk to the ex-wife and hope she's not the hysterical kind." From what Hannah Yateley had said, Horton very much doubted it. Chapter 7. "I know why you're here." Margaret Yateley gestured them into seats in the untidy, cramped lounge of the narrow house in the narrow terrace street in Newport. Horton pushed aside a blouse, skirt, and a pile of cheap magazines before easing himself into a chair that was so worn he thought he was going to end up sitting on the floor. The room stank of cigarette smoke, stale perfume, fried food, and alcohol. Horton pulled his body to the edge of the seat as Uckfield, ignoring the clothes, plonked himself squarely on top of them, stretched out his short legs, and eyed Margaret Yateley coldly. In front of them, high on the wall above a dusty and grimy fireplace, were the flickering images of repeats of a detective drama on a large plasma screen television that wouldn't have been out of place in a small cinema. The thought reminded Horton of Russell Glenn's super yacht and the forthcoming charity auction, which he might now be in danger of missing, if he was to continue working on the case and if it was still unresolved by Friday. Margaret Yateley reached for a packet of cigarettes from the mantelpiece with nicotine-stained fingers and long fingernails that looked more painful than attractive. Horton swiftly took in the tall woman. She was in her mid-50s with scraggy, bleached blonde hair, fashionably dressed in tight jeans tucked into calf-high boots, with a low-cut, off-the-shoulder T-shirt displaying black bra straps and a tattoo of a butterfly on one shoulder and a cat on the other. All this was squeezed onto a figure with rolls of fat around the hips and midriff. The sand had run out of this hourglass long ago. Hannah called me to tell me Colin was dead. She says he was murdered. I can't think why. He had no money. Margaret Yateley shook a cigarette from the packet and perched it on her pink lipsticked mouth. Grabbing a cheap plastic lighter from the mantelpiece, she flicked it on her cigarette and, still with it perched in her mouth, added, "It was his body, I suppose. The police do sometimes get it wrong." "When did you last see your husband, Mrs. Yateley?" Horton asked crisply. There didn't seem any point in wasting sympathy on her. He held her gaze. "Ex-husband," she said pointedly, jerking her head upwards to exhale. "Last year, October. He was in town shopping. He begged me to have him back. I said no way. I gave up my youth for him. I wasn't going to give up what I'd got left of my life." Horton didn't believe the bit about Colin begging her to take him back. That was just her vanity speaking. Admittedly, his views were coloured by what Hannah Yateley had told him, but he was more inclined to believe daughter than mother. He wasn't sure he could believe her alleged last sighting of her husband either, though he couldn't see that she had any reason to lie about that. There was no evidence in this room of another man being on the scene, but that didn't mean there wasn't one, or a few, come to that. Arkfield said, "Did you know where he was living?" "Yes, why?" "Did you visit him there?" asked Horton. She widened her eyes. "You must be kidding. Why should I want to do that?" "Is this your marital home?" asked Arkfield. "What's that got to do with Colin's death?" she said defensively, glaring at him. Then a malicious glint crossed her face. "Oh, I see. You think I've shacked up with a man who became jealous of Colin and killed the poor sod. Well, you're wrong." She picked some tobacco from her yellow teeth. "The house was sold when Colin and I split up and we shared the proceeds. Not that there was much, him only being a postman. I rent this house and live alone, and Colin rented his flat." And Horton reckoned she spent most of her money on clothes, booze, fags, and a good time. Not that that was any of his business, but he wasn't going to pussyfoot around being gentle with her, because clearly she didn't need it. "Did Colin have any life insurance?" "No idea." "Did he have a will?" "How should I know?" "You were married to him?" "Were, yes. The only life insurance he had then was to cover the mortgage if he snuffed it before it was paid up, and he didn't have a will then." "Do you work?" asked Uckfield. Her head whipped round. She bristled. "Why do you want to know that?" Neither Horton nor Uckfield answered, forcing her to add angrily, "Instead of badgering me with pointless questions, you should be out there, looking for his killer." "We are," Uckfield said evenly. She snatched a drag at her cigarette and irritably puffed out the smoke before answering with a scowl. "I work in a pub on the River Medina, waitressing and bar work. It gives me a social life. I could have done better, but I had Hannah to bring up, and working with a child's not always easy, especially when you've got no relatives to take care of it and no money to put it in a nursery. Colin used to finish work early being a postman, unless he was doing overtime, so when he came home, I'd go to work. Pub hours suited me, and I liked the company. All right." She glared at them. Horton said, "Can you give us the names of any of Colin's friends?" "There weren't any." Horton raised his eyebrows, forcing her to add, "He was always a loner. No conversation, quiet, dull, while I'm the opposite. We were never suited, but we stuck together for Hannah. You do when you've got kids." "What were his hobbies? Interests?" "He didn't have any. Not unless you mean doing crosswords and reading books." Which by her tone she clearly considered unworthy pastimes. Horton recalled the books on the chest in Yateley's flat on naval ships and local history, which fitted with the notes and the telescope. She made an elaborate show of consulting her watch. "Working tonight?" Horton asked, studying the clock on the mantelpiece. It was 3:45 p.m. "I phoned in, told them about Colin. They said not to come in." Horton could see she wished she had gone to work now. "Do you have any photographs of your former husband?" "Hannah says you've got one," she replied sulkily. "Yes, but it might be helpful to look through photograph albums." Horton was wondering if it might show them the dress Colin had been found wearing. She scowled, clearly irritated. "Colin took most of them. Then you do have some." "I don't know how that can help you." "Perhaps you could get them," Uckfield insisted. "I don't know where they are," she exhaled in exasperation. In dangerous, silky tones, Uckfield said, "If you could look them out and call us when you've found them, that would be very helpful." He handed across his card. Her brow furrowed. Then she shrugged as if to say, "Please yourself," and snatched the card from him. Horton didn't think they'd get any sight of her photograph albums. Uckfield's phone rang and he ducked out of the lounge to answer it. A few seconds later, Horton heard the outside door open. Clearly, Uckfield didn't want Margaret Yateley earwigging the conversation. He said, "Did Colin own a laptop computer when you lived together?" She eyed him as if he'd just asked if her ex-husband had indulged in naked limbo dancing. "He wouldn't even have a mobile phone. And I had to throw the television on the tip before he'd buy a new one." That confirmed what Hannah Yateley had said. Now for the tricky bit. Rising and extracting a photograph from his pocket, Horton said, "Do you recognize this dress?" She stared at it, her nose wrinkled up. "No, why?" "It's not yours." "I wouldn't be seen dead in that," she emphatically declared. "It might be something you wore years ago." "I don't think so." She scoffed, stubbing out her cigarette with vigour as her lips curled in a sneer. "What's it got to do with Colin's death?" Horton was reluctant to tell her, not because he thought she'd be shocked or upset, but because he could already anticipate her ridicule, and he thought that she was the type to blab, maybe even tell the national media. He hoped the shame of once being married to someone found dead wearing a woman's dress might stop her, but he doubted it. He could see her playing the role of poor deceived wife. But Cantelli had given him the lead. He said, "We found it with your former husband." "What was he doing with that?" "We wondered if you might tell us." "No bloody idea." "It wasn't his mother's dress." "She's been dead for years, and her stuff went to the charity shop." There was obviously nothing she could tell them about the dress. Recalling the notes on Yateley's desk, he said, "Did Colin ever express an interest in local history?" "He liked watching that History Channel on television." That wasn't quite the same thing, but it was a link, nevertheless. And when you had nothing to go with, a link was grabbed like a lifebelt. "What about an interest in Ventnor?" he asked as Uckfield returned. Then Horton remembered something else he'd read. All the caves and chines on the island. She eyed him as if he was two sheets to the wind. That was a no, then. He caught Uckfield's glance, which said this was a waste of time, and he agreed. Horton politely thanked her for her help, wondering if she'd sense his sarcasm, but all he saw was relief in her bloodshot eyes. At the door, he asked her if she had keys to her husband's apartment. "Why would I want them?" she answered, incredulous. Horton expressed his sincere condolences at her loss, despite the fact they were no longer married, which seemed to cause her no embarrassment. He told her that they'd liaise closely with her daughter. "Then she can tell me if you ever catch who killed Colin." And with that, the door closed on them. Horton climbed into the car, noticing a twitch of net curtain opposite. Uckfield said, "That was Truman on the phone. The landlord says he's not been in Yateley's apartment and the second set of keys hasn't left his office." So they could rule out the landlord and daughter. Uckfield said. Yateley was well shot of her. Think she killed him? Why? Maybe she got fed up with him pestering her to take him back. If you believe that. It's not much of a motive, though. It could be enough for a new boyfriend. Horton considered that. I think she was telling the truth when she said she didn't have a key to his apartment, but we should still check her out. Chat to the staff at the pub where she works and ask the neighbours if there's a new man on the horizon. No need. Looks as though he's just arrived. A saloon car passed them and pulled up outside her house. Horton watched a man in his mid-40s climb out. He was wearing a dark overcoat, but as he turned on the doorstep, Horton noticed the smart suit beneath it and the slightly furtive expression on his round face before he stepped inside. Something nudged at Horton's memory, and with a shock, he realized it was connected with his mother. What was it about the man he'd just seen that had triggered it? His size, his appearance, his manner? Or all three? Married, declared Uckfield. God knows what he sees in her. Was that it? Horton thought, as Uckfield turned the car back towards Ventnor. Had married men come calling on his mother? Not in the flat they hadn't, except for one man, and Horton had discovered who he was, and he was now dead. But they lived in a little terraced house before they'd moved to the council flat, and he remembered it clearly, sitting in a row of similar houses in a crowded area of Portsmouth. There had been men, and he now recalled raised voices on one occasion, following which he'd been sent out to play. How old had he been? 7 or 8? Younger? He couldn't say. He needed to check where they had lived. The census information would give him that. I'll call in the car registration number, he said, reaching for his phone. Truman would trace the owner, and they'd ask him whether or not he knew Colin Yateley, and when he'd last seen him. He hadn't looked as though he'd kill Yateley out of jealousy or for money, but who could tell? After he hung up, he told Uckfield what Margaret Yateley had said about the dress. Truman's sending it over to the university as soon as the lab has finished with it, which should be tomorrow. What was that stuff about caves and chines I heard you ask her? Just something I read in those notes. Uckfield's phone rang. Horton leant over and put the call on speaker. It was Sergeant Norris, and he sounded excited. We've got a witness who saw a man entering and leaving Yateley's flat early this morning at about 9:35 a.m. We've got a good description of him, about 5'11", slim, grey-haired, in his early 60s, and what's more, we've got a name. The neighbour got the car registration, and we've traced it to an Arthur Lyle. He lives in Bonchurch. He was carrying a briefcase. Uckfield bellowed, Do nothing! We'll be there in 10 minutes. Ambitious, thought Horton, though by the way Uckfield was driving, maybe not. Chapter 8. Norris dashed through the rain and slid his fat backside into the rear of Uckfield's BMW, his trousers squeaking on the leather upholstery, his balding, round, florid face glistening from the rain and exertion. They were parked in a winding, tree-lined road of elegant Victorian terraced houses. The heavy rain and trees made it prematurely dark, prompting lights to shine from several of the rooms and allowing a glimpse inside of subdued suburban life. But there was no light at Lyle's house. He's clean, no previous, panted Norris. He doesn't seem to be in, and his car isn't here, although he could keep it in a garage somewhere. It's a 1961 Morris Minor convertible, burgundy with a cream hood and cream leather interior. The man who saw Lyle, Grant Milbeck, lives in flat 6. He was just off to work when he saw this man entering. With a key, Horton interjected. Well, he didn't ring the front doorbell, so he must have had one. Norris tossed caustically at Horton before turning his attention back to Uckfield. Then Milbeck saw the same man leaving and he was carrying a briefcase. Why did Milbeck hang around waiting for Lyle to come out?
asked Horton suspiciously. He didn't. He'd forgotten his lunchbox and went back to his apartment to collect it. He was just locking up when Lyle came down the stairs from apartment 7. Milbeck claims that Lyle didn't seem or look nervous. He smiled and said good morning. Milbeck's seen the Morris at the apartment block a couple of times and admired it, and he remembered the registration number because it was unusual, MOG 61, so he wasn't worried about Lyle being there. Horton addressed Uckfield. Lyle could be the friend Yateley gave his keys to. He probably removed the notes from the apartment with Yateley's prior permission. He doesn't sound like our killer. You never can tell, Uckfield said optimistically, adding to Norris, Call up the nearest patrol car. Just arriving, sir. Horton swiveled in his seat to see the police vehicle pulling in behind them. There were no blue lights or sirens, but he fancied more curtains would be twitched in Grove Way. Climbing out, Uckfield said, We'll start by being polite and knock. Horton obliged, rapping loudly on the front door, and then pressing and keeping his finger on the bell to the right of it, but all was silent. He stooped down and peered through the letterbox. No signs of life, he said, straightening up. Addressing Norris, he asked, Is there a rear entrance? No. That made things easier. Uckfield stepped back and nodded at the uniformed officer with the ramrod. Looking at the flimsy front door, Horton didn't think it would take much to break it in, and he was right. A couple of minutes later, he was stepping inside the hall, straining his ears for sound. Only the solemn ticking of a clock coming from the room to his left greeted him. Arthur Lyle clearly wasn't here, or, if he was dead or unconscious, and there was no reason why he should be either of the latter. But it was the excuse Uckfield would give for entering the house without permission and without a search warrant. Swiftly, Horton took in the worn, pale blue carpet that looked as though it had once been of good quality. The wooden balustrade, picture rails and architrave ceiling, before turning to see that a small audience was gathering at the front of the house in the pouring rain. He instructed the uniformed officers to get what information they could on Lyle and his movements, while Uckfield crossed to a telephone on a walnut table under the stairs and with latex-covered fingers lifted the receiver. No answer machine, he said, punching in the number to get the last call. Number withheld. He nodded Norris upstairs. To Horton he said, I'll take the kitchen, you do the lounge. Horton stepped inside the room on his left. It was neat and tidy, if a little outdated and worn. There was a television in the corner by the bay window, and a hi-fi system opposite it, both several years old. On the mantelpiece was the clock, which Horton had heard on first entering the house, and alongside it several family photographs and a picture of Lyle beside the Morris Minor, which Norris had described to them. It looked in good condition, and wouldn't be difficult to spot. Classic cars like it were few and far between these days. Horton studied the photographs. Arthur Lyle looked to be a happily married family man, lean and tall with brown hair turning to grey as the photographs showed him through the passage of the years. In every one he was smiling. In some he was accompanied by young children and a pretty dark-haired woman, and he was also with the same woman dressed in walking clothes against the backdrop of some mountains, which, to Horton, looked like the Brecon Beacons in Wales. Other photographs were of two couples in their 30s, accompanied by babies and toddlers. The Lyle family through the ages, he guessed. Not only did Arthur Lyle not sound like their killer, he didn't look like one either, although Horton knew that was a dangerous and foolish assumption for a police officer to make. Yateley had also seemed an ordinary man, but had ended up being brutally murdered. He reconsidered the third theory he'd expressed to Uckfield, that the dress found on Yateley could have belonged to a woman Yateley had been involved with. Was that woman connected with Arthur Lyle? Horton wondered, studying the photograph of the dark-haired woman. Had Lyle entered Yateley's flat and taken those notes because they contained a reference to it? But if Lyle had killed Yateley and taken the keys off him,
Why leave the photograph of Hannah Yateley behind? And why wait until now to visit Yateley's apartment when he could have done so any time since Thursday? And why chance being spotted and recognized? No, Lyle had to be a friend, and his visit to Yateley's flat, innocent. He wondered where the Lyle family were now, especially Mrs. Lyle. There was no evidence of her in this room, no female magazines, no sewing or knitting, but maybe Lyle liked it that way. Perhaps he was a tyrant, despite the photographs. Some of the vilest bullies Horton had known had looked and behaved to the outside world like pillars of virtue. He stepped along the hall and into a middle room. He could hear Uckfield opening and closing doors and drawers in the kitchen, and Norris's heavy footsteps overhead. No one had shouted out to say they'd found either Mrs. Lyle or her husband, so where were they? Wondered Horton, surveying the old-fashioned dining room, which looked as though its current use was as an office. Would they return, horrified and angry, to find the police in their house? Uckfield joined him. There's food in the cupboards and fridge, so he wasn't planning on leaving. Horton's eyes ran over the mahogany table and chairs in the centre of the room, the sideboard opposite the fireplace, the books scattered on the table, and on the bookshelves either side of the hearth, before coming back to the table. Where's the computer? He pointed to a cable and charger that led to an electric socket. Perhaps he's taken it to night classes or is with friends, suggested Uckfield. Horton crossed the room and picked up one of the books. It was on local history, and some of the others were on ships, including naval, merchant, and passenger. Clearly, Lyle and Yateley shared the same interests. He glanced out of the narrow window to his right. It was still raining heavily. There's a shed at the bottom of the garden, he said as Norris entered. No sign that Lyle was intending to leave. His passport's here. Norris handed it to Uckfield. Horton looked over the super's shoulder. It was the same man as in the photographs on the mantelpiece. There were a few stamps in it to show that Lyle had travelled abroad, but nothing for the last 6 years. Any women's clothing? Asked Horton. None, but there's a photograph of a dark-haired woman beside his bed. Not divorced then, thought Horton. Because if Lyle had been, that, along with some of the photographs on the mantelpiece, would have been consigned to the bin. Widowed? Possibly. Peering into the garden, Uckfield said, Check the shed, Sergeant. Norris made no protest, but Horton could tell by his expression he wasn't best pleased at being sent out in the rain. Uckfield made to reach for his phone when a woman's voice, raised in anger, reached them from the front of the house. Uckfield threw Horton a questioning glance as they stepped into the passageway. "What the devil is going on?" she demanded, glaring at both of them in turn, her round face flushed, her dark eyes smouldering with fury. "What gives you the right to barge in here like this? Where's my father?" "That's what we'd like to know," muttered Uckfield, before stepping forward, flashing his warrant card and introducing himself and Horton. "And you are?" "Rachel Salter," she snapped. Horton had already recognized her from the photographs on the mantelpiece. "What's happened?" she again demanded, but this time more warily. Then her face paled. "Has Dad had an accident?" "Shall we go inside, Mrs. Salter?" Uckfield stood solidly in front of her, stretching an arm towards the lounge so that she had no option but to enter it. She went, under protest, and Horton could see she was torn between anger and fear. "I think you'd better sit down," Uckfield began, but that only made her stand more squarely in the middle of the room. "Tell me what's happened. He's not—" "We believe your father can help us with our inquiry into the death of Colin Yateley," Uckfield quickly interjected. Horton could see that the name meant nothing to her. She stared at Uckfield with a mixture of bewilderment and subdued anger. Uckfield continued. "Colin Yateley's body was found in the Solent yesterday morning, and your father was seen entering his apartment this morning. Do you know if he and your father were acquainted?" "Obviously they must have been," she said tartly. "What's this man's death
got to do with my father? Where is he?" Her eyes scanned the room, as though he might be hiding somewhere. It was an instinctive gesture, Horton knew. He said, "When did you last see your father?" She swiveled hot, angry eyes on him, but the fury was there to mask her concern. "Last Tuesday." "Why?" "Have you spoken to him since?" "No." "He didn't call you to say he wouldn't be in?" It was a silly question, but he had a reason for asking it. "Of course not. If he had, I wouldn't be here, would I?" She eyed him as though he was thick, and with a slightly superior manner, but Horton thought it was the truth. She added, "I come here every Tuesday before my evening class and have a cup of tea and a chat with Dad. My husband, Paul, takes our 2 girls to Brownies, then picks them up again and puts them to bed. Look, this is ridiculous. Dad's probably just popped out somewhere." Uckfield said, "On the only day of the week you visit him, surely he'd wait in for his daughter." "Maybe he's run out of tea bags," she retorted, eyeing Uckfield malevolently. "He hasn't," answered Uckfield. "You've searched the house," she cried indignantly. "I hope you've got a warrant, because you shouldn't be in here without one." Smoothly, Horton said, "We were concerned for your father and had to take the decision to enter." "Concerned? Why should you be concerned?" she said, mystified. Uckfield gave it to her bluntly. "Colin Yateley's death is suspicious. Your father could be in danger." She almost laughed. A smile played at the corners of her generous and petulant mouth, before her forehead creased in a worried frown. "My father's a retired solicitor and a widower. He can't possibly be in danger, and I've never heard him speak about this man Yateley." Evenly, Horton said, "How long has your father been widowed?" 18 months. Why?" He'd been right about that then. But if Yateley had been involved with Mrs. Lyle, then it was some time ago, making it more unlikely that Lyle had sought revenge, unless, of course, he'd only just discovered the affair. He asked her if she knew what her father's hobbies were, and got much the same reaction as when he'd asked the question of Hannah and Margaret Yateley, a blank stare. Again, he had to prompt. "What does your father do in his spare time?" "He does the Telegraph crossword, the housework, shopping, gardening, reads." "Nothing else?" "He is retired," she emphasized as though Horton was an idiot. He felt like saying that doesn't mean he's practically dead, or living such a dreary life he might just as well be. Instead, he said, "That usually means time to take up new interests." She looked surprised, as though her father couldn't possibly want anything more than to wait in on Tuesday evenings for his daughter to condescend to have a cup of tea with him. It probably wasn't really like that, but he felt as though it was. Lyle's daughter was older than Hannah Yateley by about 10 years, but her attitude towards her father was similar to Hannah's. "Dad nursed Mum for 3 years, she said defensively. "Since she died, he's found it hard to adjust." "Yeah, and I bet you haven't asked him about that." "I'm sorry," he said gently, sensing Uckfield's impatience beside him and willing him not to charge in. "What was your mother's illness?" "MS," she replied tautly, and with a finality that said the subject was not open to discussion. And that put any possible affair Yateley might have had with Lyle's wife even further back in time. It was looking more unlikely as a possible motive for Yateley's death, with Lyle as the killer. "Was your father away over the weekend?" "Not that I know of," she answered crisply. So if Lyle had been given Yateley's keys, then why had he waited until this morning to visit the flat and pick up the notes? But perhaps Lyle had been away and hadn't bothered telling his daughter. Norris slipped back into the room with a slight shake of his head. Nothing in the shed, then. Horton thought of how Yateley's body had been found in the sea and said, "Does your father have a boat?" She looked startled by the question. "Yes, but he hasn't been out on it for ages." Uckfield looked as if he was about to say, "That's what you think," when Horton quickly interjected, "What kind of boat?" "A Cornish crabber." And Horton knew that was a small day sailing boat,
and one that could easily have been used to dump Yateley's body. Where does he keep it? Down in the bay by the slipway. It's on a trailer. Then her dark eyes widened, and Horton thought she'd made the leap between his question and Yateley being found in the sea. He expected outrage, but instead he saw genuine fear for the first time since she'd entered the house. "You don't think Dad's gone out on it? Not in this weather." Uckfield said, "We'll check. What's the boat called?" "Abigail. It was my mother's name." Horton saw her eyes flick to the photographs on the mantelpiece as Uckfield nodded at Norris, who then slipped out of the lounge. He dispatched someone to check, but Victor Hazelton's tales of a light at sea again flashed in Horton's mind. Could Arthur Lyle have been out on his small sailing boat on Wednesday night killing Colin Yateley? But even if he had been, he hadn't dumped the body in the Solent then. For now, he pushed the thought to one side and said, "Your father owns a computer. Do you know what kind?" "Isn't it in the dining room?" she answered distractedly. "It's a laptop. Dad must have taken it with him." She crossed to the fireplace and seemed to be studying the photographs before she spun round and, with a defiant stare, exclaimed, "This is silly. There must be a perfectly logical explanation for all this." And maybe there was, thought Horton. "Would your father have sent you an email, perhaps, to say he'd gone away for a few days?" he asked. "He didn't." Uckfield this time. "Does he have a mobile phone?" "Yes. Oh, I haven't called him." Alarmed, she reached for her mobile, but Uckfield forestalled her. "Could you give us his number? We'll try." She looked as though she was about to refuse, then stiffly relayed it. Uckfield stepped outside to call it. Looking anxious, she addressed Horton. "Dad doesn't text. He says he can't be bothered, and he hardly ever uses his mobile. Paul, my husband, insisted on him having one just in case he broke down in that old car of his. Perhaps that's what's happened," she added hopefully, eyeing Horton as though willing him to say it must be so. It was possible, but he wasn't going to commit himself. He wondered if Norris had put out a call for it. The sergeant hadn't mentioned it, but that didn't mean to say he hadn't. "What does your husband do for a living?" he asked, partly to distract her and partly because he was curious. "He's a builder." She glanced impatiently towards the door, awaiting Uckfield's return. "Have you any idea what your father uses the computer for?" She looked bewildered. Clearly Arthur Lyle's life was as much a mystery to Rachel Salter as Colin Yateley's was to Hannah. Perhaps the son-in-law Paul knew more about his father-in-law's life and interests, thought Horton. Uckfield returned looking glum. "There's no answer, Mrs. Salter. We'll keep trying. Perhaps you should call your husband and ask if he's heard from your father." Glad to be doing something, she quickly rang him. Horton listened to her side of the conversation, which was terse. The answer was obviously no, but before she could ring off, Horton interjected. "Ask him when he last spoke to your father, either by telephone or face-to-face." She obliged. Then she said, "I'll call you back later. No, I can't explain now." And she rang off. Paul hasn't spoken to Dad for about 2 weeks, but last week he saw him walking into Ventnor and waved and called hello from the van. He could have had an accident in that old wreck of a car. He might be in the hospital or lying injured somewhere. "We'll check the hospital," Horton answered. There was only one on the island, so that wouldn't take long. But perhaps Arthur Lyle wasn't lying injured. He could be visiting someone and have simply forgotten all about his daughter's usual visit. He could have got his days muddled up. "Is your father in good health?" "Yes, excellent. Why?" she asked, antagonistically. Then, quickly following his drift, added, "You think he might be confused? Well, I can tell you, Dad's mind is as sharp as a razor, and he wasn't depressed either." Horton didn't pursue it. He didn't think Lyle had committed suicide. Why should he? Unless he'd killed Colin Yateley. He said, "Does your father keep his car in a garage?" "Yes. He rents one. It's the middle one in a block of 3 along the road, just before the footpath that leads down to the bay." She made no further comment.
obviously assuming her father had gone out in his car. Horton interpreted Uckfield's look to keep silent. "If he gets in touch, please let us know immediately." Uckfield handed her his card. "Or call the local police. We'll make sure the front door is secured and then repaired, and we'll put an officer outside the house and call you the moment we have any news. Meanwhile, if you or your husband remember anything about where he might have gone, please let us know." She protested that they were making an unnecessary fuss. Horton toyed with the idea that she might be right, but he said nothing, and neither did Uckfield. At the door, Horton asked if her father liked hiking. "He used to with Mum, but he hasn't been for years." Horton had the feeling she wouldn't have known if he had taken it up again, and perhaps with Colin Yateley. He took down her address, which, after she'd left, Norris confirmed was only a few streets away. Horton thought it a little unusual that although she lived close by, she seemed to visit her father rarely and know so little about him. But perhaps Arthur Lyle liked it that way. Perhaps it was all Rachel Salter could do to bring herself to visit him once a week because she disliked her father or was afraid of him. Horton hadn't got that impression, but then Rachel Salter could be putting on a good front. They hadn't asked her about Lyle's personality because there was no need to at this stage, and they hadn't asked her about the dress found on Yateley's body. They watched her climb into a new Land Rover and drive away. He was glad she hadn't insisted on accompanying them to the garage. Raising his collar against the rain, Uckfield said, "Lyle's mobile's completely dead. It didn't ring, as I told the daughter. She'll discover that soon enough, which means he's ditched it. Or it's been damaged in an accident," suggested Horton. Norris was hurrying towards them. "The boat's still in the bay. Do you want it taken away for forensic examination?" Uckfield said, "Put a tarpaulin over it for now." Norris nodded and added, "The old lady opposite says Lyle has been at a loss since his wife died 18 months ago, but that he seemed a lot brighter of late. She saw him leave the house this morning at about 9:15. She hasn't seen him return, but then she has been out. An officer showed her Yateley's photograph, but she claims she hasn't seen him. She says that she doesn't think Lyle has had any visitors since his wife died, except his daughter who comes on Tuesdays. There's a son who lives in Singapore." And Lyle hadn't left for Singapore because he would have needed his passport. Horton wondered why the Salters didn't bring their children to visit of a weekend or in the holidays, and why Rachel hadn't mentioned her brother. Perhaps they simply weren't a close-knit family. To Uckfield, Horton said, "There's no evidence to suggest Lyle has anything to do with the Yateley's death. His phone could be broken and he could have forgotten his daughter comes on Tuesday, or perhaps he emailed her and she simply hasn't read her messages. Well, I'm not taking any chances. He slipped through our fingers once, he's not going to do so again." Horton took Uckfield's barbed comment in silence. Uckfield addressed Norris. "We need Lyle's movements from last Wednesday evening through to this morning. Check specifically if anyone saw him over the weekend. I'd like to know why he didn't collect Yateley's notes before today." Norris made to leave when Uckfield forestalled him. "Before you do, let's take a look in this garage. Bring the bolt cutters." The garage was a short distance down the road. As they headed for it, Horton silently speculated on what they might discover. He saw no reason to suggest that Lyle could have taken his own life, unless he had killed Colin Yateley, and, filled with remorse, he decided he couldn't live with the guilt. If that were so, then would Lyle be slumped in his car, with a hosepipe running from the exhaust, clutching his laptop computer? The padlock was secure, and there was no sign or smell of exhaust fumes, so it was unlikely they would find Lyle inside. But Horton's heart quickened a little as the padlock snapped and he lifted the handle and pulled up the garage door. There was no car, and no sign of Lyle. Just some old tools, ladders, a bicycle, and nothing more. Addressing Norris, Uckfield said, "Check the hospital in case Lyle's had an accident. Seal off the house and keep a patrol car here tonight, Sergeant. If Lyle doesn't show up,
will put out an all-ports alert for him tomorrow morning. Circulate details of his car. Also check with the ferry companies that he hasn't left the island. And you'd better check if he caught any of the ferries over the weekend. Call me the moment you get anything. If he hasn't shown by tomorrow morning, widen the area, asking for any sightings of him, and we'll get a team into Yateley's neighbourhood, though God knows where I'm going to get the officers from," Uckfield added under his breath, before moving off and turning to Horton. "Sergeant Truman will get a search warrant for the house, and I'll send D.I. Dennings over with D.C. Marsden to supervise it and handle things this end. Meanwhile, Truman continues digging on Yateley's background, and I'll see if Wonder Boy will condescend to give me more officers." On the ferry, Horton called Taylor for an update, while Uckfield went up on deck to make his calls. Taylor reported that nothing surprising had been discovered in Yateley's flat. No blood, no bits of skin or bone. And his findings confirmed that Yateley hadn't been killed there. Horton hoped the analysis of Yateley's skin taken from the body by Dr. Clayton might reveal something about where he had been killed, though he wasn't overly optimistic. Uckfield threw himself in the seat opposite Horton. He didn't need to be a mind reader to know the results of the super's call. He could see by Uckfield's dark countenance that his plea for more staff had again fallen on deaf ears. "I work with what I've got, which doesn't include you and CID, Uckfield growled. "Dean says you're needed to make sure Russell Glenn's visit here on his super yacht goes without a hitch. Who the bloody hell is he?" "A billionaire." "Oh, well, that's all right then. Knocks poor old postie Colin Yateley into a cocked hat," Uckfield replied with bitter sarcasm. Horton agreed with the big man's sentiments. Protecting property and the wealthy always got top priority, and when they were combined, there was no contest. Gruffly, Uckfield added that Truman had confirmed that the man they'd seen visiting Margaret Yateley was Philip Gunville. No form. "What's his occupation?" asked Horton. "No idea. Does it matter?" "Probably not." Horton stayed long enough at the station to check the messages on his desk for any that were urgent. None were, although others might disagree. He didn't bother to check his emails to see what Bliss might have sent him. Collecting his jacket and helmet, he headed for Oyster Keys for something to eat, telling himself that he could have gone somewhere else for food or back to his boat, knowing he was half hoping to bump into or see Avril Glenn on the deck of her floating palace. He parked in a side street near the Isle of Wight ferry terminal and walked through to Oyster Keys, heading in the direction of an Indian restaurant he knew well, while turning over in his mind the facts of Colin Yateley's death, including the manner and timing of it, the dress he'd been wearing, and the significance of Lyle's visit to Yateley's flat and his subsequent vanishing act. The rain had stopped, leaving behind a still, chilly evening. Would Lyle show up, bewildered about the fuss over his dead friend, or was he their brutal killer? Horton wondered, pausing to glance at the super yacht. It showed no signs of life. His eyes travelled beyond it across the water to the lights of Gosport before he walked on towards the restaurant. Perhaps Neanderthal Man would have a breakthrough tomorrow and claim a result. Horton didn't much care for Dennings crowing over him, but if it meant a callous killer was caught, then he'd live with it. He made to push open the door of the restaurant when he caught sight of a couple in the far right-hand corner. Quickly, he stepped back into the shadows where he could study them without being seen. Their heads were bent low across the table, but Horton recognized them instantly. There was no reason why Mike Danby shouldn't be enjoying an Indian meal, but it was who he was with that surprised Horton. He wondered if the raven-haired Chinese detective, DCI Vanessa Lee of the Intelligence Directorate, was there of her own accord and simply enjoying a meal with a friend or lover, or was she on duty? If the latter, did it mean that the Intelligence Directorate suspected something was going down on Glenn's super yacht, such as an armed robbery, hence Dean's reluctance to give Uckfield more staff? God, he hoped not. And if Sawyer believed that, then why hadn't CID and the major crime team been informed? Dean had said nothing about that to Uckfield.
Horton turned away, mulling this over. There was another possibility, one that fitted more neatly in with the need for the Intelligence Directorate to keep their cards close to their chests. And that was Detective Chief Superintendent Sawyer was interested in Russell Glenn. If so, it had to mean that Glenn was mixed up in something illegal with international implications. But if he was, then why risk coming here? Had it been just to please Avril? Glenn travelled the world and probably had some shady business dealings behind him, but that didn't mean he was a criminal. But perhaps Glenn himself was the target for an international criminal, or perhaps Glenn was Zeus. Horton drew up sharply, causing the person behind him to almost collide with him, earning a, "Watch where you're going, mate." Was it possible? No. Horton scolded himself, walking on. He was becoming obsessed with the wretched man. Zeus wasn't the only master criminal in the world. But as he entered the pizza restaurant, he couldn't help recalling that expression he'd witnessed on Glenn's face. Why had Glenn studied him so intently, and why had he looked so uneasy? Glenn might not be Zeus, but he was certain that Glenn had recognized him. And from where, when, and why, Horton intended to discover on Friday night. Chapter 9. Wednesday. Horton pressed his finger on Adrian Stanley's buzzer for the second time and waited in the heavy morning rain, but there was still no answer. Where was the man? He thought with irritation. Stanley hadn't mentioned he'd be on holiday or away, but why should he? It was none of Horton's business what Stanley did with his life, and Stanley thought he'd told Horton all he knew about his mother's disappearance, or rather everything he wanted to tell him, and that was a different matter altogether. He climbed on his Harley, gazing around. There was no one in sight, not even the dog walkers had braved the weather on the wet April morning. The Isle of Wight had vanished in the grey mist of sea and sky. There was also no sign of a muddy blue van, and no one had been following him. His sighting of it twice on Monday must have been a coincidence, or perhaps the van that had pulled into Gosport Marina some minutes after him had been a different one to that parked along this promenade earlier that same morning. He hadn't sent the tape over to the Scientific Services Department, and yesterday he had wondered if it was worth it. But with the memory of Danby and Lee's heads locked across that restaurant table and thoughts of a possible raid on Glenn's super yacht, he reckoned he should do so, and soon. One balls up was enough for 1 week, he thought wryly, wondering how D.I. Dennings was relishing his mistake. He found Walters in the CID operations room, munching his way through a packet of Jaffa cakes, but there was no sign of Cantelli. "No idea where he is," Walters said, with his mouth full, in answer to Horton's inquiry. Walters reported that there had again been no further house burglaries, which was a relief, but a 2-day respite didn't mean they'd ceased permanently, or that the burglars had moved off their patch. He entered his office and flicked on his computer. Soon he was trawling the internet to find out all he could on Russell Glenn, which was precious little for a man who had amassed such wealth. But what there was bore out what Mike Danby had told him on Monday. Glenn clearly had a flair for building up businesses and selling them at the right time. According to one of the articles Horton found on him, Glenn had several properties around the world, namely in Monaco, Switzerland, Hong Kong, and America. He no longer lived or owned property in England, probably, Horton thought, to avoid paying taxes. There was little about his childhood or his youth, except that his father had been killed in a dockside accident in Portsmouth, where his mother had been a seamstress, when Glenn was 6, and they'd left shortly after to live in London. Glenn had left school at 17 and joined the Merchant Navy. He was reputed to be something of an art collector, hence his contact with Oliver Vernon, thought Horton. He called Walters in. "Did you talk to Russell Glenn when you were reviewing the security arrangements for his yacht?" "No, just Lloyd and the second mate, Martin Lawrence. I saw Glenn, though, in his study. The door was open, but I didn't go in." "I want you to find out all you can about him, but we keep it between ourselves. I'll tell Cantelli,
but you're to say nothing to Bliss. Also, run a check on Lloyd Durham, Dominic Keats and his Super Yacht Training Academy, and Oliver Vernon. He's acting as auctioneer at the charity reception." Walters didn't ask why. Horton hadn't really expected him to, and this time he found Walters's lack of curiosity a blessing instead of a curse. He plucked Mike Danby's business card from his wallet and dialed his mobile number. "Having second thoughts about joining me, Andy?" Danby said after Horton had introduced himself. "Just checking everything's okay with Glenn's yacht and for Friday night." "Fine. No intelligence that something might be coming off?" Now was the time for Danby to tell him about his liaison with Lee the previous night. "Not as far as I know, unless you know different. You're a bit of a dark horse. I didn't know you and Avril Glenn were old chums." Avril must have mentioned it, and no doubt Danby had told DCI Lee. He wondered if Sawyer already knew. Well, he did now. "How much do you know about Lloyd?" Horton asked, ignoring the fact that Danby was fishing. "Why? Nothing wrong with him, is there?" Danby replied warily. "Shouldn't think so, but I'd like to check him out and the crew members. Thought you might help by giving me a list of them. Can't rule out an inside job." There was a moment's pause while Danby considered this, and Horton got the impression he didn't much care for the idea. "I've already checked them," he replied a little stiffly, "but not as thoroughly as we can, Mike." He heard Danby sniff. "Okay, I'll email you the details." It was said slightly grudgingly. Before Danby added more brightly, "Always willing to help an overworked CID department." "Thanks. Now let's see what happens." Would Danby report back to Lee, who, no doubt, had already carried out a thorough check on the crew, which had probably been passed to Danby? But Danby couldn't tell him that. Time to put that aside and get on with some work. He wondered if Uckfield had any more news on the whereabouts of Arthur Lyle, or whether they had a lead on the Yateley killing. He'd ask Truman in a moment, he thought, punching the key on his phone to listen to his voicemail, and was surprised to hear Victor Hazelton's haughty tone. "I've seen it again, Inspector Horton. The light at sea, and it's exactly the same as before. Call me back, and I will give you my precise report." Horton stifled a groan, wishing he hadn't given the old man his phone number. He could see this being a regular occurrence. But then he reprimanded himself. The call could be genuine, just as that first call might have been. Perhaps Hazelton had seen Yateley's killer last Wednesday night, and that might have been Arthur Lyle in his boat. If so, that meant Yateley had been killed somewhere along that coastline. He thought of Yateley's notes on the chines, caves, and coves. Hazelton had telephoned at 9:35 p.m. There had been no further call from him, and he hadn't left a message on Horton's mobile phone, despite the number being on the card he'd given him, which was surprising. Horton dialed Hazelton's number, but there was no answer. He left a message asking Hazelton to ring him on his mobile number, which he relayed again. Hanging up, he wondered why Hazelton hadn't been on the line several times since his original call, unless he'd gone higher up, which, from his knowledge of Hazelton, was possible. He'd probably complained to Bliss, and if he had, then she'd be bursting into his office any moment. He swiveled to look out of his window. Her car wasn't there, though, which meant she might be attending a Project Neptune meeting. Hopefully that would keep her occupied for the morning. Uckfield and Dennings's cars were both in the car park. There was a brief knock on his door and a flustered-looking Cantelli entered. "Sorry I'm late." Cantelli quickly apologised. "Molly's been sick all night, and Charlotte's dead on her feet, having been up with the poor little mite. I had to get the kids off to school. You'd have thought Ellen would have helped, but she's going through a it's not cool to be seen with your siblings phase. Marie and Sophie got themselves off, but Joe was playing me up." "That's okay." Horton briefed Cantelli about the call from Hazelton. "Although I think he's fabricating these lights, there's a small part of me that wonders if his first sighting could have something to do with Colin Yateley's death. I've been thinking about what you said, Barney, about the Greek goddess, Queen of the Sea." Cantelli raised his eyebrows. "Amphitrite?" "Yeah, and that's what Uckfield would think of me if I told him. that I'd cracked up. But Yateley's notes mentioned the chines, caves and coves of the island. Could he have uncovered a smuggling operation where Hazelton saw that first light at sea and been killed because of it? Horton sat forward. You said that perhaps Yateley liked dressing up, but we know he didn't indulge in his flat because there weren't any women's clothes kept there. Perhaps he kept a stash of them in a hiding place instead, which he then visited on his walks to indulge his passion in secret. He went there Wednesday night and stumbled on the smugglers. Having been in this job for more years than I could shake a stick at, nothing would surprise me. I'm going to pay Hazelton a visit and see if I can find out exactly where he saw this light on Wednesday night and last night. And I want to look around the area from the sea. It's okay, Horton added hastily at Cantelli's horrified look. I'll get the Marine unit to take me over. You needn't come. Don't want both Molly and you throwing up. Cantelli looked relieved and smiled his gratitude. Call Elkins, ask him to meet me at the ferry port in 10 minutes, and if they've had any reports of this light Hazelton claims to have seen last night. Horton hesitated over telling Cantelli about his thoughts on Russell Glenn and the meeting between Mike Danby and Vanessa Lee. He would, but when they had more time to discuss it, because Cantelli was the only person he could confide in. Horton reached for his phone and rang Truman. There's still no sign of Arthur Lyle, Truman said in answer to Horton's inquiry, and he's not been in touch with his son or daughter. There's been no reported sighting of his car, but we're still waiting to check if he travelled to the mainland either by car ferry or as a foot passenger. We're treating him as a possible suspect, but we're not telling the press or his family that. The search warrant for the house should be with us later today, and I've applied for access to Lyle's landline and mobile phone calls. I'm still waiting for access to Yateley's calls. Horton briefly contemplated telling Truman his theory about Yateley disturbing smugglers before deciding not to for now. He wanted to talk to Hazelton first. He said, Any sightings of Yateley on Wednesday or Thursday? No. As soon as the search warrant comes through, Dennings is going over and Lyle's boat will be removed for forensic examination. I'm hoping to get a report from the fashion expert on the dress later today. I'm also checking on Arthur Lyle's background. Do you want to know what I find? I'm not on the case. I'll let you know. Truman rang off. Horton reached for his sailing jacket and crossed to Cantelli in the CID office. Elkins says they've no reports of anything suspicious at sea last night. If Bliss asks where I am, tell her I'm following up another inquiry of Hazelton's, which could have something to do with Project Neptune. That should keep her quiet for 2 minutes. Meanwhile, Barney, see what you can get on Victor Hazelton's background. The rain had stopped, but the sky threatened more and the wind was stiffening. It wouldn't be the most pleasant of crossings, but he'd been at sea in worse, and he hoped it would stay clear long enough for him to view the area where Hazelton had seen the light. As he walked the short 10-minute journey to the port, he again considered his theory about Yateley stumbling on smugglers who had killed him. Clearly, Lyle and Yateley were acquainted, so what if Lyle also indulged in the same interests as Yateley, although there was no evidence to support that he too liked to cross-dress? Perhaps he also kept a stash of his late wife's clothes, or any women's clothes, at the same place as Yateley. For all Horton knew, both men could attend cross-dressing conventions, and perhaps that was where Lyle had been all weekend. Lyle, with his computer and access to the internet, could have discovered where a convention was being held. Or perhaps that was where Yateley had been intending going on to after his dinner engagement with his daughter, leaving Lyle the keys to his flat. But that didn't explain why Lyle hadn't visited it until Tuesday. He called Cantelli. See if you can find details of any cross-dressing conventions. Yeah, I know it sounds weird, but indulge me. Horton turned into the subway that ran under the motorway, his mind racing with possibilities that didn't quite add up. Hannah Yateley had said her father seemed happier than he had for a long time. If he was doing more than cross-dressing with Lyle, then had Lyle killed him, taken his keys, gone on to the convention and returned on Tuesday to check that nothing incriminating had been left in Yateley's apartment? The notes might have given a reference to the location where both men indulged their shared passion, but he was back to where he'd started. There was nothing illegal about it, and why couldn't both men have done whatever they wanted to at Lyle's house, where there was no one to disturb them? Despite hitting a brick wall with his theories, Horton wasn't going to give up on them yet. Or the idea that Hazelton had seen something suspicious and that Yateley could have stumbled on a smuggling operation. The police launch was waiting for him on the quayside, and soon they were passing the super yacht on their way out of the harbour. There was no sign of anyone on the decks. On the way across a rolling and bucking Solent that would have had poor Cantelli green and spewing up over the side, Horton asked Elkins for a chart and a map of the island and went below with the sergeant to study it. "This is where Victor Hazelton lives." Horton pointed to an area just below St. Lawrence, to the left of Sir Richard's Cove, and beyond that, Woody Bay. A small craft could have entered one of the bays, as Hazelton himself said. And was that where Yateley had his hideaway? "How far are they from Ventnor?" "About 3 miles. Certainly not far, then, for a man who liked walking. But would Yateley have walked there in the dark? And even if he had reached there before sunset, which was possible given that he'd telephoned his daughter at 6 o'clock on Wednesday evening, would he have planned to walk home in the dark? Perhaps he knew the route well and had a powerful torch, so that it wasn't a problem for him. And perhaps the only time he felt safe to cross-dress was at night. But again, thought Horton, why not do so in his apartment? Yateley had lived alone. He rarely had visitors, as far as they knew. His daughter didn't visit him, and even if she did, Yateley could have hidden the women's clothes. So why not indulge his passion in the comfort of his own home? Because it wasn't enough to excite him? And the same could apply to Lyle. Perhaps they needed to be in the fresh air and risk being seen or discovered by someone. Horton considered this, but the more he thought about this theory, the more absurd it sounded. Even though he knew that performing sex in public places excited some people, just as flashers got their jollies by doing it in places where they would risk being caught or seen. He was glad, though, he'd said nothing to Uckfield. Another thought also worried him, one he'd already expressed. If Yateley had been a cross-dresser, then why not go the whole hog and wear the underwear? He brought his concentration back to the map and addressed Elkins. "I'd like to know which direction this light that Hazelton claims to have seen was travelling in. It might have been returning from an operation from further east along the coast of the island." "You mean from around St. Catherine's Point?" "That would take some skill in a canoe or small boat in the dark, with only one little light to guide it. He'd have to be a very experienced sailor, or a foolish one to have done it." "Or desperate," ventured Horton. "He'd still have to navigate around St. Catherine's Point, and many a ship has floundered on that. And it would be difficult to put into a rocky cove, even on high water at night, and without a full moon. Smugglers have managed it before. They could do it again, especially if the rewards are great." Elkins acquiesced. "Where did this small craft come from, though?" "A motorboat or fishing boat out to sea that Hazelton didn't spot," suggested Horton. "Nothing's shown up for that night." "What about last night? Any time from 8 p.m. to midnight?" "I've already checked and told Cantelli, but I'll check again to see if any new reports have come in." Elkins climbed back on deck as Horton peered at the map and then at the sea chart. All he could see marked on the latter was Puckaster Cove and St. Catherine's Deep, a disused explosive dumping ground. He wondered if the small craft had come from the opposite direction out of Ventnor Haven. Checking the tide timetables, he saw that high tide had been at 2:55 p.m., with low water at 7:29 p.m. Because the small yacht haven dried out at low tide, no craft could have come out of there, but it could have been launched from somewhere else on the nearby coast. The word smuggler had also featured in Yateley's notes. He was sure he'd seen it. Yateley had only been in the sea for a maximum of 18 hours, though, which was completely wrong for Hazelton's first sighting of the light at sea. but not if Yateley had been kept somewhere bound and gagged, alive, as Dr. Clayton had said, until his killer could dispose of him in the sea, and that somewhere could have been in a cave or chine or in one of the remote bays. Horton heard the radio crackle into life as he considered this, and Elkins hurried down looking flushed. "Ripley's just picked up a message from a fishing boat. A car's been found in the sea at Chale Bay." "What kind?" Horton asked, as his head reeled with the news. "An old Morris." Jesus, it was Lyle's car. "Make for it." Horton called Uckfield. "Yeah, we've just heard," Uckfield said, sounding out of breath. "I'm just boarding the ferry with Dennings. The warrant's come through for Lyle's house, and I'm dropping Dennings off there to oversee the search." "How the hell do you know about it?" "I'm on the police launch for another investigation. We're heading for the car now." "Sergeant Norris is on his way. I've given instructions for it to be towed out and the area to be sealed off. No one's to touch it or go near it until I and Socko get there." "I'll see to it." Horton called Cantelli. "I haven't got much on Hazelton, except he has no previous, and he's not in debt, and he doesn't own a car." "I'm not sure I'll get time to interview him about his report now." Horton quickly told Cantelli about the discovery of Lyle's car in the sea. "Give Hazelton a call and see what information you can get out of him. He'll probably insist on talking to me. He's a snob, but I'm sure you'll be able to persuade him to open up. And Barney, there should be an email from Mike Danby with a list of crew members on Glenn's super yacht. Walters is running a check on Russell Glenn, Dominic Keats and Oliver Vernon. Give him a hand with that, and the crew members if you have time." "Anything I should know about?" "I'll explain later." Cantelli didn't press him. Did the discovery of Lyle's car change his theory about smugglers and Yateley stumbling on them, or about both men cross-dressing? It was too early to tell. But perhaps Lyle had killed Yateley and then, unable to live with the guilt, had driven his precious old car into the sea to kill himself. Horton quickly consulted the map spread out in front of him for Chale Bay. Climbing on deck, Horton peered through the stinging rain at the colour-washed Victorian and Edwardian houses above the small seaside town of Ventnor, as they swayed and rolled with the swell of an angry sea. He looked for Yateley's apartment, perched under the downs, but couldn't see it because of the mist and rain. He thought about those notes on Yateley's desk. Ventnor had once been a small fishing village. It still had a fishing industry, mainly shellfish, and the fishermen who had spotted the car might have come from here or from the mainland, and sensibly they were heading back there now. As the countryside opened up to his right, Horton surveyed it with impatience. He was anxious to get to Lyle's car, but this had been the stretch of coast he had wanted to view. Much of it was rocky, but there were one or two small bays with open fields behind them. He turned to Elkins. "Where's Hazelton's house in relation to those bays?" "About there." Elkins pointed to Horton's left. He saw a densely wooded area before the trees thinned out, and he caught a glimpse of Hazelton's observatory as the launch whipped past, swinging further out to sea and around St. Catherine's Point with its white landmark lighthouse. He'd sailed around the point many times, but not usually in such a rough sea, and this time he fancied he could hear the cries of the 5 little girls who had perished along with 18 other crew and passengers of the Clarendon in 1836. But maybe it was the large flock of white gulls he could hear. He looked up to see the black tip of their wings before they vanished in the heavy grey blanket of sky. Soon he was staring at the wet, sooty black cliffs of the crumbling Black Gang Chine. Cultivated fields stretched out beyond the sandy beaches and cliffs. A large gash in the cliff with sheer sides told him they'd reached Whale Chine. "There it is." Elkins pointed ahead at the same time as Horton saw it. The maroon and tan Morris was half submerged in an incoming tide. He wiped the rain and sea spray from the glass of his watch. It was 10:18. Low tide had been just before 8.
but because the weather was bad, no one had seen it from the shore. It was also a more remote part of the island, particularly out of the main holiday season, and the weather would have deterred the dog walkers. It was surprising the crew of the fishing boat had spotted it at all. Ripley headed as close as he dared without becoming stuck on the sand. Horton asked Elkins to find someone with a rib to take him onto the shore, and then he waited impatiently for it to arrive, wondering if they would find Arthur Lyle dead inside his precious car. Chapter 10. Uckfield rammed his hands into the pockets of his big camel-haired coat and hunched his neck into his collar against what had now become a chill, drizzling rain sweeping off a grey, dismal sea. It seemed to Horton more invasive than the angry rain that had already soaked through his clothes and frozen his bones, despite the sailing waterproofs. A farmer had loaned his tractor and a driver who was finally hauling the car onto the shore. While Horton had waited for Uckfield to arrive, he'd taken a call from Cantelli, who'd said there was no answer from Hazleton. Horton told him to keep trying. A quick survey of the area had shown Horton that Lyle could have driven off the road along the farm track and down onto the beach and into the sea. But then why wasn't he in the driving seat? Wondered Horton, studying the old Morris Minor, as Jim Clark stepped forward and began photographing it. It was empty. "Lyle must have done a runner," growled Uckfield. "And ditch his beloved car?" Horton replied dubiously. It seemed out of character, but then he didn't really know much about the man. "Maybe it wasn't so beloved," said Uckfield, "and it contained evidence of Yateley's murder, which Lyle was hoping the sea would cover up." "How did he get away from here after ditching it?" "How the blazes do I know? Maybe he swam." Or maybe he had an accomplice who picked him up by car or boat, thought Horton, but didn't bother saying so with Uckfield in the mood he was in. Horton suspected that Dean was breathing down his neck, pressing for results and still refusing to budge on providing more manpower. "I suppose he could have ditched it and then walked out into the sea to take his own life," suggested Horton. Uckfield brightened at that. "Feeling guilt-ridden after killing Yateley, and feeling he had nothing else left to live for, with his wife dead, a wife who had deceived and betrayed him. We don't know that for certain," said Horton, adding to himself, "and a son living on the other side of the world, and a daughter who barely saw him." It was possible. He held his breath as Clark nodded that he'd finished, and Taylor carefully eased open the driver's door, making sure to stay well clear of any water cascading out. Beth Tremaine did the same with the passenger door. "No one inside," Taylor announced. Horton exhaled, thinking Lyle must have killed himself. He watched as Taylor removed the keys from the ignition and placed them into a small evidence bag, while Beth Tremaine examined the small front compartment on the passenger side. "The usual car documents by the look of it, sir," she said, addressing Uckfield, "though there's not much left of them except pulp." Horton stepped forward and surveyed the interior. No sign of a laptop computer. It wouldn't be any use if there had been one, but Lyle would hardly walk into the sea carrying it. Horton conjectured that he could have smashed it up and dumped it elsewhere. They moved around to the rear. Uckfield nodded at Taylor to join them. Extracting a key from the evidence bag, Taylor carefully inserted it into the boot. It opened just a fraction with a small click. "Jesus!" exclaimed Uckfield, stepping back, holding a hand over his nose as an evil stench wafted out to them. Horton shivered as the suspicion of what might be causing the smell came to him. Perhaps Lyle hadn't walked into the sea and drowned. Perhaps he hadn't been collected by an accomplice. Perhaps his body was in the boot of the car, and if it was, then he certainly wasn't their killer. He steeled himself for what he might be about to see, and, with his heart racing, he watched Taylor prise open the boot. The breath caught in his throat, and his stomach heaved as he stared down at the filthy, sodden body furled into the small boot.
D.C. Marsden retched and staggered away, and Horton heard him being sick. Taylor gulped and blinked hard several times, while Clark stepped forward and began clicking away with his camera as though taking holiday snaps. But then Clark, like them all, had seen some repulsive and heart-wrenching sights, and each dealt with it in his or her own way. The tractor driver hesitated, undecided whether to jump down from his cab and take a look, clearly torn between curiosity and fear, before Horton said, "I wouldn't if I was you, sir." "Who the devil is that?" Uckfield exclaimed, taking a big white handkerchief from his trouser pocket and making a show of wiping his nose. Horton forced himself to study the corpse, which was curled up in the fetal position. It certainly wasn't Lyle. The skin was purple, and the sea life had managed to penetrate the ill-fitting boot of the car. They were crawling over the corpse, but from what Horton could see, they hadn't feasted too much on the soft flesh of the face, which bore out what Horton had already surmised. And, from what they knew about the last sighting of Lyle's car on Tuesday morning, this body hadn't been in the sea for long. He took in the beige trousers, the sodden cardigan, and the slight figure. There was something familiar about it, but the yellow and blue spotted cravat tied at the neck confirmed his worst suspicions. His heart sank, while his mind tried to make sense of what he was seeing. Silently he cursed, before solemnly announcing, "It's Victor Hazelton." "Who?" Uckfield swiveled round to glare at Horton. "He's an elderly man who reported seeing a mysterious light at sea just off the coast of St. Lawrence on Wednesday night and again last night." "And you didn't think to tell me that?" Uckfield blasted. Horton took a breath. "I didn't consider it connected with the case." But he had, at least twice, and he'd almost mentioned it, except for the fact that he, like everyone else, had thought Hazelton had been attention-seeking. Well, now the poor little man was centre stage, and he wouldn't be making any more reports of smugglers and illegal immigrants. Uckfield glowered at him. "This is the second cock-up you've made, Inspector. A killer is walking around free because you failed to seal off the first victim's flat, and now another man has lost his life." Horton's fists balled. His jaw tightened with anger, but it was directed at himself and not Uckfield. He knew that even if he had told Uckfield about Victor Hazelton, Uckfield would have thought it irrelevant. But that wasn't the point. He'd taken his eye off the ball. His mind was too far back in the past. A past that was rapidly becoming an obsession and that could never be changed. Whereas his present and the future could be. And that was what he should have been thinking about. The job, not some ancient conspiracy theory. "So what else haven't you told me?" Uckfield sneered. Tersely, Horton reported, "Hazelton telephoned me at 9:35 p.m. to report seeing a light off the coast and left a message on my voicemail. I came here to interview him and to see if I could establish where this light might have been heading." "So Hazelton must have seen Yateley's killer last Wednesday, and last night when he saw the light again he went to investigate and got himself killed as a result, and that killer is Lyle. He used his boat last Wednesday to either rendezvous with Yateley or to get away after leaving his body on the coast." "But he couldn't have used it last night because—" Horton stalled, before quickly adding, "Was anyone watching Lyle's boat?" He saw immediately, by Uckfield's expression, that they hadn't been. Lyle could have removed the tarpaulin, taken the boat out and brought it back on the high tide. "Marsden!" Uckfield bellowed. Marsden returned, looking shamefaced, but no one was going to admonish him for throwing up. "Get someone to check if the tarpaulin on Lyle's boat's been tampered with." Horton felt like saying touché, but didn't. It was an oversight on Uckfield's part, but the big man was never going to thank him for pointing it out. And it was a minor victory, which didn't assuage his guilt over Hazelton's death. Even if Lyle had used his boat, there were still several points that didn't add up. He said, if Lyle used his boat to rendezvous with Yateley somewhere along the coast near Hazelton's house, and then drove his car out here, how did he get back to his boat? It's a considerable distance to walk and there's no public transport at that time of night. He got a lift, and that means someone will remember seeing him, Uckfield said brusquely. And the dress found on Yateley? Yateley had an affair with Lyle's wife, and Lyle wanted revenge, and he was sick enough to put one of his wife's dresses on the body. Hazelton saw Lyle kill Yateley, so he too had to die. But why put Hazelton in the boot of the car? Why not take his body out to sea and dump it? Insisted Horton. To cover up the evidence, Uckfield declared with immovable certainty. Horton wasn't sure, but Uckfield's theory seemed far more probable than his of both men indulging in cross-dressing and being discovered by smugglers. Uckfield was reaching for his mobile phone. Horton heard him tell Dennings to look for photographs of Abigail Lyle in the house. They might be able to match the dress worn by Yateley. They'd have to show the photograph of the dress to Rachel Salter, and Horton didn't envy the person who had that task. He took another look at Victor Hazelton. He hoped the poor man hadn't been alive when he'd been locked in the boot and left there to die with the sea seeping in to drown him, terrified and panic-stricken. But if Hazelton's killer was the same person who had tormented and killed Colin Yateley, then he was afraid he might have been. And was that vindictive, evil killer Arthur Lyle? Horton would want to know a great deal more about the man before he could answer that question. Sergeant Norris crossed to Horton. The farmer claims he heard nothing out of the ordinary last night or this morning, and the residents in the two nearest houses didn't hear or see anything unusual. The sergeant's eyes strayed towards the boot of the car. Did you know Victor Hazelton? The victim? Horton asked. No, I don't recognize the name. Coming off the phone, Uckfield turned to Marsden and said crisply, I want you to set up a temporary incident room at Ventnor, working closely with Sergeant Norris. Norris, I want Hazelton's house sealed off immediately. Also, get hold of the police doctor and get him over here before the ghouls come out in force. Yeah, I know the poor bugger's dead, but we still need the doctor to tell us the bleeding obvious. Norris nodded and hurried to his car, parked above the bay. To Marsden, Uckfield added, I want an all-ports alert put out for Arthur Lyle. Liaise with Sergeant Truman on that. Marsden shot off to join Norris. To Horton, he said, Does Hazelton have any relatives? Not sure. He has a cleaner and gardener. Okay. We'll call at his house, and we need all the information we can get on him. Uckfield again reached for his mobile phone, this time obviously to tell Truman to start researching Victor Hazelton's background, when Horton forestalled him. Cantelli's already started on that, Uckfield said. Then he can carry on working on it with Truman. Horton wasn't sure what Bliss would think of that, but that was Uckfield's problem, not his. He wondered how much, if anything, Cantelli and Walters had managed to check out on Russell Glenn and his yacht crew, or whether Cantelli had had much joy researching cross-dressing conventions, something he still hadn't mentioned to Uckfield and wouldn't, not now. It didn't seem relevant. Horton wondered if he should drop his research on Glenn. They probably wouldn't have time for it anyway, and perhaps he should do the same with Adrian Stanley. He should let the past go. With Uckfield on the phone, Horton turned his back on the sea in an attempt to find some relief from the penetrating rain and rang Cantelli, telling him why he couldn't get an answer from Hazelton's phone and that Uckfield wanted him to work closely with Truman on Hazelton's background. Cantelli said he'd found nothing on cross-dressing conventions. I could check with Vice, he added. Horton told him to forget it. He then rang Bliss and swiftly brought her up to date, expecting a similar bollocking to the one Uckfield had given him for slipping up, but Bliss was more concerned whether Hazelton's death was connected with Project Neptune. Superintendent Uckfield doesn't believe so, he said, and he told her Uckfield's theory. I'll have to report it to Detective Chief Superintendent Sawyer, Bliss said. Keep me fully briefed, Inspector. She rang off. Horton crossed to the Morris Minor and addressed Taylor. Is there anything in his pockets? Tentatively,
Taylor reached towards the body and eased his slim hands inside the trouser pockets. He extracted a set of keys, which he dropped into an evidence bag and handed to Horton. There were 5. 2 of them the large old-fashioned sort. Horton then telephoned Dr. Clayton. "Anything more on Yateley?" he inquired. "I'm still waiting for the results of the tests." He asked her whether Yateley's body had revealed any homosexual tendencies and got a firm no. He then told her about Hazelton's death, adding, "When can you come over and do the autopsy?" "Early tomorrow morning. I'll arrange it with the hospital mortuary." "Thanks." He told her that the police launch would bring her over. He then called Elkins, who was waiting offshore in the police launch, and briefed him, adding that he would travel back with Uckfield later on the ferry. The island police doctor arrived 20 minutes later. He could tell them little about how Hazelton had died, possibly a blow to the head, and that he'd been dead for approximately 13 hours, maybe less, maybe more, which meant that Hazelton must have been killed shortly after making that call to him at 9:35 p.m. They stayed until the body was removed, watching it from the comfort and warmth of Uckfield's BMW, by which time Taylor and his team had left for Hazelton's house, and a member of the press had arrived. Uckfield adroitly fended off questions from him with an "it's too early to comment" remark. Horton had asked one of the local officers to organise for the Morris Minor to be taken to the station garage in Newport for further forensic examination and to stay with it until it safely arrived. Then, giving directions to Uckfield, they headed back along the coast road to Hazelton's place. Uckfield relayed what Truman had managed to get on Arthur Lyle. He worked in property conveyancing for a law firm called Wallingford and Chandler in Newport for 30 years, retired 3 years ago. The same time as Yateley, but that didn't mean much. And that's it. Seems to be. There's no record of Lyle having left the island by ferry or hovercraft any time after Thursday or returning, so unless he paid cash, he was here, possibly at home, though we haven't got any neighbours yet who claim they saw him. I'll give a press conference asking for sightings of him, and there's nothing more on Victor Hazelton yet. Horton thought of that impressive house, filled with antique rugs and telescopes, and an observatory to die for. To kill for? If he discounted Uckfield's theory, then who would inherit? If they had killed him, then why put the body in Lyle's car? And how did that connect with Lyle and Yateley? One a solicitor, the other a postman. What had Hazelton done for a living? Had he made a will? Had Lyle drawn up that will, and had Yateley witnessed it? And someone now wanted it to remain unknown because it would disinherit them? But no, there he went again, thinking like a ruddy Agatha Christie novel and being too damn fanciful. But was his smuggling theory as outlandish? And what about Yateley's missing notes? He knew Uckfield's thoughts on that subject, that they hadn't solely been about the history of the island. Colin Yateley had written something about his affair with the late Mrs. Lyle, which was why Lyle had been keen to retrieve them, but not so keen as to go straight there after Yateley's disappearance. They found Taylor and his crew outside the house. Clark was photographing the stone-covered driveway, which Taylor and Tremaine were examining. It had finally stopped raining, and a weak sun was descending towards a watery late afternoon. "No blood markings visible to the naked eye," Taylor volunteered, as Horton and Uckfield climbed into scene suits. Horton thought it more a precaution than a necessity, because he didn't believe Hazelton had been killed in the house. Still, they couldn't take any chances, and he wanted no more slip-ups. There was no sign of a forced entry, and extracting the keys Taylor had taken from the dead man's pockets, Horton inserted one in the lock. Whoever killed Hazelton didn't want anything from here, otherwise they'd have taken his house keys or broken in. "Lyle's not a thief," said Uckfield abruptly. The house was still and silent. Everything was exactly as Horton remembered. The big oak staircase, the antique rugs on the polished parquet floor. It was chilly, but there was some heat emanating from an electric storage heater that looked out of place in the old house.
Taylor and Tremaine started in the hall, while Horton slipped into the room on the right and Uckfield the one on the left. Horton found himself in what was clearly a dining room with a large oak table in the centre on a huge, deep red rug. There was some impressive orange-coloured glassware and china figures on top of a bowed glass-fronted cabinet against the wall, inside which was a selection of blue and mauve china cups, saucers and tea plates that clearly were not intended for use. There were also some impressive watercolours of country scenes hanging on the plain walls above a dado rail and panelling beneath. He peered at the signature on the paintings, but the names meant nothing to him. He wouldn't mind getting an expert's opinion out of curiosity, rather than because of any connection with the case, because clearly, as Uckfield said, robbery was not why Victor Hazelton had been killed and shoved in the boot of a car. And there was no sign of a struggle in here. He thought of Oliver Vernon on Russell Glenn's yacht. Perhaps he'd know a thing or two about these antiques. He was supposed to be an expert. He joined Uckfield in the lounge, where he was immediately drawn to the French doors opposite. They gave on to the landscaped garden and a view of the English Channel that was shrouded in the mist. There was nothing to see except a wide expanse of grey sea. But on a fine day, the view would be miles and miles of sparkling blue ocean. Nodding at the phone on a small table to the right of a sofa, Uckfield said, "The last call he made was to you, and I can't find any letters or correspondence." Horton surveyed the spacious lounge with its old-fashioned, faded furniture, before turning to study the porcelain figures of dancers and clowns on the mantelpiece of a stone fireplace spoilt by a modern electric fire. Along with them were a vase and an unusual-looking clock. As Taylor entered, Horton said, "What's your opinion of these, Phil?" "Valuable. Antique." Horton's view, too. There were also more impressive paintings, one a little abstract and striking. It was a sailing scene that could have been anywhere along the coast, but he fancied it was of Cowes Week in August, early last century. There were no family photographs. "Any idea what Hazelton did for a living?" Uckfield asked. "Antique dealer?" suggested Horton. He wondered if WPC Claire Skinner would know. She hadn't mentioned it when they had been here before. Uckfield said, "Is there a study?" "No, but there's an observatory." Taylor forestalled Uckfield as he headed for the door. "It would be better if you'd wait for us to finish, sir." Uckfield looked as though he was about to contradict him. Then he grunted. "Okay, let's talk to the cleaner. That is, we could, if we knew her address," he added, glowering at Horton. But Horton was saved from answering by Beth Tremaine. "This might help, sir." She handed Horton a piece of paper. It was pinned on a notice board in the kitchen, and clearly a reminder to Hazelton of his staff's contact details. But had he needed it? Horton wasn't so sure. He recalled Hazelton's dismissive attitude to WPC Skinner and Sergeant Elkins and thought he understood. The cleaner and gardener's details, as far as Hazelton was concerned, didn't merit the trouble of remembering. As they headed for the Walkers' residence, Horton wondered what Vivian Walker's reaction was going to be when she heard her boss had been brutally murdered. Chapter 11. "It's those illegal immigrants. They killed him," she declared. They'd found her in front of the television, with a box of chocolates and a cup of tea at her side, watching a TV game show that Horton had heard people talking about at the station, but had never seen because he didn't have a television set on the boat. "You've seen them?" asked Uckfield sceptically. "No, but Mr. Hazelton saw that light. It must have something to do with that. Who else could want to kill him?" Norman Walker threw Horton an apologetic glance. Horton again got the feeling he'd had when first meeting Vivian Walker on Monday, that she'd been involved with the police somewhere along the line. He noted that Norman looked more upset at Victor Hazelton's death than his wife. Perhaps she was just made that way. "Do you know who Mr. Hazelton's next of kin is?" he asked, perching his backside on the edge of a chair. Uckfield took the chair opposite. It was a stuffy little room, crammed with knick-knacks and photographs that seemed to clash with the flock wallpaper and patterned carpet. "There isn't anyone. Mr. Hazelton wasn't married," she answered warily. "No nephews or nieces?" "Not that I've heard of, and no one ever visited him." "How long have you worked for him?" 15 years. "That's a long time." "So what if it is?" Horton stifled a sigh. It was definitely one of those interviews. "How about you, Mr. Walker?" His wife answered for him. 8 years. "And what are your duties?" Horton tried politeness, then wondered why he'd bothered. Clearly it was wasted on this woman. "I don't see that's any of your business." "Okay, so that's how it is." Leaning forward, he said harshly, "It is my business when a man has been found brutally murdered, and I'm beginning to wonder exactly why you are so hostile, and why you haven't shown the slightest sign of distress at his death after being in his employment for 15 years. The flush deepened. "You think we had something to do with it?" she cried. "Did you?" he asked coolly. "No, we flaming well didn't, and if you're going to talk like—" Mrs. Walker sprang up indignantly. "Sit down," Horton said firmly, and held her hostile stare. "Sit down, Mrs. Walker." After a moment she exhaled and sat down heavily. Horton said, "Now, shall we start again? And this time I'd appreciate a little more cooperation." Horton shifted his gaze to Norman Walker, who nodded sheepishly, while his wife pressed her lips together and eyed him through slits. "What were your duties?" She sniffed and said, "I cleaned the house, did his shopping, and cooked for him on Mondays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. On Sundays, I cook a roast dinner and do him up a plate, and Norman takes it over." "Did you clean the observatory?" "Only when he was in it, and then he wouldn't let me touch his telescopes, afraid I'd damage them, though I've not so much as broken a cup or one of his fancy figurines since I worked there. He collects them, and china. He was always coming back with something he'd picked up at some market or antique shop." "Have you ever seen any photographs of Mr. Hazelton's family?" She shook her head. Uckfield spoke. "When did you last see Mr. Hazelton?" "Monday, when he was there," she nodded at Horton. "What time did you leave?" "Same time as always, 2 p.m. Mr. Hazelton was up in his observatory when I called out goodbye." Uckfield picked at his fingernails. "On Monday, did he say he was going to meet anyone on Tuesday?" "No." "Did he have any telephone calls while you were there?" "No." "How did he seem when you left him?" "Annoyed with him," she jerked her head at Horton, "for not believing him. I suppose you do now, it's too late." Horton held her accusatory stare, but he knew that even if he had believed Hazelton, he wouldn't have prevented his death. To Norman Walker he said, "What are your duties for Mr. Hazelton?" "He does—" "I'd rather hear it from Mr. Walker," Horton interrupted firmly. She pursed her lips together and gave him another hateful look, but he'd had worse. Norman Walker said, "I do the gardening and anything that needs fixing in the house. I left with Vivian on Monday afternoon. She doesn't drive." Horton made no comment about Hazelton's house being within walking distance. He said, "We'll need you to look over the house and tell us if you think anything is missing." It seemed unlikely because there was no evidence of a break-in, but Hazelton's killer could have used the keys and taken something from the house before putting the keys back in the dead man's pocket. "Well, we haven't stolen anything," she bristled. "No one said you had," Horton replied somewhat wearily, before adding, "Did Mr. Hazelton talk about his past? His loves, life, job, experiences?" She swiveled her hard eyes on him. "He used to work for a firm of solicitors." Horton's ears pricked up at that. He resisted a glance at Uckfield, but knew he was thinking the same. Lyle had worked for a legal firm, but then many other people did too. It was probably just coincidence. "Doing what?" he asked before Uckfield could. "He was a clerk," Norman answered, drawing a scowl from his wife. "Office manager," she corrected. "If you believe him. You know how Mr. Hazelton liked to exaggerate." "But not about that. Mrs. Jarvis confirmed it." "Jarvis?" Horton quickly interjected, in what looked like becoming a sparring match between husband and wife, and they could do without that. "She's an elderly lady I also clean for. Wallingford and Chandler drew up her will years ago, and she told me Mr. Hazelton was in charge of all those solicitors and the office." Horton sensed Uckfield's heightened interest at the name of the firm. It was the same one Arthur Lyle had worked for. Coincidence? He didn't think so. Hazelton must have recognized Arthur Lyle when he saw him killing Yateley. He asked how long Hazelton had worked for Wallingford and Chandler. Mrs. Walker answered, "Don't know, but he told me he retired in 1986. Hazelton must have been quite young to retire, Horton calculated, in his mid-50s, and that was a long time before Arthur Lyle had retired. Uckfield said, "Do you know or have you ever heard Mr. Hazelton mention a man called Arthur Lyle?" She shook her head. Her husband did the same. Horton stretched across a photograph of Lyle, but they both stared blankly at it. He then tried one of Yateley and again got a negative response. Did Mr. Hazelton mention who was named in his will? Having worked for a legal firm, Horton felt sure he must have made one. Again they shook their heads, but Horton couldn't help noticing their sly glance. No doubt they were hoping the old man had been generous to them. At a sign from Uckfield, Horton rose. "We'll need you both to make a statement, and we'll arrange a time for you to go to the house. Meanwhile, if you could give me the keys." "We don't have any." "He wouldn't give us one," Vivian Walker announced. Horton studied her closely, wondering if it was the truth. Maybe it was. At the door, Norman said, "How did he die?" "We can't tell you that yet. There'll be a post-mortem." "Of course." He nodded and made to close the door when Horton turned. "Did Mr. Hazelton own a mobile phone?" "No. Said he had no need for one." "Can you tell me where you both were between 7 and midnight last night?" "You can't think we had anything to do with his death?" Horton said nothing. "We were in the pub from 7 until 11. It was quiz night. I'm in the team. And then we came home to bed." "Which pub?" "The Bugle." "And at the weekend?" "Here." "Do you own a boat?" Horton might just as well have asked him if he owned a private jet. The answer was clearly no. Uckfield already had the car door open when Horton said, "Does Mr. Hazelton own any other properties or a boat?" "I never heard him mention anything." In the car, Uckfield said, "What was all that about owning a boat?" I wondered if the Walkers could have killed both Lyle and Hazelton, if Hazelton had left them something in a will. Uckfield snorted. "We know who killed Hazelton. Arthur Lyle." Horton still thought he'd get Truman to run the Walkers through criminal records. Uckfield said, "Hazelton could also have been shagging Abigail Lyle years ago, and Lyle recently discovered it along with his missus's affair with Yateley. Maybe he read his late wife's diaries." And that sounded highly plausible. Despite his vowed intentions to stop thinking about the past, Horton's thoughts veered back to his mother. Had she kept a diary? If so, nobody had mentioned it, and no diary had been passed on to him. Therefore, it was unlikely, unless that diary had contained something incriminating or implicated someone in her disappearance. And that made him wonder if their council flat had been searched either by the police or by someone else, who could possibly have had a key or forced an entrance. There was nothing on the missing persons file to indicate either, and Adrian Stanley, by his own admission, hadn't even entered the flat. But Horton had seen his discomfort when he'd asked the question. "I need a drink," Uckfield's voice crashed through his thoughts. "The Bugle?" Horton said, catching the super's drift. "Might as well kill 2 birds with one swallow. And I'm hungry." over fish and chips, which Horton didn't feel much like eating after viewing the body of Victor Hazelton, the landlord and landlady of the Bugle confirmed the presence of the Walkers in the bar the previous night until just after 11 o'clock, and denied knowing Arthur Lyle and Colin Yateley. They claimed they had never seen either man when Horton showed them photographs, and neither had they seen Lyle's Morris Minor. Arkfield headed for Lyle's house, where Dennings, who had phoned as they were finishing their meal, said they'd completed the search without finding any love letters or diaries. "There are some missing pictures in the albums, though." Dennings indicated the gaps and eyed Horton moodily, clearly put out by his presence. "Where's the daughter?" Arkfield said, disappointed. "In the kitchen with her husband. I haven't shown her the photograph of the dress Yateley was wearing, but I told her about the car and Hazelton being found dead in it. She claims she's never heard of Victor Hazelton, and neither has her husband. She thinks her father is in the sea and wants to know if we're searching for him." Horton had already mooted that to Uckfield in the pub and had got a short answer. "Have you any idea of how much a helicopter search would cost?" "A great deal." And then it was unlikely they'd find Lyle. "No suicide note, I suppose?" Uckfield asked, hopefully. Dennings shook his big shaven head. "I've got all the paperwork bagged up. We can double-check it, but I know there isn't one." Horton said, "Perhaps he posted it, and it'll arrive at his daughter's house tomorrow." Uckfield raised his eyebrows. Okay, so Horton didn't believe that either. It was just an idea. "Not all suicides leave notes," he added, before following Uckfield into the kitchen. Dennings's phone rang, forestalling him. With a scowl at Horton, he answered it gruffly. Rachel Salter sprang up from the table with hope and worry on her flushed face. "You found him?" Gently, Uckfield said, "There's every possibility that your father wasn't in the car." "Then how did it get into the sea?" "He could have driven it there at low tide, abandoned it, and waded back to the shore." Paul Salter, a smallish, muscular man in his early 40s, said, "Then where is he?" "That's what we're trying to find out," Uckfield said, trying without success to squeeze the exasperation from his voice. Quickly, Horton asked, "Have you any idea where he might have gone? To a friend's, a relative, or somewhere that was special to him or to him and your mother?" Paul looked blank, while his wife answered, "I've rung round all our relatives, not that we have many, only a couple of aunts on the island, and none on the mainland, and they've not seen Dad since Mum's funeral, and he certainly hasn't gone to Singapore." "A friend's house, then?" Horton asked again, feeling Uckfield's impatience and wishing he'd leave and let him pursue his questioning in peace. "Dad's a solitary man. Well, he hardly had time for friends, with Mum being so ill for years," she added defensively. "That must have been difficult for him. And for you," Horton empathized. She eyed him warily, looking for signs of insincerity. Horton got the impression of an embittered and maybe frustrated woman, as well as a self-centered one. "It was," she replied, tight-lipped. "How long was your mother ill for?" 11 years. Horton was surprised and showed it, prompting Rachel to add defensively, "She wasn't too bad at first, but it progressively got worse until Dad had to give up work and care for her. But I've already told you this." Horton thought that Rachel Salter had resented her mother's illness, perhaps because her father had showered more devotion on his wife than he had on his daughter. That reminded him of something Cantelli had once said about why Catherine was so hostile towards him and his demands for access to Emma. Because she was jealous that he had loved his daughter more than his wife. He saw that it could be true of both his own circumstances and Rachel Salter's. He was no psychologist, just a policeman who had seen a great deal of human nature in all its guises, for better and worse. He said, "Your mother was an attractive woman from the photographs we've seen in the albums. You look as though you were a happy family." He wondered what Rachel's response to his probing was going to be. He heard Uckfield sniff. "We were."
Her reply was crisp and hostile. But every marriage has its problems. Were your parents happily married? Of course they were. What are you saying? She glared at him. Uckfield made to speak, but Horton broke in. Was there anywhere special for your parents? Horton again asked. Somewhere they liked to go together? No. And I know why you're asking. You think Dad might have gone there to kill himself. Well, you're wrong. Yes, he was upset when Mum died, but not enough to do that. I can't think what's happened to him. And I have no idea what that man was doing in the boot of Dad's car. Have you considered that my father's life could be in danger? She demanded. Horton ignored the question and her hostility. Did your father speak about his work or the people he used to work with? It took her a moment to answer, and when she did, she spoke grudgingly. Sometimes. Who did he speak of? For God's sake, I can't remember. You should be out there looking for him, not badgering me with all these questions and tearing the house apart. Rachel, they're only doing their job, her husband interjected. And not very well, she snapped, glaring at him. Horton saw Paul Salter flinch. And you're sure your father never mentioned Victor Hazelton? Yes, I'm sure, she almost shouted. Then her expression darkened. Horton could see her mind racing as she followed the conversation. My God! You actually think my father could have killed this man? She ran a hand through her long hair. This can't be happening. It's ludicrous. Look, I'm telling you, Dad's had an accident. He staggered out of his car and someone stole it and put this other man inside. He could have been attacked. Her face paled as she realized that her father could also be dead. While both scenarios were possible, Horton thought it unlikely. We've checked the hospital, and your father hasn't been admitted. Of course he hasn't, because he's lying in a ditch or he's fallen over a cliff. I want the search and rescue services out looking for him. Uckfield said, We're doing all we can to locate your father, Mrs. Salter. She snorted her disbelief. Uckfield's phone rang as Horton stretched into his pocket for a photograph of the dress that Yateley had been wearing. Have either of you seen this dress before? He asked, while Uckfield slipped out of the room. Rachel glared at it, then back at Horton. What has this to do with my father? Do you recognize it? Pressed Horton gently. No. Paul shook his head. Me neither. Do you know where your father was over the weekend? Here, Rachel said sharply. You saw him or spoke to him? No, but he's always here. Just because she thought so didn't mean he was. There seemed nothing more they could get from the Salters. Horton tried to reassure them that they were doing all they could to locate Arthur Lyle, but he wasn't convincing Rachel Salter. He entered the dining room that Lyle had used as a study and gazed around it again, as though it might reveal something he'd overlooked the first time. Officers had been through the books and found nothing, and idly Horton opened one on the table that was about the history of British passenger ships. He turned to another about the history of the Isle of Wight coast. The last time he'd been in this room, he had noted that Lyle and Yateley had the same interests, which was in maritime matters and local history, the latter of which tied in with Yateley's notes. But he still couldn't see where that got them. He stepped outside, noting that Uckfield was in the living room in conversation with Dennings. It was a clear evening. Soon it would be dark. The streets were deserted, though there was movement behind the curtains and blinds in the neighbouring houses and those opposite. Horton stood and took in the air. He could taste the silence and smell the sea. He wasn't surprised the Victorians had celebrated the place as a health resort and a cure for tuberculosis with the air so clear, and with that came the memory of the notes on Yateley's desk. Lyle had taken them and hadn't been afraid to be seen by a neighbour, so unless he was a callous murderer with nerves of steel, it had been an innocent gesture, and one which indicated to Horton, along with the similarity in their reading matter, that the two men were working together on some kind of historical project, possibly to do with the sea and possibly, he thought, on something connected with the coast. Then there was the connection between Hazelton and Lyle. They'd both worked for the same firm of solicitors and had done so at the same time. If Hazelton had met Abigail Lyle then and had an affair with her, it was doubtful her daughter would have known about it. Maybe someone from Uckfield's team would find out more tomorrow when they visited Wallingford and Chandler. His phone rang. He thought it must be Cantelli, but he didn't recognize the number, so answered it somewhat cautiously. "Is that Inspector Horton?" "Yes," he replied, not recognizing the man's voice. "I'm so glad I've got hold of you. I hope I'm not disturbing you. I'm Robin Stanley." Horton started at hearing the name. There was only one Stanley he knew. "I think you know my father, Adrian?" "I do." Horton's mind raced. Why was the son calling him? "I found your card in Dad's trouser pocket. He's had a stroke. He's in Queen Alexandra Hospital. He's been trying to talk and he's terribly agitated because he can't express himself clearly. But the nurse and I finally worked out what he was trying to say. We believe it's your name. I think he wants to see you." Horton's heart seemed to skip several beats. "I might be completely wrong, Inspector, and I'd hate to waste your time," Robin Stanley added hastily, "but I wondered if you'd mind calling into the hospital when you have a moment. I would really appreciate it. It might help him rest more easily. I know I shouldn't ask, but I'll be there as soon as I can." So much for letting go of the past. No wonder he hadn't got an answer to his call at Stanley's apartment this morning. He only hoped Stanley hadn't been lying ill inside. He didn't like to think that he might have been able to do something to help him. It was bad timing for him that Stanley had had a stroke, he thought, with a trace of bitterness, before reminding himself that the poor man hadn't invited one. Had Adrian Stanley really been asking to see him, or were they mistaken in interpreting his feeble attempts to speak? And if he was struggling to speak, then what more could Horton get from the sick man about the disappearance of his mother? Very little, he reckoned. He got the ward number from a grateful Robin Stanley and rang off. Uckfield's growl brought him up sharply. "What are you standing out here for? Looking for a lost ship?" "No. Thinking about a lost mother." Uckfield zapped open his car. "Let's see what Taylor's found at Hazelton's house." Chapter 12. Nothing was the answer. They met Taylor outside, who said there was no visible evidence that Hazelton had been killed there. The grounds hadn't been searched, though, and that would have to wait until the following day, because it would soon be dark, and tomorrow the Walkers would also be brought here to tell them if anything was missing. Also tomorrow, Dr. Clayton would tell them how Hazelton had been killed and hopefully give them some indication of what the murder weapon looked like. Horton and Uckfield made a cursory search of the house. Only one bedroom was in use, with a view out to sea. It was cheaply furnished. There were no antiques here, and the carpet was of the bulk standard chain store type, wearing thin in several places. Two of the other three bedrooms were furnished, with a modern divan bed in each, as well as heavy old-fashioned wardrobes and chests of drawers. The beds were covered with blankets or bedspreads of no particular note. The wardrobes were empty, and the chests of drawers, lined with brown paper, were again empty. The storage heaters were turned off, but the rooms had been dusted. The smallest box room was devoid of furniture. Hazelton's bedroom yielded nothing much. His clothes, Horton could see by their labels, were expensive and of excellent quality, and what jewellery there was looked to be valuable. The bathroom was dated and held all the usual medicines and toiletries, nothing to show that Hazelton suffered from any illness. In fact, by the lack of pills, Horton thought the elderly man must have been incredibly healthy. They climbed to the observatory. Taylor had given Horton the keys and indicated that one of the larger ones unlocked the door. As they stepped inside, Uckfield gave a low whistle of appreciation. "Anything different? Telescope been moved?" Horton ignored his sarcasm. "No." The large modern telescope was where Horton had last seen it 2 days ago on Monday, and the antique one was resting in its box,
on the top of a low cupboard. Horton recalled Hazelton's lectures on its origins. No doubt it was valuable, like a lot of things in the house. It had been dusted for prints, and as Horton picked up the box, he thought that Hazelton would have had 40 fits at the state of it. He opened it and gently lifted it out, while Uckfield wrenched open the cupboard doors. "That's what I like," he said. "A man with a method. Makes our job a lot easier." Horton eyed the neatly stacked folders inside the cupboard before turning his attention back to the telescope. He put it to his eye and focused it in. There was a container ship in the distance. Then he pointed it in the direction of the shore. "I could do with a hand here when you've finished stargazing," Uckfield said grumpily. There weren't any stars to look at, but Horton didn't correct Uckfield. Replacing the telescope in its box, he took the two files Uckfield handed him. One was marked correspondence, the other personal information. Inside the latter, Horton found Hazelton's birth certificate and those of his parents, along with their death certificates. There were a few other personal items, but no love letters, photographs, marriage certificate, and no will. According to his birth certificate, he was born on the Isle of Wight in November 1932. "His bank balance is healthy," said Uckfield, flicking through the statements. After a cursory glance in the file marked House Deeds, Horton read that the house had been purchased by Victor Hazelton in 1990. Uckfield said, "We'll take these with us and get a team in tomorrow in case there's anything else of use stashed away." Horton locked up the cupboard and the observatory. Uckfield gave instructions for a unit to remain until they were relieved by another. "Don't want any more telescopes moving in the night or notes being pinched," Uckfield added facetiously. Horton said nothing. They returned to Ventnor and collected Dennings and Marsden. Heading towards the ferry, Uckfield said, "Dennings, you'll head up the investigation over here from tomorrow with DC Marsden. Norris will book you into a bed and breakfast. Truman will stay in the major incident suite and will be responsible for coordinating both ends of the investigation, which means you," Uckfield tossed at Horton beside him, "with Sergeant Cantelli, will interview the solicitors, Wallingford and Chandler, tomorrow morning." "What about DCI Bliss?" "It's been agreed," Uckfield said tersely. "I want Lyle found." "That might be difficult, if he's in the sea." "Then I want the evidence to confirm he killed two men and dressed one of them in his late wife's dress." Horton didn't think Cantelli was going to be thrilled about his seafaring trip to the Isle of Wight. Uckfield added, "Let's hope that Dr. Clayton can give us something from the autopsy, and this fashion expert can tell us something about the dress." By the way Uckfield said the word expert, Horton could tell that he didn't hold out much hope, but then the big man had an inbuilt distrust of so-called experts. Horton wasn't quite so firm in his opinion, but he understood Uckfield's skepticism. They'd heard too many experts get criminals off the hook. Uckfield continued, "I'll give a press briefing tomorrow morning, asking for sightings of all three men." Horton said, "And Lyle's boat?" Crisply, Dennings answered, "There's no evidence to say it was used last night, but it's being transported to the same garage where Lyle's car is, and the forensic team will examine it there." So that seemed to be it, with the exception of one or two points. On the ferry, out of earshot of the others, Horton called Sergeant Elkins and asked him to liaise with Customs and the Border Agency for any intelligence on smuggling operations and to let Cantelli know if there was anything going on. Then he called Cantelli on his mobile. From the sound of the children's voices in the background, Cantelli was at home. He asked if Walters had turned up anything on Glenn's crew. "I checked with him before I left. There's nothing known on any of them, or on Dominic Keats, or Oliver Vernon. Hang on, I'll just get my notes." There was a moment's pause. Then Cantelli continued. "Keats is a former Royal Navy commander. Left 6 years ago to become a skipper on a private yacht, and then set up the Super Yacht Training Academy 2 years ago. Divorced, with 3 children. His wife lives in Somerset, and he has an apartment in Oyster Keys and a yacht on the Hamble. He's into yacht racing, so there's quite a lot of information about him on the internet. His business is booming, or so it seems from the latest company records. Oliver Vernon has a master's degree in art history and worked for Landrums, the auctioneers, for 3 years before becoming a freelance valuer, researcher, lecturer and consultant 6 years ago. According to his tax record, he also seems to be doing well for himself. His address is given as an apartment in London. And Lloyd? Ex-commando. Been working for Russell Glenn since he left the army 8 years ago. That left Russell Glenn. There isn't much. He joined the Merchant Navy as a deck-rating ordinary seaman in 1968, working on tankers, and was promoted to able seaman in 1972. He then joined Carnival Cruises in 1978 until late 1981. When in 1978? December. He left them in October 1981. He was out of the UK until 1985 when he resurfaced as the owner of the Enderby hotel chain and started on his road to riches. Walters says he's left you some notes and some photographs he printed off the internet on your desk. Do you want me to carry on looking into his background tomorrow? No. Sorry, Barney, but you're coming with me to the island to talk to Lyle and Hazelton's former employer. Uckfield's orders. Cantelli groaned. Knew I should have joined the Birmingham force. The good news is the weather forecast says it's going to be a fine, calm day. Horton had no idea if it was, but no need to tell Cantelli that. I've heard that before, Cantelli said with justifiable scepticism. Think I'd better stock up on seasickness pills. Horton rang off and stayed on deck as the ferry slipped into the harbour. Lights blazed from the cabins of the super yacht. According to those dates, it was possible that Glenn had known Jennifer before joining Carnival Cruises. Horton wondered where Glenn had been living until December 1978 and which ports he'd sailed into while working on the tankers. It could have been Portsmouth, if the tankers had been small. Otherwise, it was far more likely to have been Southampton or the oil refinery there. That didn't rule out the possibility that Glenn had met Jennifer. Southampton was only 25 miles away. Despite his earlier vows to concentrate on the present and the future, he knew he couldn't let go, particularly in light of the unexpected phone call he'd received from Robin Stanley. What could Adrian Stanley want to tell him? It was pointless speculating. He'd find out soon enough. The announcement came over the tannoy for all car owners to return to their vehicles as the ship was about to dock. Dropping Horton at the station, Uckfield told him and his team to be available for a briefing tomorrow morning, and half an hour later Horton was being shown into a small hospital room by a nurse. He apologised for the lateness of his visit, but the nurse wasn't put out by it. "When you've only just come on duty, this is early," she said, smiling down with concern on Stanley's recumbent figure. "He's troubled and restless, though you wouldn't think it now, and that's not helping his recovery. He's a little difficult to understand. He's been severely affected by the stroke, but if you listen hard enough and tune yourself in, you'll get the gist of what he's saying. If you sit beside him for a while, I'm sure he'll soon realise you're here." Horton sat and stared at the sleeping man. His heart was pumping fast with anticipation of what Stanley might hopefully tell him. Was this the breakthrough he needed, he wondered, with a mixture of dread and excitement, or would it lead to yet another dead end? The sounds of the hospital intruded into the quiet room. The continually bleeping buzzer, a trolley clanging, people murmuring. How long would he have to wait? His eyes scanned the room, taking in a couple of get-well cards, and someone, Robin Stanley, Horton assumed, had brought in a few photographs. He'd sounded a kind man on the phone, but voices as well as looks could be deceptive, as he knew only too well. Horton studied the photographs. Propped up on the bedside cabinet was one of a young man and woman with 2 fair-haired children. That must be Robin and his wife and kids, he thought, picking it up. Nice-looking family. It made him think of Emma, the only family he had left, and he hastily pushed away such thoughts before more nightmares of being isolated from her returned to haunt his waking hours. Replacing the silver-framed photograph, he turned to the one beside it of Adrian Stanley and his late wife. Stanley was in police uniform, and his slim, elegant wife wore a mauve dress and jacket with some discreet but impressive jewellery, a necklace and brooch, a big mauve hat, gloves, handbag and shoes. But it was the medal that Stanley was holding that drew Horton's attention. It was the Queen's Gallantry Medal, and the picture must have been taken at the palace when Stanley had received it from the Queen. What a proud moment for him and his family. He turned to study the lean, grey-haired man lying in the bed and willed him to wake up. He looked much smaller and older than Horton remembered. Then, as though sensing his gaze, Stanley opened his eyes. Horton's heart quickened. Stanley seemed almost at once to register who was with him, and Horton thought he saw a hint of relief in the tormented eyes. "You were asking for me," Horton began gently, easing himself onto the chair beside the bed and praying no one would disturb them. Stanley moved his head slightly. "You wanted to tell me something about Jennifer." Again Stanley nodded. Horton's chest contracted and the sounds of the hospital faded into the far distance. "You remembered something?" Stanley closed his eyes. Okay, it was the wrong question. Horton tried again. "There was something you didn't tell me?" Stanley opened his eyes and again gave that slight movement of his head. Horton caught his breath. It was as he'd surmised. His body ached with impatience, but harassing Stanley wasn't going to get him the information any faster. About why my mother disappeared. But Stanley's eyes remained shut. Horton thought he'd slipped back into sleep. Shit, this was torture. He tried again. About who my mother went to meet that day? Still nothing. Horton took a breath. What the hell was Stanley trying to tell him? His brain scrambled to think. Stanley moved his head a little to his left, but Horton could see it was an effort. His lips were trying to move, but the sound was struggling to emerge. Horton tried to be patient. "You discovered something and kept silent about it?" Stanley's eyes opened. Horton thought he saw fear in them. "You found my mother's diaries?" Stanley closed his eyes. "Photographs? A photograph?" Still the eyes remained closed. Frustration gnawed at Horton. He took a deep breath and willed patience. "What did you discover, Adrian?" "Something dangerous? Dangerous to me and my mother?" Stanley opened his eyes, and his lips moved. Horton's heart quickened. This time some sound emerged from Stanley's frozen body, and Horton desperately tried to tune himself into it. It sounded like, "Ouch," but that didn't make sense. Puzzled, he said, "I'd be hurt if you told what you knew?" Again Stanley made a noise that sounded like "ouch," and another word that sounded like "dead." Horton stiffened. "Someone would be killed if you told what you knew or thought you knew?" Stanley's body seemed to slump, although he never moved and his eyes closed. He looked greyer than when Horton had entered, and his breathing was more laboured. Horton felt alarmed and anxious. He should call the nurse, but he didn't. He could see that the strain of trying to communicate through a petrified body had taken its toll on the elderly man. Frustrated, Horton resigned himself to getting nothing more for now. He laid a hand on Stanley's arm. "It's okay. I'll come back later when you're rested. Don't worry." Stanley opened eyes that were full of pain. Again he tried to move his head, but only succeeded in moving his eyes to his left. Horton frowned as that same sound came feebly from Stanley's mouth. "Ooch." Then he slumped, clearly exhausted. Disappointed, Horton relayed to the nurse what had happened and left instructions for anything that Mr. Stanley said to be written down, but he wasn't completely confident the message would be passed on to the other nurses who came on duty later. He telephoned Robin Stanley, and after telling him what had happened, he asked him to do the same thing if his father tried to speak again. "Do you know why he's so anxious to communicate with you, Inspector?" Horton wasn't going to tell him the truth, but he gave a version of it. "I think he's trying to tell me something about an old case he was on." "Did he ever talk about his cases?" "Sometimes." Horton's pulse picked up a beat. Did he mention anything about a missing woman sometime back in the late 1970s? No, I don't recall that. He might have made some notes, though. In fact, I teased him recently about writing his memoirs. And are there notes? Horton daren't hope. I'm not sure. I could look for you. Thanks. I'd appreciate that. It might help. With his head spinning, Horton left the hospital and headed for home. Stanley definitely knew something about Jennifer's disappearance, which he had kept to himself for years. Had he been threatened? Had this master criminal, Zeus, got to him? But if that was so, surely Zeus wouldn't have let Stanley live. The Zeuses of this world covered their tracks. So what could Stanley know, and why keep silent? Had he known Jennifer Horton? That was a possibility. Had he been involved with her and kept silent because he'd been afraid for his job? Had he heard some snippet of news or rumor about her disappearance that implicated someone he knew and kept silent to protect them? Horton needed more than ooch, whatever that meant, and frustratingly for him and poor Adrian Stanley, he didn't think he was going to get it. Chapter 13. Thursday. Horton reached his office early after a restless night. He drunk countless cups of coffee throughout the night, which had only served to keep him awake, maybe deliberately so, because while awake he could control his thoughts. Once asleep, the nightmares would return. At one time he'd taken his drink on deck and felt the crisp night air chill his bones, hoping it would cleanse his mind of those terrible years. He turned to recollections of when his mother had been there and tried to recall the men he'd seen her with. Russell Glenn unwittingly came to mind. Now in his 60s, he would have been 27 then, but Horton couldn't recall him. Perhaps one of the photographs Walters had printed off the internet might jog his memory. The sound of a car driving past in the early hours of the morning had caught his attention, causing him to wonder where the driver was heading at that hour. The road went nowhere, except to Langston Harbour and the Hayling ferry, which didn't run through the night. He'd waited for the car to return, but it didn't. It was high water, and he had strained his ears for the sound of a boat going out, but had heard nothing. Growing cold, he'd gone below and had lain on his bunk, letting the slapping of the water soothe his troubled mind. Eventually he'd slept, but only for a couple of hours. Sipping his coffee and pushing his weariness aside, he logged onto his computer and searched the police files for events in 1978. What had so preoccupied the police in November 1978 that they had only sent PC Adrian Stanley to investigate the disappearance of his mother, and he hadn't done that particularly thoroughly. But the reports from that period hadn't been scanned, which meant he would need to check them manually. He cursed softly. That would have to wait. He tried the local newspaper archives, but they didn't go that far back either. All he could find was that Portsmouth football team had been relegated to the 4th Division. So a visit to the newspaper office or the library to check the archives was needed. Horton then called up the national news events of that year just for background. The Home Secretary announced a pay increase for police officers of an average of 40%. Those were the days. They were lucky now if they got 4%, and only then if they promised to make cuts. Yearly inflation was at just over 8%, and interest rates at 12.5%. Naomi James broke the solo round-the-world sailing record by 2 days. The first test-tube baby was born, and Labour faced a vote of confidence. He sat back, feeling restless and agitated. There was something nagging at the back of his mind, something he'd seen or heard, but it refused to come to light. He rummaged around on his desk and found 3 photographs of Glenn that Walters had printed off. 2 of them had been taken in the last 7 years and were clearly publicity shots taken on the sale of 2 of Glenn's businesses. He wore the same gold-rimmed spectacles and was casually dressed. His hair wasn't as grey or as untidy as when Horton had seen him on Monday evening, but there was the same slightly shambolic, uneasy air about the man, who was clearly uncomfortable in front of a camera. The other picture was of a younger Russell Glenn, at a black tie function, unaware that the camera was on him. Horton studied it. Glenn must then have been in his early to mid-40s. He was still wearing glasses, but Horton thought he caught sight of a different Glenn, one more relaxed, more confident, sharper. He folded all 3 photographs and thrust them in his pocket before swinging round to stare out of his window at the clear, bright morning. Had Glenn changed over the years? Had he lost his edge? Hardly, if he could afford to buy a super yacht. So who was the real Russell Glenn? The dishevelled man who looked ill at ease, or the other, sharper one? The door to the CID room opened. That must be Cantelli or Walters. He pushed thoughts of Stanley and his mother from his mind and turned round, starting in surprise as he stared up at the lean, silver-haired figure in the immaculate grey suit on the other side of his desk. Detective Chief Superintendent Sawyer of the Intelligence Directorate closed Horton's door behind him. "Sir," Horton made to stand, but Sawyer waved him back into his seat and took the one on the other side of Horton's desk, where he crossed his legs and eyed Horton with a serious and assessing air. "DCI Bliss tells me that Victor Hazelton's death is not connected with Project Neptune." "We believe it's connected with the death of Colin Yateley, whose body was pulled out of the Solent on Monday." "Yes, sir." "And neither of these deaths has any connection with a possible terrorist attack on the USS Boise." Horton studied the lean-featured man with eyes as cold as marble. "Not unless you know something we don't," which was always possible. He thought of DCI Vanessa Lee with Mike Danby in that restaurant. "By we, you mean Detective Superintendent Uckfield?" "Yes, sir. It's his case." Sawyer nodded. After a moment he said, "But Hazelton did report 2 incidents of lights at sea." "Yes, although there is no corroborating evidence. He could have seen Yateley's killer the first time, but we're not sure that applies to the second sighting." Sawyer seemed to consider this. Horton said, "Have you evidence to show that Hazelton could have witnessed something connected with a potential terrorist attack, sir?" "No, but that doesn't mean to say that he didn't." "What theories do you have for his death?" Horton wanted to say, "Why ask me? Why not Uckfield?" But that could be construed as being insubordinate. That aside, he didn't think he'd get a straight answer anyway. Instead, with his mind whirling with thoughts of why Sawyer was here, he swiftly brought him up to date with what they knew and the most likely theory. Lyle had killed Yateley for having an affair with his wife, and had then killed Hazelton because he witnessed the murder, or because he'd also had an affair with his wife. Sawyer listened without showing the slightest sign of emotion or interest. Finally, he said almost casually, "But you've no evidence to support this?" "Not yet, sir." "And you agree with this theory?" There was a slight question mark in Sawyer's tone, and behind it a hint of surprise. Horton should have answered immediately that he did, but a moment's brief hesitation gave Sawyer his answer. Horton silently cursed himself for betraying his thoughts. But why was a chief superintendent interested in a mere detective inspector's theories? And why was this chief superintendent particularly interested? There were 2 answers to that question, and Horton wasn't quite sure yet which was the correct one. He said, "It's possible. What other theories do you have, Inspector?" "None at the moment, sir," Horton replied. He could see that Sawyer didn't believe him, but if he explained his theory about Yateley and Lyle cross-dressing in secret in one of the bays on the coast and being discovered by smugglers, it would sound incredible, probably because it was. He heard the outer door open and the voices of Cantelli and Walters. Sawyer rose, but Horton knew he hadn't finished yet. He hardened himself for what was coming, while taking great pains not to betray any outward tension. Sawyer had reached the door before he turned. "How is the search for your mother going?" "It isn't, sir." Horton held Sawyer's unblinking gaze. The lean man's lips twitched with the ghost of a smile. Horton's stomach twisted. The bastard knew he'd been to see Stanley in the hospital, and that he'd visited him in his apartment. The blue van sprang to mind. Had Sawyer's officers been in that? Had they been following him or watching Stanley's apartment? Both, apparently. Sawyer said, "You can still reconsider your decision to help us find Zeus." Horton had refused to be used as a sacrificial lamb to lure this master criminal from his lair, as Sawyer wanted. "It might help you to find out what happened to Jennifer." "I'll think about it." Sawyer didn't reply. He opened Horton's office door a fraction before turning back again. "How do you know Russell Glenn?" This time, Horton didn't bother to hide his surprise. He couldn't if he had tried. "I don't." Sawyer nodded slowly and then swept out, leaving Horton confused as to the real purpose of the man's visit. What the hell had that been about? Before he could formulate any kind of answer, his door swung open and Bliss swept in with a worried frown on her high forehead. Why was Detective Chief Superintendent Sawyer here? What did he want? Did he ask for me? She demanded. He wanted an update on Hazelton's death, Horton answered calmly, and watched her face pale. He could see the thoughts chasing around her mind, and among them were fears that Sawyer didn't trust her and had gone to her DI to get the real story. "What did you tell him?" she asked, eyeing him warily. "The same as I told you. We don't believe it has any connection with a potential terrorist attack." Horton rose. "Superintendent Uckfield wants us for the briefing." He swept past her, catching her off guard. She seemed too preoccupied with her thoughts to order him back. She wasn't the only one. As he made his way to the second floor and the major incident suite, with Walters and Cantelli in tow, his head spun with the implications of Sawyer's question about Russell Glenn. It could only mean one thing. Russell Glenn must have been involved with his mother. The incident room fell silent as Uckfield perched his large backside on the edge of one of the desks, which seemed to give a protesting creak, and asked for an update from Sergeant Truman. Dennings and Marsden had already left for the island. Horton fetched a drink from the water cooler. His eyes fell on the photographs on the crime board of Lyle's sodden car and the furled-up body of Hazelton in the boot. It seemed inconceivable that 4 days ago he'd been interviewing him about a report he'd considered a figment of the old man's imagination. He brought his attention back to Truman. Rayton Lettings claimed that no one has had a fourth set of keys cut to Yateley's flat. There is the master and a spare set, which the landlord's already told us hasn't left the office, and one set was given to Yateley. We know that Yateley had 2 keys cut from the set to give to his daughter, so he could have had more cut and given a set to someone else. Uckfield said, "Can't see why he should. He doesn't seem to have had any close friends and no other relatives, unless he gave a set to his wife." Unlikely, thought Horton, based on what they'd seen of her, and Uckfield said the same, only putting it more coarsely. "If he did, he must be a real glutton for punishment." Truman continued. "An officer has spoken to Margaret Yateley's employer, who you might be interested to know is Philip Gunville, the owner of the car you saw outside her house on Tuesday evening." "Consoling her in her hour of sorrow," muttered Horton. "He's married with 2 school-aged children, claimed he was visiting her because he was concerned after hearing the news about her ex." "Yeah, and we know how concerned," said Uckfield, working a toothpick round his mouth. "Gunville says he was working in the bar last Wednesday evening and after clearing up went to bed at just after midnight. His wife confirms it, and that Margaret Yateley was working there until 11:30 when she got her taxi home. Neither of them claims to know Arthur Lyle. We haven't asked them about Victor Hazelton." Uckfield broke in. "Marsden will deal with that and show them photographs of Hazelton and the dress. Dennings will also get officers showing Lyle's photograph at the 3 island ferry terminals. The main thrust of our investigation is to assume that Lyle is our killer and that revenge could be the motive. And that's what Inspector Horton and Sergeant Cantelli will be probing when they talk to the partners and staff at Wallingford and Chandler.
Uckfield turned to address Horton.
Find out all you can about Arthur Lyle and Victor Hazelton, and see if there is any link between that firm of solicitors and Colin Yateley.
There is, piped up Truman. Wallingford and Chandler handled the Yateley divorce.
Uckfield beamed. Now we're getting somewhere.
It was a connection, thought Horton, but it was a long way from Lyle being a killer. For a start, as far as they knew, Lyle didn't handle divorce but property conveyancing, and the timing was wrong for Yateley meeting Abigail Lyle through her husband's firm, because Yateley split from his wife 3 years ago, the same time as Lyle gave up his job to nurse his sick wife, according to Rachel Salter. He refrained from saying so, and denting Uckfield's enthusiasm.
Uckfield said, "So what else have we got on these 3 men?"
Truman answered. Lyle's GP has confirmed that Lyle wasn't suffering from depression. In fact, the last time he saw his doctor was when his wife died. He's never mentioned anything related to having problems with his wife or family. The fingerprints Dr. Clayton managed to get from Yateley's body check with the comb and pen Inspector Horton brought back from Yateley's apartment. There are other prints in the apartment which could match Lyle's. The Fingerprint Bureau are checking them. They are also checking if they match any prints found in Hazelton's house. We won't get anything from the forensic examination on Lyle's garage, his boat and car for a few days. Apart from that, all we know is that none of the men has been convicted of anything criminal, and they've all paid their taxes like good boys. We'll start on bank and telephone records when we have them, which should be later today. I'll also chase up the fashion expert to see if she can tell us more about the dress found on Colin Yateley, but it was only sent over to her late yesterday afternoon. There's very little forensic on it, except for evidence of sand and gravel, which is still being analysed. We might get more on that in the next couple of days.
Might's no damn good, Uckfield grumbled. And I want it today, not next Easter. Tell them it's urgent.
Horton caught Truman's eyes. There was nothing in his expression to betray his thoughts, but Horton knew that the sergeant had already told them that, probably 3 times. Swivelling to glare at Horton, Uckfield said, "Truman will call Wallingford and Chandler to tell them you're on your way." He hauled himself up and glanced at his watch. "Time for my press conference. Let's hope the great British public can help us. DCI Bliss, if you can spare DC Walters, we might need his help to man the phones here, although I expect most of the calls will be to the incident room at Ventnor." Bliss still looked too preoccupied with trying to fathom out why Sawyer would pay a special visit to one of her subordinates to protest. She left the incident room before them, no doubt on a mission to find some pretext to contact Sawyer and try to get the truth out of him. Horton knew she didn't have a hope in hell. Dismissed, Horton, Cantelli and Walters headed back to CID, where Horton asked Walters to press on with his investigation into Russell Glenn's background. "When I'm not answering the phone in the major incident suite," grumbled Walters. "And in CID," added Horton. "Cantelli and I are off to the Isle of Wight." "Some people have all the luck," Cantelli disagreed. On the ferry, Horton told Cantelli about his visit to Adrian Stanley's apartment and his subsequent visit to the hospital, drawing a worried frown from the sergeant. He hoped it might take Cantelli's mind off the fact he was at sea, and he knew he could trust Cantelli. "I can't think what Stanley was trying to tell you," Cantelli said, puzzled. "But it sounds as though you're right, and he knows more about your mother's disappearance than he let on." Horton then mentioned that he had an appointment to see his social services case files tomorrow morning. Cantelli said, "I won't ask if you're doing the right thing, because you've obviously asked yourself the same question 1,000 times. What do you think the records will tell you?" "How difficult and disruptive I was?" "Which wouldn't be surprising given the circumstances." "Will you be able to handle raking up the past, Andy? It's going to be painful." It already was, but that was no reason to abandon it. He shrugged an answer, adding, "You know that it's only recently I've even been able to think about it.
And the more I do, the more questions I have about Jennifer's disappearance. What happened to her belongings? Her jewellery and clothes? What became of the furniture in the flat and my toys? Some came with me, but there must have been more than a handful of cars and a football. A jag of a painful memory fighting to cling on to what little he did have stabbed at him. Eventually all his belongings had been stolen or destroyed. He'd quickly learnt that possessions didn't mean much in life. And perhaps that was why he had travelled light for years, before he'd found a family and a home of his own, which in turn had been snatched away. Now he was back to living light, and that was how he vowed it would stay. The yacht and what he could get on it was enough for him. He added, "Then there are all the photographs of her and of us together. Those of me as a baby. Surely she must have taken some pictures." "Perhaps the furniture was sold to pay bills and the photographs destroyed." "They shouldn't have been though, Barney. They belong to me." "You think the photographs might be in the files?" Horton shrugged. "I doubt it. But there might be a record of what happened to them." Concerned, Cantelli said, "Don't build your hopes up too high, Andy. There wasn't as much information recorded in those days as there is now." Cantelli was right. Horton knew that. And he also knew that when he did get to speak to Adrian Stanley again, he might not be able to say any more than he had last night. Horton then told Cantelli about Sawyer's visit, leaving out the bit to do with Sawyer knowing about Horton's visit to Stanley and without mentioning Zeus. The less Cantelli knew about that, the better, he reckoned. "I think the Intelligence Directorate is interested in Russell Glenn." "They're not the only ones." Cantelli eyed him curiously. "What do you mean?" Horton asked, surprised. "Apart from getting Walters to dig up what he can on Glenn, I hear you're on the guest list for this posh do tomorrow night." Danby must have told Cantelli. But when and why, wondered Horton, before Cantelli added, "P.C. Johns told me. He's moonlighting for Danby." Horton groaned. That meant it would be all over the station. Bliss hadn't picked up on it yet, and neither had Uckfield and Dennings, but it would only be a matter of time before they did. "I told Johns to keep his mouth shut," Cantelli said, reading Horton's thoughts. "Otherwise, I warned him that he might find his lucrative little sideline suddenly drying up." Horton breathed a silent sigh of relief, but he knew that it wouldn't be long before the information leaked out. Johns wouldn't be the only moonlighting police officer. He owed Cantelli an explanation. "I knew Avril Glenn years ago, before I met Catherine." "Ah, Walters said she's something of a looker, and much younger than her husband." "It's okay, I'm not getting involved." "She asked to meet me, and then invited me to this charity reception and auction. I'm still not sure why, though I suspect it's to show me how well she's done for herself. But I am curious about Russell Glenn. I saw him on the deck, and although it was at a distance, he seemed to recognise me. I'm not imagining it, Barney," Horton quickly added, to counter Cantelli's dubious look. "And Sawyer's visit makes me think I was right." Cantelli frowned. "If Glenn is under surveillance by the Intelligence Directorate, it might be wise to leave him alone." "I can't." "I know," Cantelli sighed. "But for heaven's sake, be careful." Horton gazed out of the ferry window at a calm, pale blue sea, then back at his closest friend. "I will." Cantelli nodded solemnly before his dark-featured face broke into a grin. "Good. I don't want to end up being left with Bliss bellowing in my ear every 5 seconds. "Perish the thought," Horton said lightly, picking up on Cantelli's mood. "Now, let's see if we can find out why 2 men are dead and 1 is missing, and despite what Uckfield believes, I think there might be something in my theory about smuggling, especially after what Sawyer said, or rather didn't say. Did Elkins get back to you with any news from the Customs and the Border Agency?" "He said there's nothing major on, just the usual checks at sea, randomly stopping yachts and motorboats and boarding the occasional container and cargo ship. There's no organised smuggling operation and certainly nothing to link with Victor Hazelton's claims of smuggling." Horton considered this for a moment. "Have they been on board Glenn's super yacht?" "I doubt it." "Why not? Just because he's rich doesn't mean he's not crooked. On the contrary, he probably is." You're just prejudiced, Cantelli said, smiling. You bet I am, and highly suspicious. I'll ask Elkins to find out. But tell him not to make a big deal of it, Horton quickly cautioned. I don't want them charging in like he's a Cuban drug baron. Cantelli frowned. Do you really believe Glenn could be involved in bringing in drugs? It would be risky, but perhaps that's what turns him on. The charity reception and auction could just be an excuse for putting into port. He thought of the photographs in his pocket. Perhaps Glenn's mild manner had fooled Customs and many others down the years. When's P.C. Johns on duty? Now. He's working on Glenn's yacht tonight. Call him and ask him to do a bit of undercover work tonight. See if he can find out if the rib's been launched, and if so, when and who went on it. But he's to do it surreptitiously. Do you think he can handle that? Cantelli nodded, and ask him to get a guest list for tomorrow night. That should be easy enough, if he's going to be working. Walters can check them out. Horton was curious to see who the guests were. Cantelli nodded and reached for his mobile phone. Horton was pleased to see that the activity and concern over his safety was helping to keep Cantelli's seasickness at bay. He stared out to sea, watching the Isle of Wight coastline draw closer. He now knew why Danby had met Lee. Something was going down on Glenn's yacht tomorrow night. It could be an armed robbery, but that would simply be a cover for what was really happening. And Horton suspected it was drugs. Perhaps Glenn had been involved in smuggling drugs while in the Merchant Navy and while working on the cruise liners. By 1985, when he emerged as the buyer of a chain of hotels, he'd made enough money to start his legitimate business empire, which could have been used, and still might be used, for money laundering. And if Glenn was dealing in drugs, and if Glenn had known Jennifer, then had she too been involved? Horton didn't want to think so, and he had no recollection of his mother being an addict. But if she had been mixed up in Glenn's operation, then she was most certainly dead. Could Glenn have killed her because she had threatened to expose him or posed a risk? Again he considered whether Glenn was use, but he was jumping ahead. The question was, did Avril know about her husband's illegal activity? He wanted to think not, otherwise why invite him? But his cynical copper's brain said that that was precisely why he had been invited. To provide a good witness to say that nothing illegal could possibly have happened. Well, if Avril and Russell Glenn thought they could use him, then they could think again. He turned his mind to the forthcoming interview with Wallingford and Chandler. Chapter 14. I wonder if his first name is Raymond, Cantelli said, silencing the car and nodding in the direction of a sparkling brass plaque to the right of the sturdy royal blue door of Wallingford and Chandler in Newport. Horton knew that Cantelli's love of Raymond Chandler sprang from the film adaptations of the author's legendary novels rather than the novels themselves. His initials are, so it could be, Horton replied, climbing out and eyeing the 3-story colour-washed Georgian house in front of him. It was spread over 3 floors, with 2 windows on the first floor and another 2 on the third. It looked much like the other elegant period properties in the quiet and respectable Broad Street, a stone's throw from the quay. There was no blatant advertising here, not even a sniff of ambulance chasing. Wallingford and Chandler looked discreet, expensive and exclusive, which made him wonder why they'd handled Colin Yateley's divorce. This legal firm looked as though they were more used to dealing with bankers and businessmen, not postmen. Cantelli made the introductions and showed his warrant card to the pretty blonde receptionist with the upper-class accent, immaculate makeup, and beautiful dental work. As she rang through to Mr. Chandler, Horton surveyed the room. It boasted a glittering crystal chandelier that looked as though it had come out of some grand opera house. Probably had, he thought. There was soothing pale colours on the walls, elegant classical furniture, which they didn't test out, interior design magazines of the expensive kind, and highly polished floorboards over which were spread rugs that hadn't come from any discount warehouse. It could have been mistaken for an expensive consultant's room. He wondered how it had looked in Victor Hazelton's days. The same? Had Hazelton stamped his taste for antiques here, which had lived on after his reign, or had he acquired his passion for antiquities while working here? Cantelli's hushed voice interrupted Horton's speculations. "So, who do you think our Mr. Chandler will look like? Alan Ladd, Humphrey Bogart, or Dick Powell?" Horton's eyes scanned the walls, which boasted some remarkably good paintings of local beauty spots, the Needles, St. Catherine's Lighthouse, Whitecliff Bay, along with other spectacular coastal scenes, before alighting on the wall behind the pretty receptionist, where there hung an array of tastefully framed photographs which seemed to document the history of the firm from the 1800s to the present day. "None of them, if that's him," Horton said, indicating the most recent pictures, where a dark-haired man with a high forehead, angular face and strong nose featured prominently. In a couple of them he was receiving awards, and in others he was with groups of clients, either golfing, fishing in a sizable motorboat, or at a gala reception. "Ray Milland," announced Cantelli firmly, following the direction of Horton's gaze. That could be Wallingford. But it wasn't. Ray Milland, or rather his look-alike, Chandler, rose from behind a big antique desk situated in a spacious and elegantly furnished first-floor room, tastefully decorated in the same soothing pale yellow as the reception area, and with the same period features. Even the floorboards had been stripped and varnished and overlaid with a beautiful, red, deep-pile antique rug, which again reminded Horton of Victor Hazelton's house. He made a mental note to suggest to Uckfield that he call in Oliver Vernon to value the items in Hazelton's house, and at the same time he could pump him for more information about Glenn. Chandler, smiling, stretched out a strong hand, which Horton took. He found it dry and warm, and as Rodney Chandler introduced himself, Horton noted his eye contact was assured and friendly, and his dark suit of excellent quality. They'd been offered refreshments, which they had refused. Normally, Cantelli would have sunk a mug of tea, but Horton knew he was still wary to accept anything so soon after his 40-minute sea voyage, which, miraculously, had been sick-free, although Cantelli had begun to look a little green as they headed into the terminal at Fishbourne. Horton had taken coffee on the ferry. As they disembarked, Truman had rung to say that his checks on Norman and Vivian Walker had shown that Vivian Walker had been convicted of shoplifting 28 years ago when she was 24. First offence, nothing since. Shoplifting was a long way from murder. "How can I help you?" Chandler asked in a rich, deep voice as he gestured them into the two antique leather library seats opposite. Horton said, "We understand that Arthur Lyle and Victor Hazelton worked here." Chandler gave a gentle lift of an eyebrow as a demonstration of his surprise at the statement. Truman hadn't revealed that when he had called earlier to make the appointment. "They did? Why the interest, Inspector?" Horton told him that Arthur Lyle was missing and that Hazelton's body had been recovered from the sea in suspicious circumstances. Chandler made the obvious connection. "You can't honestly suspect that Arthur has anything to do with Victor's death," he declared, incredulous. "We're concerned for Mr. Lyle's safety," Horton replied cagily. Chandler continued to eye him with an air of astonishment. "You think Arthur could be mentally ill? That he's had some kind of breakdown or brainstorm and killed Victor? No," he said firmly, shaking his head. "It's impossible. He's as sane as you and I. Surely there must be a mistake. How did Victor die?" "We're waiting on the results of the autopsy." "And just because Arthur is missing and they work together, you've assumed a connection, and the wrong one, Inspector. Arthur could be on holiday."
"Not according to his daughter." Horton weighed up whether to tell Chandler that Hazelton's body had been discovered in Lyle's car. It would soon be public knowledge anyway, and he wasn't getting far with his inquiries here. He gave Chandler the details and watched his eyebrow go up and down in surprise and disbelief.
"This is incredible. But I see why you said you were worried for Arthur's safety. He too could be a victim, but of whom? Who could possibly want to kill either or both of them?
Horton didn't answer the question. Clearly Chandler wasn't going to believe Lyle had killed Hazelton. He said, "When did Arthur Lyle retire?"
3 years ago. He took early retirement to care for Abigail, his wife. She had MS. Sadly, she died 18 months ago.
That confirmed what the daughter had told them and what Truman had unearthed. Were they happily married? Chandler looked puzzled at the question, then frowned.
Yes. Why do you want to know that?
No hint of either of them having affairs?
None. I can't see where your questioning is leading, Inspector.
Horton wasn't going to elaborate. He said, "What was Mrs. Lyle like?" Again the eyebrows shot up, but Chandler answered in a neutral tone.
A pleasant, friendly woman.
Quiet. Not the kind to cause her husband any problems, then?
No.
Have you seen Arthur Lyle since he retired?
No.
And Mr. Hazelton?
No. Victor retired a year after I started working here as a junior lawyer in 1985.
He swiveled around in his leather chair and gestured up at one of the photographs behind him.
Following in my father's footsteps and my grandfather's. He established the firm here in 1870.
He turned back to face them.
And my son is carrying on the family tradition. He's with a client at the moment, otherwise you could have met him. Maybe you'll have time before you leave.
Was that a hint for them to hurry up and go, wondered Horton? Perhaps Wallingford and Chandler wasn't the type of legal practice to handle criminal law, and having the police on the premises was demeaning. Cantelli looked up from his notebook.
Did Arthur Lyle work here when you first joined the firm? Yes. He'd been here for a few years. He's older than me by about 8 years. I don't remember the exact date Victor retired, but if it's important, I can ask my secretary, Linda, to look it up for you.
Please, answered Horton. Chandler lifted his phone, punched in an extension, and gave instructions to his secretary. As he replaced the receiver, Cantelli said,
Could either man have visited the practice when you weren't here?
Horton knew what Cantelli was driving at. He was trying to establish a link between Hazelton and Lyle, which was more recent than 1985.
They might have done. You'd have to ask the staff. If we can, with your permission, sir.
Chandler looked a little nonplussed and then annoyed. Horton guessed it was because he'd allowed himself to play into their hands.
They are awfully busy, and I wouldn't want the clients disturbed. We'll be as quick and discreet as we can.
At a sign from Horton, Cantelli folded away his notebook and slipped out of the room. Horton knew the sergeant would also take the opportunity to ask the staff for their views on Arthur Lyle and probe for any hint of gossip or possible affairs. Horton said, "What was Victor Hazelton like?"
I didn't really know him, but I remember him being a small, smart, fussy man. Extremely particular. He had high standards and forceful views on how the office should be kept and how people should dress and behave, which, to me, then, at the tender age of 25, seemed a bit extreme. But I've come to see how right he was. He also had a fine eye for detail. My father and his partner John Wallingford, both sadly no longer with us, had great respect for Hazelton.
His evidence bore out what Horton and Uckfield had seen in Hazelton's house yesterday. Horton said, "What was his position here?"
"Office manager, when I joined."
That confirmed what Vivian Walker had told Horton. He wondered if that was how Hazelton had met Vivian Walker. Perhaps this law firm had been appointed to represent Vivian Walker on her shoplifting charge. If so, Horton was surprised that Hazelton had admitted her into his house full of valuable antiques, although, to be fair, she'd never committed another offence, or had never been caught, added his sceptical mind. Perhaps Norman Walker had mended her wicked ways. Chandler said, "Hazelton started as a clerk, but my father recognized a valuable employee when he saw one." "There was never anything against him?"
"Good God, no."
"We've heard he liked to exaggerate. Nothing harmful, just stretched the truth a little in telling a few tall stories."
"Well, I never heard him tell any. Chandler replied a little stiffly. But on Chandler's own admission, he hadn't seen Hazelton for years. Horton could hear the traffic in the silence that followed this announcement. "Is there anyone here from when Victor Hazelton was employed?" Horton knew Cantelli would establish that, but it might be worth comparing notes afterwards. Chandler shook his head. So, thought Horton, Arthur Lyle had been the last link here with Victor Hazelton, unless you counted the man sitting in front of him. Shame. Horton would have liked a few other opinions and a bit more background on the elderly man who had become an unexpected victim. "Do you manage the practice single-handedly, sir?" "At the moment, yes. Until my son becomes a partner at the end of the year." "So there are no Wallingfords left?" "No. We'll be changing the name to Chandler's on the 1st of January next year." He smiled. "A new era begins." Horton returned Chandler's smile. "Tell me about Arthur Lyle," he said. Chandler didn't speak for several seconds, and Horton didn't prompt or press him. The lawyer was obviously considering his response. There was no need to read anything sinister into that. "Arthur was a quiet man and highly intelligent, but, as they say, lacking ambition. He specialized in property law and could have gone much further in a bigger practice, but he was content to stay in conveyancing and here. He didn't even want to become a partner." Chandler spoke as if that was both incredible and sad. "Did he draw up wills?" Not that Horton thought that was relevant, but he recalled one of his theories that someone wanted to suppress a will made by Hazelton in order to inherit, and so had dispensed with a witness and the lawyer. "A few times when we were short-staffed, but it wasn't a regular occurrence." "Did either Victor Hazelton or Arthur Lyle make a will with you?" Chandler's eyebrow again lifted in surprise. Horton couldn't help wondering how many hours he stood in front of a mirror practicing that. Had someone once told him he resembled Roger Moore? If so, they had grossly misled the man. "Arthur did. I don't know about Victor. Would you like me to check?" "I expect my sergeant already is." "If Mr. Hazelton did make a will with you, sir, we'd like a copy of it." "Of course." Horton didn't ask to see Arthur Lyle's will because he knew that Chandler wouldn't let him see the will of someone still living. Dennings hadn't found a copy of it in Lyle's house yesterday, and Horton didn't think it was relevant anyway. He said, "What did Lyle do in his spare time?" "I don't think he had much with his wife so ill for many years. He was devoted to her and his family." But his daughter didn't seem so devoted to her father, only visiting him fleetingly once a week, thought Horton. He got the impression from the way Chandler spoke that being a family man was something of a black mark against Lyle, and wondered why before answering his own question. DCI Bliss and Uckfield were the same. Family first in their eyes meant lack of work commitment. With them, as it had once been with him, he thought, with a twinge of guilt, it was job first and family second. Well, he'd paid the price. And what of Bliss and Uckfield? Bliss was single, and Uckfield barely acknowledged his family. Cantelli was different, though, thank goodness, and he was right to be. He didn't think there was much more he could get from Chandler, and what he had got was precious little. He showed him Yateley's photograph and asked him if he knew or recognized him. He drew a blank. "I believe your firm handled Colin Yateley's divorce 18 months ago?" "Well, he doesn't look familiar, but then I don't handle divorce, and neither did Arthur. You need to talk to Susan Elizabeth Haig, only she's on maternity leave at the moment. I deal with business law and disputes, intellectual property." "But why do you want to know about this man?" "Could we have Miss Haig's contact details?" "Terry Bramley can give them to you. He's our office manager. But you haven't said why you're interested in Colin Yateley." Horton told him that he'd been found dead in the Solent, and that they'd established a connection between Yateley and Arthur Lyle. "I see," Chandler nodded thoughtfully. "I heard on the news about a body being found at sea. I'm afraid I can't tell you how Arthur and Mr. Yateley became friendly, but I suppose it could have been through this firm. What did Mr. Yateley do for a living?" "He was a postman."
The eyebrow shot up again. There was a tap on the door, and Linda entered. "There's no record of a will for Victor Hazelton. Sergeant Cantelli also asked me." And, Horton recalled, there hadn't been one in Hazelton's personal file in his house, so where was it? Had Hazelton actually made a will? Surely, being a tidy man, he must have done. If it was in the house, then they'd find it. He wondered if the Walkers were there now, checking to see if anything was missing, and whether Dennings was with them. Well, he'd have nothing to report back to Dennings about this connection. It was clearly a disappointing dead end. It seemed Cantelli had risked seasickness for nothing. Horton thanked Chandler for his time and said they'd notify him if and when they had news of Arthur Lyle. He left Chandler looking concerned and headed along the corridor, glancing into a couple of rooms on the way. He found Cantelli in the last room on the first floor talking to a bald, fresh-faced man in his late 40s who was sitting in front of a computer at a desk which was laden with more paperwork than Horton's. Immediately Horton could see Cantelli was onto something, and his heart quickened. Swiftly, Cantelli introduced Terry Bramley, the office manager. "Mr. Bramley says that Arthur Lyle was here 2 weeks ago." "He asked to see an archive file," Bramley said, "from October 1980. They are archived off-site, and he asked me to request it." Horton knew immediately this was significant, although he couldn't see how. He said, "You obliged even though Lyle was no longer an employee?" "I didn't see any harm in it, especially as he'd worked on the case," Bramley said defensively. "What case?" Bramley flinched at the sharpness of Horton's question. He flushed, saying, I don't know. He wasn't specific, just said he wanted to check something on an old case he'd worked on." Was Bramley lying? Horton didn't think so, but he could see Bramley was mentally calculating whether his desire to oblige Lyle was going to get him into trouble. "It was manic in here. I didn't have time to question him about it. Arthur is completely trustworthy and discreet. I gave him the number of the storage company, and he rang through and requested the file himself." "And when was it delivered?" "That day. I don't know what time, but Arthur said he'd come back after lunch, and I told him he could use my office. I had a half day." That was unfortunate from their point of view. "Was the file still here the next day?" "No. Arthur left a note on my desk thanking me and said he'd got the storage company to collect it." Cantelli said, "Why didn't Mr. Chandler mention this?" "Because he wasn't here. He was out fishing with a client." Convenient, thought Horton. So Lyle had slipped in, accessed the file and slipped out again without anyone knowing what he'd been searching for. It could have nothing to do with his disappearance or Hazelton's death, but what was it that Lyle was so keen to look up? They needed to know. "Could you phone the storage company and tell them we have permission to access the file?" "Now?" Horton nodded. As Bramley picked up the phone, he said, "Does Mr. Chandler need to know about this?" "I suggest you tell him." Horton didn't need to add, "before we do." He got the address and telephone number of Susan Elizabeth Haig before they left, and on the way to the storage company that was just outside Newport, Cantelli rang her, while Horton drove. Coming off the line a few minutes later, Cantelli said, "She remembers the case. It was a straightforward divorce, no complications." "Lucky them," muttered Horton, thinking of his own marital split and divorce proceedings that seemed to be stretching on forever. Then he recalled the filthy, sodden, half-chewed body in the woman's dress and suppressed a shudder. Poor Colin Yateley hadn't been so lucky after all. "She said that she usually handles divorce at the top end of the market, and the staff I spoke to confirmed that Wallingford and Chandler are expensive and exclusive because they get excellent results for their clients. She liked Colin Yateley, and because he was the firm's postman, she agreed to take it on at a low cost." That explained that, and confirmed Horton's views about the legal practice. "Did you get to talk to Chandler Jr.? "No. He was still with his client, but he handles wealth management,"
Cantelli consulted his notebook and read, which entails estate and tax planning, business succession, charitable giving, trusts and asset protection. Would be nice to have some wealth to manage, he added, snapping his notebook shut. The talk is that Wallingford and Chandler are doing all right. Chandler runs a Range Rover and lives in a large manor house near Kingston, and Chandler Jr. is single but has a girlfriend who works in London. Junior lives in an apartment at Cowes Marina. The staff I spoke to all liked Arthur Lyle. There wasn't a bad word said against him. Quiet, kind, calm and brilliant at his job. None of them remembered Victor Hazelton. Which wasn't surprising, given that he had retired so long ago. Horton turned into a track. The sign said, Lane's Farm and Storage Company. Let's hope we can find out what Arthur Lyle was so interested in 2 weeks ago. But even if they did, Horton wondered if it had any connection with his disappearance and the murder of 2 men. Chapter 15. They were shown into a tiny office at the back of a large building by a dour-faced farmer, who told them he'd diversified into archive retrieval and storage and converted 2 of his large modern barns because the farming industry was buggered. He now employed 4 drivers and 2 office staff and made more in 1 month from storage and shredding than he did in 6 from farming. Horton wasn't sure whether he believed him, but that didn't matter. What did were the contents of the large storage box dated October 1980 that had been placed in front of them. When they were alone, Cantelli lifted the lid and pulled out a contents list, which was also inscribed on the front of the box. Horton peered at it and ran through the names. He didn't recognize any of them as being connected with the case. Shouldn't take you long to look through that lot. What's this, you? Don't want me crowding your style. While you're checking through the contents, I'm going to take a look around the area at Hazelton's house. Dennings won't thank you for trampling on his ground. I know Dennings. He's in charge, which means he'll be in the incident suite, trying to look and sound impressive and barking out directions to any of the poor plods who are unfortunate enough to enter it. It would help if I knew what I was looking for. I'm sure you'll spot it, if it's there. Don't forget to come back for me. I don't fancy being roped into milking the cows. There aren't any on this farm. Then make sure I don't get filed away. As Horton headed across the island to the east coast and Hazelton's house, he wondered why Lyle had been interested in the file from October 1980. He could have been looking up the address of a former client who'd become a friend and who he'd lost contact with. Or perhaps he was trying to trace someone related to a former client. It probably had nothing to do with the deaths or Lyle's disappearance, but there was a slim chance it could have, and therefore it had to be followed up. A patrol car and police van were parked on Hazelton's driveway, and there was no sign of Marsden's car, so the coast was D.I. Dennings clear. Unless the goon had come in the patrol car, which Horton doubted. It would be beneath him. He showed his ID to the officer on the door, who told him the Walkers and D.C. Marsden had been and gone. From what he had heard, they hadn't said anything was missing. Horton was logged in and he found a handful of officers bagging up anything that could be relevant to the inquiry. From the landing window, as he climbed the stairs to the observatory, he could see others combing the grounds in search of a possible murder weapon or any evidence that the murder had taken place there. He speculated on what Dr. Clayton's post-mortem might discover before pushing open the door of the observatory. It was stifling hot, and he was alone. The light blue sea was rippling under a clear sky that seemed to stretch forever. All he could see on the horizon was a lone yacht with white sails steadily making its way around the island. Lucky thing. He focused the telescope on it, and on board saw a man and woman wrapped up against the crisp April air. Catherine had never liked sailing. She'd been more at home on Uckfield's motorboat, despite the fact her father sailed a large yacht. But he knew that Dr. Clayton liked sailing. Maybe he should ask her if she'd like to go out with him on his yacht. Perhaps she already had a boyfriend she went sailing with. He knew little about her, except that she was divorced. He swiveled the telescope round, thinking that perhaps Dennings was with her in the mortuary. That wouldn't please her. But as he'd said to Cantelli, Dennings wouldn't want to leave the incident suite and miss out on anything. No, he'd probably wait for Gay Clayton to report back to him. And if Horton wasn't very much mistaken, Neanderthal Man would soon be hassling her for the results, unless he had something else to occupy his small brain. Horton turned his concentration closer to the shore, but he couldn't see into any of the bays in either direction because of the lie of the land. The small bays and coves were tucked in under the cliff, which meant that Hazelton wouldn't have seen anything actually entering any of them. But he could have seen a boat heading for one of them, as he'd mentioned. He returned to the ground floor and crossed the garden, where he again showed his ID to the officer in charge of the search. The officer reported that nothing resembling a murder weapon had been found. But as they didn't yet know what that was, they were bagging up anything that looked suspicious. It wasn't a great deal, just the occasional branch, but nothing with bloodstains on it. Horton found a path at the edge of the garden, and soon he was striking out down a steep, narrow track bordered by hedgerows that was leading him down to the sea. Would Hazelton have been physically able to climb back up this path at his age, he wondered? The man had been wiry and had looked fit, so it was possible, especially if he had used the path frequently and by doing so had enhanced his fitness. After about half a mile, Horton emerged from the trees and shrubs to find he was crossing a small field which came out at the edge of a low cliff. He looked over it, onto a small shingle bay. It was about 2 hours away from high tide, so impossible to walk in either direction around to the next small cove, but he noted there was another track, which led down the cliff onto the shore. At high water, it would be possible to get a small boat in here, but there were clearly no caves and no chines, and nowhere for Yateley to stash his store of women's clothes. He reached for his phone to call Cantelli, but there was no signal. He headed north, skirting the shore as he picked his way along the field until he could see down into the next small bay. Again, there didn't seem to be any hiding place. He turned and surveyed the lie of the land. To the west, directly behind where he was standing, the field led up to a dense thicket. To the north, the field continued for a distance until it gave on to a hedge, and then more trees bordering the low cliff top. To the south, and the way he'd come, there was the pathway up to Hazelton's house. Horton frowned as a thought occurred to him. Had Hazelton been involved in smuggling? Making his way back up to the house, he tried calling Cantelli again and only managed to get a signal when he was in Hazelton's garden. "You're still alive, then?" he said, when Cantelli answered. "Just, but I'm beginning to get claustrophobic and bleary-eyed, not to mention faint from lack of food." "Found anything?" "I'll tell you when you pick me up, and bring me some food." Horton smiled. "Okay." Cantelli was waiting for him outside, and beside him was the large box file. "I called Chandler and asked his permission to take it away. Bramley had told him about Lyle requesting the file. Chandler wasn't pleased about it and said that none of the clients in the file was to be contacted without consulting him first. I gave him the list of names, and he said he already had them on the computer file in the office. He said he'd let me know which of them were still clients. There's too much to go through here, and it needs Truman's expertise, not mine," Cantelli added, after putting the box in the boot of the car and grabbing the sandwiches Horton had bought. Between mouthfuls, he explained what he'd found. "The box contains a probate for Harold Jenkins, who lived in Ventnor." "Well, he's no longer one of Chandler's clients." "And we won't be able to speak to him unless we engage a clairvoyant. A divorce for the Barrington Clarks of Newport, and 3 property transactions, one at Fishbourne, one in Newport, and the other at Bryston, which were all handled by Arthur Lyle." "Any of the cases involve Victor Hazelton?" "His initials are on some correspondence, but they are more plentiful on the probate matter. I've cross-checked the files with the index. There's nothing missing, as far as I can tell, but as I said, we'll need to do a more thorough trawl through the documents and get some legal advice to see if anything could have been extracted from one of the files." "How many people are mentioned, apart from those working for Wallingford and Chandler, and those involved in the legal process?" "9, Cantelli answered, biting into his sandwich. 6 connected with the buying and selling of the properties, the 2 divorcees, and Harold Jenkins of Ventnor, the deceased probate."
Who inherited?
From my quick read, and it was only brief, it was a nephew called Trevor Markham.
And where was he now? Should there have been more money? Wondered Horton out loud, heading for Ventnor.
Perhaps this Markham found out he should have inherited more and killed both Hazelton and Lyle for revenge.
Why bother, when he could simply have exposed the fraud?
Revenge. Or perhaps he's a psycho case. Hazelton could have been swindling the account for years and stashing the money away for his retirement. Perhaps something triggered Arthur Lyle's curiosity. He checked the file and discovered the fraud and tells Yateley.
Why?
Perhaps Yateley is related to this Trevor Markham or knew him. Angry that his friend or relative got duped, he confronts Hazelton and gets killed. Then Lyle does the same.
But that means Lyle should be dead and not Hazelton.
Something could have gone wrong. They struggled. Lyle accidentally kills Hazelton, tries to cover it up, and then, filled with remorse, kills himself by driving his beloved old car into the sea and drowning. His body is swept away on the high tide.
Why wouldn't Yateley or Lyle have reported the fraud to us, the police, instead of confronting Hazelton?
Not everyone does.
It doesn't account for Yateley wearing a woman's dress, though. Cantelli polished off the last of his sandwich and frowned.
No.
And that's our sticking point on everything, Barney, except for Uckfield's favoured theory of Abigail Lyle having an affair with Colin Yateley, for which we have no evidence, not even a hint of it. Horton then told Cantelli about his walk to the shore and the thought that Hazelton could have been helping smugglers. There's a direct route up to his house, and he could have been reporting all the suspicious light stuff to the local police to make them consider him an idiot and stop investigating.
Like that poem about Matilda telling such dreadful lies that when she did tell the truth about the house being on fire, no one believed her and she perished in the flames.
Something like that. But again, we're back to that dress.
What are we missing, Barney?
Horton said earnestly.
A lot,
was Cantelli's swift reply as Horton pulled up outside the temporary incident room at Ventnor. Dennings, jacketless and perspiring, glowered at them as they entered. He had a phone stuck to his ear, as did the other two officers in the room, and no sooner had one replaced the receiver than it rang again. Horton knew why. People were phoning in with reports of sightings of Yateley and Lyle, thanks to the super's earlier press briefing. Slamming down the receiver, Dennings said,
"So far, Arthur Lyle's been seen climbing Tennyson Down, flying a helicopter at Bembridge Airport, sailing a boat out of Yarmouth, dossing in a doorway and ride, and jet skiing across the Solent to Portsmouth. Next, he'll be swimming the English Channel."
Horton plonked the archive filing box on Dennings's desk, causing him to start backwards. "Present for you, Tony."
"What is it?"
Horton quickly brought him up to speed with the interview at the solicitor's office and what Cantelli had found in the files. He said nothing about his jaunt to Hazelton's house and his reconnaissance of the coastline there.
"You don't mean we have to waste time sifting through that?" cried Dennings incredulously. "Just because Lyle wanted to check up on some old paperwork?"
Horton shrugged. "Please yourself. It's your investigation." Horton turned to leave, prompting Dennings to say,
"Where are you going?"
"Back to Portsmouth."
"There's work to be done here."
"Not by me and Sergeant Cantelli, there isn't. We were asked to interview Wallingford and Chandler, and we did, with that result." Horton jerked his head at the box. Dennings made to reply, but his phone rang. He glared at it, as though he could silence it by sheer willpower, but it refused to obey him. As he grabbed it, Marsden entered the room, followed by two uniformed officers, one of whom was Claire Skinner. Horton returned her smile as he heard Dennings's end of the conversation.
"Look, I can't get there now. I'm busy."
There was a moment's silence while the person at the other end replied. Then Dennings said,
"Tell me what you've got. I don't want a report. I want you to tell me now how Hazelton died. I know it's complex. It's a murder case."
Dennings sneered. Horton silently winced. It didn't need many guesses to know who the caller was. It had to be Dr. Clayton. And Horton didn't think she was going to be over the moon with the DI's attitude. Dennings's mobile rang. He snatched it up from his desk and, seeing who it was, said abruptly into his landline,
"Email me the key points,"
before he rang off and turned his attention to his mobile. Horton slowly shook his head and made to leave as he heard Dennings say,
"No, Gov. Yes. It's been mad here. Yes. She says she's finished. I can't. Yes, he's here. Horton, Dennings called out. Then into his mobile. Okay, but... Yes, Gov. To Horton he growled. You're to go to the mortuary. The super's orders. Hope he squares it with my boss then. Horton didn't wait to hear Dennings's reply. He was secretly pleased with the way it had played out, but he wasn't going to admit that to Dennings. He noted that Cantelli had already beaten a hasty retreat. Horton knew why. Even the smell of the mortuary was better than being stuck in an overheated room with a bad-tempered DI and a cacophony of phones that would need to be politely answered. Outside, Cantelli said, I almost feel sorry for Dennings. Horton threw in the car keys and an astonished look. I said almost. I wouldn't have eaten those sandwiches if I'd known where we were going. You could go back and volunteer to man the phones. Think I'll risk throwing up. And Dr. Clayton's bad temper, thought Horton. But hopefully she'd have recovered her good humour by the time they arrived. Chapter 16. I'm glad it's you, Gay said, because I might not have been responsible for my actions if I'd come face to face with that oaf who's supposed to be a detective. Surgery with a sharp knife on some vital parts might have been called for. Want to see the victim? Might as well, now we're here, Horton answered, hoping the body would look better than when he'd last seen it. It didn't. In fact, it looked marginally worse, with great ugly stitches across its forehead and up its chest where the mortuary attendant had sewn it back together again after Dr. Clayton's rummaging around inside. Horton tried to equate the body on the slab with the little man he'd seen in the observatory, and couldn't. The skin was white and smelt just as awful as when the boot of the car had been opened and the gruesome sight exposed. But he again noted that the sea life hadn't eaten much into the flesh, the result of being in the boot and not in the sea for long. Dr. Clayton said, If you've seen enough, I suggest we discuss it in more comfortable surroundings. For you, that is. With relief, Horton and Cantelli followed her into a room off the main mortuary, where Gay nodded them towards an antibacterial hand wash while she headed for a sink. Have you traced the next of kin? She asked, wiping her wet hands on a paper towel before tossing it in a bin. There doesn't seem to be anyone, Horton answered, eyeing her casually dressed, slender figure and finding himself comparing it with Avril's more shapely and more expensively dressed one. Annoyed with letting lustful thoughts intrude amid two horrific murders, he followed Gay Clayton into the cubbyhole of an office, where she took the seat behind the desk and gestured them into the two opposite. Sitting back, she eyed them keenly and crossed her jean-clad legs. It's difficult to give you an accurate time of death, but in my opinion, he was killed late Tuesday night or possibly in the early hours of Wednesday morning. I'd say between 8 p.m. and 1 a.m., which tallied with Hazelton's call to him on Tuesday evening at 9:35 p.m. Was he alive when he was put in the car? He asked. The initial evidence suggests not. Thank God for that, Horton replied with feeling. Gay added, There is evidence of silt and sea in his mouth, and I need to fully analyze the contents of the stomach to see if it contains large quantities of water and debris. But it's my belief he died from a severe trauma to the cranium. There's been heavy internal bleeding, and he was struck more than once, in fact 3 times, and violently, with something heavy and quite narrow, about 2 inches in diameter. I can't say what, though. That, along with the fact it's doubtful he'd fall into the boot of the car, slam it shut and drive it into the sea, makes it homicide. There would have been blood then. Yes, on the killer and in the location where he was struck. And no blood had been found in Hazelton's house, or on the driveway. He could have been killed in the garden, but the officer in charge of the search hadn't found any blood-stained weapon while Horton had been there, and if he had, after Horton had left, then Dennings would have known about it. It was possible that the killer had disposed of the weapon and the rain had washed away traces of blood. Either that or Hazelton could have been killed in one of the bays.
Only it had to be a bay with access to a road for the body to have been placed in the car. And Horton hadn't seen any road leading back from the shore on his exploratory expedition. He hadn't seen any tyre tracks either. He supposed that Hazelton's body could have been transported to the Morris Minor, which was some distance away, in something such as a wheelbarrow, but lifting and pushing a lifeless form would take some strength. The forensic examination of the victim's clothes might help you, Gay said. You might be able to identify seeds, soil, or gravel on them, which match with the locale. Was there any forensic on the dress found on Yateley that could give you an idea of where he might have been killed? Some sand and gravel, but it'll take at least a couple of days before we get the full results of the analysis. And so far we've found no evidence to suggest the dress belonged to either the late Mrs. Lyle or Yateley's former wife. It's of excellent quality, and the stitching and design indicate it wasn't bought from any chain store. I've had another look at the notes we've made of it at the time Tom removed it. I'd say it belonged to a woman the equivalent of UK dress size 14, and, judging by its length, a woman who was about 5 feet 6 inches tall. And from what Horton remembered of the photographs he'd seen on the mantelpiece in the Lyle household, and the height given by Arthur Lyle, it didn't sound as though the dress belonged to Abigail Lyle. She was a good deal shorter than her husband, who'd been described as being 5'11", and Lyle's GP had confirmed that. They'd check Abigail's height, of course. Gay added, "As you know, there was a faded label on the dress, and I managed to enhance a photograph of it. It's difficult to make it out completely, but I did get some letters." Horton sat forward keenly as Gay handed him a photograph of the dress and one of the label enhanced. Cantelli peered over Horton's shoulder. Gay said, "As you can see, it looks like the name Thea." Horton's eyes connected with Gay's for a moment as they both remembered the case that had brought Horton into contact with Thea Carlson, the first woman he'd gotten close to since his marriage had ended. But it had finished before it had even begun. Thea had returned to her home country of Sweden and had given him no indication that she'd ever come back. With regret, he'd been forced to put her out of his mind, but it was Thea who had urged him to continue with the search for his mother, and it was largely down to her that he'd made the request to see his social services case file and made contact with Adrian Stanley. Horton wondered if Stanley had managed to say anything more about Jennifer. "What's that?" Cantelli asked, pointing to more lettering that had been enhanced. "It looks like an O and an R." "I think it's the name of the label or designer. I'm no fashion expert. You only have to look at me to see that," she smiled, indicating her jeans and T-shirt. "But the design reminded me of dresses I've seen in photographs of my mother. I'd say it dates from the 1970s, and that whoever owned it had some money during that decade. They've also kept the dress somewhere relatively dry and dust-free because it was in good condition." If the dress hadn't belonged to Abigail Lyle, then could it have belonged to someone who had gone missing years ago, or who had been killed? A woman the killer had a connection with, and so too did all three men, Lyle, Yateley, and Hazelton. Horton thought he'd check reports of missing women from the 1970s when he returned to the station. It wasn't something he wished to delegate for fear the background on his personal life would be exposed, and he certainly didn't want D.I. Dennings trampling all over his past. Cantelli's voice broke through his thoughts. "I think my sister Isabella wore clothes like this. Could I have photographs of the dress, and I'll ask her expert opinion?" "Of course. I've also emailed it and that photograph of the label to Sergeant Truman. Hopefully your fashion expert will be able to give you more information." Horton hoped so too. He said, "How does Hazelton's death compare to Yateley's?" "The method is similar. If you remember, Yateley was also struck on the back of the head. But the weapon used in his case was much larger, about 7 inches in diameter, and he regained consciousness. A single blow to the head is rarely enough to kill someone unless the victim is unfortunate enough to have a thin skull, but several blows can. And it doesn't always render them unconscious either. but it can make them dazed and confused, long enough to be tied up, submerged, and finally left to drown, as in Yateley's case. This latest victim was much older, and his cranium considerably thinner, so the same strength of blow could have rendered him unconscious. Then your killer finished him off with a few more blows. There's not much more I can tell you, except the victim was a fit and healthy man for his age, no signs of living a life of excess, and no major surgery, scars or tattoos and the like. "Fit enough to climb a steep track?" Horton asked, thinking of the one that led up from the small bay below the house. "Definitely. Sound heart muscles. No clogged arteries or lungs. I doubt he ever smoked, and his liver was in good condition." Horton rose. He was about to thank her when she said, "Are you heading back to Portsmouth?" "I could do with a lift. Sergeant Elkins has been called away to investigate a boat theft at the Hamble." Horton willingly agreed. "If Cantelli feels sick on the ferry, he'll have his own personal physician on board." "I might need one," muttered Cantelli. She asked them to wait for her outside while she gave instructions about the body. In the car, Horton rang Truman and asked about the dress. "It went to the fashion expert, Dr. Louise Adams, this morning." "Give me her number. I'll call her and see if she's got anything." "With pleasure. It'll be one thing off my desk." "That bad, eh?" Horton rarely heard Truman complain. "Worse. The ACC keeps popping in to ask how the investigation is going, and if I'm not mistaken, there might be another murder very soon and very close to home." Horton winced. "I expect Dean's trying to impress his new boss. Probably giving him half-hourly updates. Have you got anything more on Hazelton's background?" Horton nodded at Dr. Clayton as she slipped into the back seat. Cantelli started up and headed for the ferry terminal. "His father was a fisherman and his mother a housewife," Truman answered. "Victor Hazelton was their only child, and he went to the local school in Ventnor." So, no inherited wealth. Perhaps he'd won the pools. But Truman said not. "His bank statements only go back a year, but I've been given access to his account. He has the state pension, but no private pension, and no pension from Wallingford and Chandler, but there have been several large sums of money going in over the years." "How large?" "Ranging from £1,000 to £40,000. Horton gave a low whistle. "Sounds like blackmail." "It would if the sums of money started off small and got larger, but they don't. From what I can see, and we've still got some way to go analysing the accounts, they start off large, then the amounts fluctuate, and there's no corresponding payment going out of Lyle's or Yateley's accounts. We've also got some interesting information on Hazelton's house. He purchased it in 1990 for £120,000, which was a lot of money then, when the average price for a house was about $60,000, and he paid cash for it. That's a fair sum for an office manager to cough up." So where did he get the money? The late Harold Jenkins's estate? Or had he been correct when he wondered if Hazelton had been involved in a high-level smuggling operation all these years? Horton said, "Who handled the conveyance on his house?" He doubted Hazelton would have used his old firm because if the money had been come by illegally, Hazelton wouldn't have wanted them to know about it. Unless Lyle had done the conveyance and hadn't asked questions at the time, but had since grown curious. Or could Lyle and Hazelton have been into something illegal together? But if they had, then Lyle certainly hadn't lived the rich lifestyle. Truman said, "A legal firm in Ryde, no longer in practice, and neither is the estate agent he bought the house from. The previous owner is deceased." "Not called Markham or Jenkins, were they?" Horton asked, thinking of that probate file Cantelli had perused. "No. Deacon. We're checking through the telephone records for Hazelton, Yateley and Lyle. There's no record of either Yateley or Lyle telephoning Hazelton or vice versa. But there are records of calls between Yateley and Lyle, with the last call from Yateley to Lyle made the Monday before he died. It was only a short call of 2 minutes duration. Lyle's mobile phone is pay-as-you-go, so we can't find out who he's called or who's called him. The phone is still dead, and it hasn't got GPS, so we can't trace it." Horton swiftly told Truman about the archive box file they'd retrieved with Wallingford and Chandler's permission. You'd better tell the super in case Dennings conveniently forgets. The names in the files will need to be checked, especially the late Harold Jenkins's estate. Was Hazelton ever married? No, and there's no personal correspondence in the files we've got from his house. And there didn't seem to be anyone around who had really known Hazelton, especially when he'd been a young man. There are also no receipts or invoices for the antiques in his house. And Horton couldn't see why he should throw those away when they would add value to the items, unless Hazelton had come by them illegally. Is the super there? Yes. On the ferry, Horton finally managed to get hold of Uckfield. I'd like to bring in an expert to tell us something about the antiques and paintings in Hazelton's house, he said, as soon as Uckfield grunted a reply. I know someone we can ask. I'll arrange it for tomorrow, and I'd like to come over to hear what he has to say. Don't see how that can help, Uckfield said tetchily, but when Horton remained silent, he grudgingly agreed, adding, Dean's given authorization for you and Cantelli to continue working on the team until Saturday morning. He hopes by then we'll have found Lyle's body, or at least evidence to confirm he murdered Yateley and Hazelton. Horton wasn't convinced they'd be able to meet that deadline, and by the sound of it, Uckfield wasn't either. He relayed what Dr. Clayton had told them about the dress. Uckfield said he'd get Marsden to check it out with Rachel Salter. Horton rang off, leaving either Truman or Dennings to tell Uckfield about the archive file. He then called Walters, who had nothing new to report on Russell Glen. You're lucky you got me, Gov. I've been answering the phone all morning. Anything I should know about? PC Seaton's picked up a report of a white transit van seen close to the last house that was burgled, which matches with one seen at another of the properties. Sounds hopeful. Follow it up. That also reminded Horton about the CCTV footage of the blue van. He gave instructions to Walters to retrieve the disc from his desk and send it across to the Scientific Services Department, then asked for the telephone number of the super yacht. A couple of minutes later, Horton punched it in and asked to speak to Mrs. Glenn, announcing himself with his rank. Hello, Andy. Don't tell me you can't make it tomorrow night. I heard about the body found in the sea on the Isle of Wight, she said anxiously. No, everything should be fine for tomorrow. Of course, he wasn't sure that it would be with regards to the murder investigation, but he was determined to make that charity reception come hell or high water. He had an unscheduled appointment with Russell Glen. I was hoping you could give me Oliver Vernon's telephone number. I'd like his help. On the case? She asked, perplexed. I need an antiques expert. Ah, he's staying on board. In fact, he's with me now. I'll hand you over. It's Inspector Horton, he heard her say. Horton swiftly explained what he needed. Delighted to help, Inspector. Would 11:15 a.m. at the Hover Terminal on the Isle of Wight be all right with you, Mr. Vernon? Fine. We'll send a car to collect you. You should be back on the mainland in plenty of time for the charity reception and auction. Can I take your mobile number in case I need to get hold of you or change arrangements? Vernon relayed it before handing the phone back to Avril. She said, Is Oliver allowed to tell me about it when he returns? I'll let him know. It depends on what he finds. Of course. Perhaps you'll be able to tell me all about it tomorrow night, if the case has been solved. Horton hoped so, but he wasn't overly optimistic. He toyed with the idea of calling Bliss and updating her on Hazelton, but as his death didn't have any connection with a suspected terrorist attack, and as he and Cantelli were now officially working on the case, he decided not to. He stood for several moments watching the Portsmouth horizon draw closer and the ships making their way in and out of the old historic harbour. The day had clouded over and the wind was picking up. It carried the threat of rain. He was glad they'd made it back before the sea had become too rough, for Cantelli's sake. As the ferry swung alongside the ancient walls of old Portsmouth, Horton called the number Truman had given him for the fashion expert and was pleased when she answered. I was just about to call Sergeant Truman, a pleasant female voice declared. You have some information on the dress? Horton asked eagerly. Yes, I wondered if you could call in at the university, Inspector. It might be easier to discuss this in person.
Horton glanced at his watch. We'll be there in about 40 minutes. Chapter 17. Dr. Louise Adams greeted them warmly and offered them refreshment.
It's from a machine, I'm afraid.
They both refused.
I don't blame you,
she said, smiling, pushing a hand through her long dark hair and waving them into seats in her small office, which was covered with pictures of fashion models, drawings and material samples.
The tea looks like bath water, and probably tastes like it too.
She sat forward, allowing Horton a glimpse of cleavage above the tightly fitting red dress. She was an amply proportioned woman in her mid-40s and attractive. Clearly Cantelli agreed. In fact, Horton thought she reminded him of Charlotte Cantelli.
I'm so glad you asked me about the dress. It's a fascinating find.
In more ways than she meant, thought Horton. She'd been told it had been found in the sea, but not how. Horton wondered if she'd made the leap between that and the news of the body being recovered from the Solent on Monday. They dropped Dr. Clayton off at the hospital, much to her chagrin. She said she would love to have heard what Dr. Adams had to say, but she was due in a meeting. Horton promised he'd update her. Outside, the rain was spitting at the window in fitful bursts, and the afternoon was drawing in as Louise Adams continued.
It's in exceedingly good condition.
Her lively eyes flashed with excitement as she smoothed her jewelled fingers over the evidence bag containing the dress.
I'm honoured and thrilled to have been given the opportunity to examine it, thank you. Her dresses are such rare gems.
Her dusky skin flushed with animation.
Oh, I'm sorry. I haven't said who. It's a design by Thea Porter.
Gay had got the first name correct. They both stared at Louise Adams blankly. She smiled.
You've never heard of her. But then, you wouldn't be expected to, but she was extremely well known in the 1960s and 1970s.
Horton said, Tell us about her.
Gladly. She was such an amazing woman. Born in Jerusalem on December the 24th, 1927, raised in Syria, studied at London University and Royal Holloway College, Egham, Surrey. She was small, with red hair, loyal, generous, and, some would say, a little eccentric. Others, including myself, would say she was artistic, talented, and inspirational. Her designs are wonderfully magical and mystical, but she wasn't a good businesswoman. Her business went into liquidation in 1981, but she started again a year later. She had so much energy, you couldn't keep her down.
Louise Adams beamed at them, and both men found themselves smiling back. Her enthusiasm was infectious, thought Horton. She leant further across her desk, allowing Horton an even greater glimpse of cleavage, of which she seemed totally unaware.
Thea Porter started by importing kaftans to cut up and make into huge cushions, but quickly saw that in 1966 kaftans were fashionable, so she began to make them to her own designs, using furnishing fabrics and braid. She became a favourite with the rich and famous. Her clothes were sexy, like she was. She designed dresses and blouses in chiffon and expensive soft fabrics.
Horton interjected, So, whoever once owned these dresses would have had money.
Oh, yes. Even to buy one now, second, third, or fourth hand, would cost a small fortune, unless you were amazingly lucky to stumble across one in a charity shop or jumble sale. Her clothes are often auctioned by Christie's. They're very sought after, especially in America.
Cantelli looked up from his notebook. Were her clothes on sale in America in the 1960s?
They were. In New York in 1968, and she had another shop in Paris from 1976 to 1979. She mixed with rich, famous, and powerful people, but she was never overawed by them. She was loved by her friends, but she was too unique and individual to be loved by all the fashion press, though she had her fans.
And was Abigail Lyle one of them? Wondered Horton doubtfully. It didn't sound like it.
Dr. Adams sat back and continued. As the 60s gave way to the 70s, the miniskirt, though still popular, gave way to a choice of other styles. Women could choose between mini, midi, or maxi skirts, and a multitude of styles and influences, much like the fashions of today, I'm pleased to say. Back then, there was the hippie style, nostalgia for the past, first for the 20s, then the 30s, 40s and 50s, and finally the Edwardian era. And that's what this dress reflects. During the 1970s, Thea began to design high-waisted midi and maxi dresses with voluminous sleeves in luxurious brocades, which you can see in this dress in the rich gold, red and black silk cord. Thea's Edwardian look also featured vintage trimmings, and this dress has them on the high neck and on the end of the sleeves as a ruffle. Horton said, "So this is definitely a design from the 1970s. Yes, about 1975 or 1976, I'd say. In 1994, Thea got a form of Alzheimer's and died on the 24th of July 2000. What sort of woman would have bought these clothes?" asked Horton. "One who loved quality," was Dr. Adams's instant reply. "Feminine and not afraid to show it. Confident, successful, wealthy, knowledgeable." And that didn't sound like Abigail Lyle from what he'd heard from Rodney Chandler at Wallingford and Chandler, and it didn't match with what Rachel Salter had said about her mother either. But perhaps Abigail Lyle had once been that kind of woman, before her son and daughter had been born. How old had she been in 1975? 25, 26? "A young woman?" asked Cantelli, following Horton's train of thought. Dr. Adams considered her reply for a moment. "Older, rather than younger, and by that I mean a woman between 30 and 50, give or take a few years. A woman roughly a British size 14 and 5'6", who could carry off these clothes." Gay's estimate was spot on then. The age range, as well as the height and size, sounded wrong for the dress to belong to Abigail Lyle, though Horton wasn't discounting it completely yet. Not until he heard back from Truman. If the dress hadn't belonged to her, and it certainly wasn't Margaret Yateley's, then what had happened to this woman after 1976? And why had Colin Yateley, a former postman, been found wearing it? Had he known this woman? Had Victor Hazelton known her? Although he was a humble clerk in the 70s, had he dated a wealthy, free-spirited and artistic woman, and had that woman a connection with Harold Jenkins, deceased? How often would you say the dress has been worn? Horton knew that Truman would have the full forensic report, which would hopefully give them that information, and more about where the dress had been kept. Unless the submersion in the sea had destroyed the evidence, and that might have been exactly what the killer had intended. "It's difficult to be certain," Dr. Adams answered, "because the fabric is of such high quality, and the stitching so superb, but there is no sign of wear, no fading, and the seams are as strong as if they'd just been sewn. I would say it's hardly been worn at all." "And was that because the owner had died shortly after buying it?" "Can you tell us where it was bought?" "Not precisely, and I couldn't swear on oath to it, but most probably in New York." "So a woman who lived abroad or travelled?" "Or was there on holiday or business, either alone or with her husband. Unless it was purchased for her by someone and brought back to this country, but equally, Inspector, she could have bought it in London. I'm sorry to be so vague." "No. You've been a great help. Would records of Thea Porter's customers still exist?" "Unlikely, but you could try the Victoria and Albert Museum. They might be able to help you." Horton thanked her. On the way back to the station, he chewed over what he'd learnt and where that took them. Reading his thoughts, Cantelli said, "Just because she bought the dress in 1976 or thereabouts doesn't mean to say that's when she disappeared or died. She could have lived until this year. But if the dress belonged to the late Harold Jenkins and his estate, then surely it would have been sold or destroyed long ago." Horton agreed. And there was no connection they discovered yet between Yateley and the late Harold Jenkins. There was nothing for it but solid background work, checks and double checks.
Horton said nothing of his idea about a missing woman, or one that had died in mysterious circumstances during the 70s. It didn't seem relevant now because, as Cantelli had indicated, the woman could have lived a lot longer than that. Nevertheless, the idea had taken root in his mind, and Horton knew that he would have to check. In the major incident suite, Horton relayed to Truman and Uckfield what Dr. Louise Adams had told them. Grouchily, Uckfield said, "Marsden's just called in to confirm that Abigail Lyle was 5'4" and slim. A size 10 dress, according to her daughter. But that doesn't mean Lyle didn't kill Yateley or Hazelton and then himself, or that Abigail hadn't had an affair with both men. The dress could still have belonged to her. It could have been her mother's, or a friend's, or a charity find, and she knew its value and treasured it. Lyle couldn't bear to part with it on his wife's death until he discovered her diaries, or maybe Yateley's diaries, when he was in his flat one day, and made Yateley wear it and drown in it as some kind of sick, ritualistic killing. Horton could see that Uckfield was not going to give up on his theory. Truman confirmed that forensics had also said the dress had been barely worn, but they could get little else from it except salt water, sand and grit. They were still analysing Hazelton's clothes. It was agreed that tomorrow Truman would contact the V&A and Horton would accompany Oliver Vernon around Hazelton's house. Truman would also continue the checks on Victor Hazelton and Colin Yateley, and Dennings's team in the temporary incident suite at Ventnor would start checking Harold Jenkins and the other names in the archive file. Though Uckfield left no doubt he thought it a waste of time. Horton could see the investigation was set to be a long haul and was clearly going to drag on beyond Saturday unless another body turned up, such as Arthur Lyle's. Cantelli went home. Walters had already left and there was no sign of Bliss. A disgruntled Uckfield prowled the major incident suite like a dyspeptic lion, and Horton slipped back to his office while Uckfield took a call from Dennings. There, Horton settled in front of his computer, ignoring his paperwork, and called up missing persons files for 1976. He had no idea what he was looking for, but he started with the local area. It seemed as good a place as any, and the victims were local, so perhaps the woman had been too. There were 2 missing women for 1976, neither fitting the profile. None for 1977 and 1 for 1978. Jennifer Horton. There were also 2 missing men. In 1979 and 1980, there were 3 missing teenage girls and 2 boys, one aged 14, the other 19. Horton continued into 1981 and 1982, but nobody matched the profile or background that Dr. Louise Adams had given him. This line of inquiry was clearly a dead end, but he found himself returning to 1978. This time, he checked out the profile of the 2 men who had gone missing the same year as his mother. One was aged 43, married with 3 children, who had worked in a factory on the Dundas Lane estate. It was known that he'd been suffering from depression. He had left for work one day and never returned. Horton spared a thought for the man's wife and children, who had lived with uncertainty for so long. The other man was single, aged 31. He was a local accountant whose mother had reported him missing when he didn't arrive home from work on the 2nd of December 1978. It transpired that he had never arrived at work. There was no record of him having been depressed, and no reason why he should disappear. Was the mother still alive, wondered Horton? How had she coped with the mystery of her missing son? Had it eaten her up over the years? It must have done. He stood up and stretched, again considering what Adrian Stanley had been trying to tell him. Mentally, he replayed the meeting in that small hospital room, and Stanley's struggle to speak. But he still couldn't make sense of it. Perhaps if he visited a second time, Stanley might be better. That would have to wait until tomorrow. It was time to go home to the boat. There was nothing more he could do here. If the inquiries into the dress and those into the archive file led nowhere, and if Lyle didn't turn up, and there were no reported sightings of him or Yateley, where did that leave them? What other avenues could they explore? Horton stared out of the window as he considered this. There were still the missing notes.
He recalled the book in Lyle's house on the history of the island. Had their research led them to discovering something valuable or something that someone was prepared to kill for? He grabbed his jacket and helmet. Tomorrow, he'd get the name of the author of that book on local history he'd seen on Lyle's table and arrange to see him while he was on the island. He had no idea where it would lead, probably nowhere. But when there was sod all else to go with, it was worth a try. And tomorrow, he'd hear what Oliver Vernon had to say, not only about Hazelton's antiques and paintings, but about Russell Glenn. He'd also have Glenn's guest list, if P.C. Johns didn't forget. Not that he thought any of the names would leap out at him as villains. In fact, he was sure they wouldn't. He didn't know what he expected from seeing the list, and neither was he sure what he'd gained from seeing what had been written about the little boy abandoned by his mother on a foggy and chilly November day in 1978. But in just over 12 hours, he'd find out. Chapter 18. Friday. "Is this all there is?" Horton asked, incredulous, looking up from the few pieces of paper in front of him at the stout, sullen-faced woman standing on the other side of the scratched wooden desk. The room reminded him of an interview room at the station, except the paint wasn't peeling from the walls there. She looked like a prison warder standing there in her black skirt, jacket, and crisp white shirt. "It's all that's in the file," she snapped. Horton recognized an evasive answer when he heard it. He hadn't expected much, but he had certainly hoped for more than just 3 pages, stating his movements from the council flat where he'd lived with his mother to the 3 children's homes and 2 foster homes, before ending up with Police Constable Bernard and his wife Eileen Litchfield, who had changed the course of his troubled youth forever and for good. Where were the notes on his behavior, his schooling, his health? Why was nothing recorded about the times he'd run away in an attempt to find his mother, only to be brought back by the police? And why was there no record of what had happened to his mother's belongings? "Then there must be another file," he said sharply, rising. He saw no need to put himself at a disadvantage by continuing to sit while she stood. "Not according to this," she stabbed a fat finger at the paper in her hand. 249/615/1, Horton Andrew. He stretched out a hand. She seemed reluctant to pass the paper over, but he held her hostile gaze until, with a loud exhalation, she thrust it across. She was correct, but Horton had too many years' experience of officialdom not to know that something that ended with the number 1 indicated there must be other numbers after it. "I want a copy of this, and everything that's in the file, and before you say that's not possible, I know it is. I'll wait." She looked about to protest before turning and flouncing out with as much indignation as she could muster. He wondered why she was so hostile. Was it just her natural demeanour, or had she heard he was a copper and for some reason disliked all coppers? Perhaps she'd got a speeding ticket that morning, or had had a row with her husband. Perhaps she didn't like the look of him. Or maybe she was simply in the wrong job, because he would have thought that an abandoned child, now an adult, would have drawn some sympathy. He crossed to the grimy, salt-spattered window and stared across the busy road at the modern flats to his left, and then at the small boats and the ironclad warship HMS Warrior in the mud of Portsmouth Harbour to his right. His eyes ached, and his head felt as though it was stuffed with cotton wool after another fitful night, tossing and turning over the murders of Yateley and Hazelton. When he wasn't thinking about that and how he might have averted Hazelton's death, his thoughts had turned to contemplating what might be in his file. His early morning run along the seafront had done nothing to banish his anxiety over the latter, and now that he was here, it hardly seemed worth it. Curiosity, both a curse and a necessity for a police officer, had driven him. That and the fear of what he might find had made him determined to keep the appointment. It would have been easy to cancel it, to make excuses that he was too busy, particularly in light of the murder investigation. But he hated feeling afraid. He'd experienced fear too many times in his childhood and youth, and knew its debilitating and humiliating effect. Because of that, he'd vowed years ago to use fear as a servant, not as a master. One thing was clear to him now. Someone didn't want him to see the files held on him. Why? His mobile rang,
But he ignored it as he considered the question, and then another, not only why, but who didn't want him having access to all the information that must have been written about him, and, more crucially, written about his mother. He gazed across the busy harbour, his mind racing. He knew that files on children in care had in the past been kept for a minimum period, which had usually been until the child reached adulthood. So why hadn't the sullen-faced woman simply said that his files had been destroyed when he'd reached adult age? Why hadn't the Social Services Department told him the same instead of granting him access? The answer came quickly, because there was nothing on record about them having been destroyed, and if that was the case, did that mean it was just a clerical slip-up, or that records about him existed somewhere? Did someone have them, but had overlooked the sheet of paper pertaining to 249/615/1 Horton Andrew? And could that someone be Detective Chief Superintendent Sawyer of the Intelligence Directorate? The door opened and he spun round to see the stout woman holding the photocopies with a frown of disapproval on her face, but this time he saw it without the prejudice of his past, and it intrigued him. Again he considered her manner and wondered what she had been told about him. He hadn't shown his ID or announced his profession, only given his name. But someone had prejudiced her against him. Why? And what the devil had she been told? Sawyer had to be behind this. But if he was, then even more important and curious was how had Sawyer known that he'd request his files? Someone had alerted them, which meant his file must be flagged. Either that or his mail was being intercepted, but he thought the latter unlikely. A cold shiver crept up his spine while his heart skipped a beat. Someone had left what meagre record there was on him deliberately, just to see if one day he'd come asking for it. Tersely he said, "I'll contact you on Monday. Meanwhile, I suggest you search your archives." He swept out, not waiting for her reply, knowing it would only be negative. She wasn't going to search, because there was nothing to find. But his visit here, and the threat that he'd be back, would trigger action from someone. All he had to do was wait and see what kind of action and by whom. He checked his messages and found one from WPC Claire Skinner, who was at Arthur Lyle's house. Horton had rung D.C. Marsden early that morning and asked him to find out the title and author of the book he'd seen in Lyle's dining room. She had both and was contacting the publisher to get the author's address. She'd call him back with it. Horton headed for the hospital, where he found Adrian Stanley asleep and alone. He sat for a while with the elderly man, willing him to wake up. His mind wandered back to their conversation in the apartment overlooking the Solent on Monday morning. There didn't seem any hint then of what Stanley might now be trying to tell him. Puzzled, Horton let his gaze travel around the small hospital room, his eyes alighting again on the photograph beside Stanley's bed of him receiving his gallantry medal from the Queen alongside his wife. Horton frowned. Something had nagged at him the last time he'd been here, but he couldn't pinpoint what. Now it suddenly came to him. He hadn't seen that picture on Monday. He would have remembered it and commented on it. So why hadn't it been on display in Stanley's apartment? It must have been a proud moment for Stanley. Perhaps he'd kept it in his bedroom. Horton slipped out of the room and into the corridor, where he called Robin Stanley. "Has your father said anything more?" he asked when Robin came on the line. "I'm afraid not, Inspector." It was what Horton had been expecting. He said, "The photograph of your father receiving his gallantry medal. Where did he usually keep that?" "It's strange you should mention it," Robin replied, causing Horton's heart to quicken. "It's always kept on the mantelpiece. Dad was so proud of it, but when I collected some things for Dad for the hospital, I found it buried underneath some tea towels in a drawer in the kitchen." Horton's mind raced as he tried to grapple with the significance of this. "Perhaps it was broken and your father meant to fix it," he suggested, knowing that the picture beside Stanley's hospital bed didn't look damaged to him. "No, it was fine." So why would Stanley hide it? Surely there was only one answer, because he didn't want Horton to see it. The breath caught in his throat. He thanked Robin Stanley and quickly returned to Adrian Stanley's hospital room. Stanley was still asleep. Horton lifted the photograph and studied it carefully. It was just an ordinary picture of a proud man and woman, and yet Horton recalled Adrian Stanley's struggle to speak. Surely he remembered Stanley's eyes travelling to this picture. Or was that just his overactive imagination? With his heart thumping against his ribcage, Horton turned the frame over and lifted off the back, but with searing disappointment found nothing. No hidden notes, no comments on the rear of the photograph, not even a date. Then why had Stanley hidden it? Did it have anything to do with the armed robbery that Stanley had helped to thwart? Had one of the criminals in that robbery been involved with Jennifer or known something about her disappearance? Horton knew he'd have to check. Although eager to do so, it would have to wait because his phone rang. Seeing it was WPC Skinner, he stepped out of the hospital room and answered it as he headed from the ward. She'd not only got the author's address, but had spoken to him. Ian Williams said he'd be delighted to talk to Inspector Horton or any member of the police if it would help with their investigation. Colin Yateley visited him, Skinner relayed excitedly. When? In October. Again in February and 3 weeks ago. Yateley wanted help with some research he was doing for a book. It was as Horton had suspected, but it could still mean nothing. He told Skinner that he'd be over to talk to Mr. Williams in a few hours. He hurried back to the station to find Walters and Cantelli in CID. He could trust Cantelli, and after calling him into his office, he told him what had happened at the social services office and at the hospital. Cantelli looked increasingly concerned but made no comment. Horton asked him to research the armed robbery that Adrian Stanley had thwarted, which had earned him his gallantry medal, and to find out everything he could about it and the whereabouts of the perpetrators. Cantelli nodded solemnly. He didn't ask if what he was doing was wise, because it wouldn't make any difference. He'd still do it. Instead, the sergeant said, "Why wouldn't Stanley tell you this?" Perhaps he thought it would reflect badly on her, or badly on him, because he hadn't done his job properly. Horton ran a hand over his head. "I've got no idea, Barney, and it's probably a waste of time. But that photograph means something, and it has to be linked with that armed robbery. I'll see what I can get. PC Johns has brought in the guest list for the charity reception on Glenn's yacht tonight. It sounds a posh do. There are a lot of knobs on the list, and 1 or 2 actors and footballers." Cantelli handed across the sheet of paper. Horton quickly scanned it, finding his name at the bottom. There were no villains he knew. He asked Cantelli if he recognized any. "No, but I'll get Walters to run a check on them. And you should know that Walters is moonlighting for Danby tonight. He's just told me that he's on security duty on Glenn's yacht." Then God help us. Knowing Walters' luck, something's bound to go wrong. And that reminded Horton about the blue van. He asked Cantelli to check with the Scientific Services Department to see if the video unit had managed to enhance the registration number or anything else on the van to help give them some clue as to its owner. Did Johns have any luck finding out if the rib from Glenn's yacht has been launched? It has. It was launched on Monday morning when Russell, Glenn and Lloyd took it out for a trial. One of the engines wasn't working properly, so the mechanic was called in, and it was given another test run on Tuesday. It wasn't taken out at night, not according to Johns, but he said he couldn't push his luck by asking too many questions because Lloyd is as sharp as they come. As well as having muscles, he's also got brains, and he carries a lot of clout with the crew. Johns reckons it's Lloyd and not Glenn who gives the orders to the skipper and second mate, who then dole it out to the crew. Glenn spends a lot of time in his study. And Avril Glenn? What does John say about her? A real looker and lovely figure, but then you know that already. She seems pleasant enough and friendly, but not over-friendly. Johns says she seems to spend more of her time with the bearded Vernon and that smooth bastard Keats than her husband. I quote, and Danby deals directly with Lloyd. Cantelli hauled himself up. I'll see if Elkins has managed to pick up anything from Customs and the Border Agency. Horton headed for the major incident suite, making an effort to focus his thoughts on the investigation instead of mentally running through all the possible connections between Stanley's armed robbery and his mother. Upfield was in his office. First, Horton got an update from Truman. "There's not much, Andy.
The fingerprints found on the telescope in Yateley's flat are too smeared and vague to match anyone's, including Arthur Lyle's. We've got a couple of smudged prints from Yateley's apartment which don't match his daughter or any of the residents, and there are some prints from Lyle's house that don't match with the personal items taken from there or his family. They also don't match with Hazelton's or Yateley's. There have been a few reported sightings of Arthur Lyle on the island, which Sergeant Norris and his team are checking out. Horton glanced across at Uckfield, who was scowling at his computer. With a backward glance at a tired-looking Truman, Horton swiftly crossed to the big man's office, knocked briefly and entered. "I hope you've got something worthwhile to say, otherwise you can bugger off." The bags under Uckfield's bloodshot eyes looked as though they should have been put out weeks ago, and his craggy face was grey with fatigue. He waved Horton into the chair opposite. "That bastard Dean's just waiting for me to cock up so that he can go running to head teacher to tell him what a useless prat I am. For Christ's sake, why didn't you seal off that flat and take the old man seriously?" "And I bet you've told Dean that it's all down to me," thought Horton angrily. Well, Dean hadn't come bellyaching around his door yet, and so far Bliss had failed to rub salt into his wounds. She was too preoccupied with her pet project and, Horton guessed, too wary to come down on him too hard in case DCS Sawyer was his newfound friend. Ignoring Uckfield's remark, Horton said, "I want to interview the author of a book on the history of the Isle of Wight coast that was in Lyle's dining room." Uckfield rolled his eyes. "Can't see where that's going to get us." "Neither can I at the moment," Horton retorted, "but Yateley visited this author in October, February, and 3 weeks ago. And as those notes have gone missing, along with Lyle and his laptop computer, and as Lyle apparently took the notes, it's worth talking to the author." Horton stalled. There was something on the edge of his mind. Something he'd just said that was significant, but try as he might, he couldn't grasp what it was. Irritatingly, it refused to come. Uckfield exhaled noisily and threw himself back in his seat. "Might as well waste more time," he said airily, "like checking out that archive file." "Cheer up. Oliver Vernon, the antiques expert, might have something significant to say about Hazelton's valuables, which could give us a lead." Uckfield snorted. Horton beat a hasty retreat before the super could voice his opinions about that, and before he could ask what Cantelli was working on. An hour and a half later, Horton was pulling up outside Hazelton's house, where a patrol car was sitting on the driveway. He nodded at the officer outside and found the other officer with Oliver Vernon in the lounge. "I think I've died and gone to heaven," Vernon said brightly, shaking Horton's hand. "That good, eh?" "I'd say," he enthused, crossing to the mantelpiece. "Take this." He pointed to a black wooden glass-fronted box on the mantelpiece that contained a thermometer and had a gold clock with Roman numerals mounted above it. "It's an antique French Empire clock, and is absolutely beautiful, not to mention in pristine condition." He touched it almost sensuously. "It was made around 1820, and its seconds dial and thermometer make it unique. For a collector, it could fetch up to £5,000, maybe more. And look at this pair of Famille Rose vases either side of it. Exquisite. May I?" Horton nodded. Vernon lifted one of the small vases and handled it delicately while inspecting it. It was just over a foot high. Horton saw that it was decorated with Chinese characters in a fenced garden amidst rocks, blossoming trees, and floral sprays. "This is amazing," Vernon breathed. "I can hardly believe it. Early 20th century Chinese could fetch anything up to £40,000 at auction." Horton was surprised, though he shouldn't have been, recalling what Truman had said about Hazelton's accounts. With a flushed face, Vernon continued, "Can these antiques be traced back to previous owners?" "We haven't found any paperwork for them." Vernon raised his eyebrows. "Unusual, but not unknown. Do you suspect them to be stolen?" "Do you?" Vernon gave a knowing smile. "I can't remember seeing any of them listed as stolen, or hearing about it. In my business it pays to keep a track of these things." "And what precisely is your business?" asked Horton lightly, before quickly adding, "Oh, I know you're an auctioneer, but—" "I'm not, actually," I'm an art historian." Horton contrived to look baffled, and as if this was new information to him, when Avril had already told him this, and Walters had discovered that Vernon worked as a freelance valuer, researcher, lecturer, and consultant. He wanted it to lead to them discussing Russell Glen. Vernon smiled and gently replaced the Chinese vase. "I research rare and valuable antiques, art treasures like this vase, jewellery and paintings for clients. When I find something, often after years of research, I offer to buy it on behalf of the client, if it's available for sale, and even if it's not, I will try and persuade the owner to part with it. My client gives me authorization to bid to a certain level, depending on how desperate he is to acquire it. Other times I will trace a lost antiquity without necessarily having a client, and then I will match it with a client who will appreciate it." "And is that what you do for Russell Glen?" "Yes." Vernon's eyes scanned the room. They fell on the painting of a sailing scene that looked like it had been executed at Cowes Week, which Horton had noted on his earlier visit. "I know what Russell wants, and if I am not mistaken—" Vernon swiftly crossed the room and peered closely at the painting. Horton exchanged a glance with the uniformed officer, who knew better than to interject. Vernon gave a low whistle and spun back, his face flushed with excitement. "Russell would love to own this. If it's genuine," he quickly added, "and I think it might be. He loves beautiful things, paintings in particular, but he also buys rare pieces of jewellery for Avril. This painting appears to be a Raoul Dufy, which is remarkable because it looks like Regatta at Cowes, and yet it can't be, because Regatta at Cowes is hanging in the National Gallery of Art in Washington, D.C. Vernon ran a hand through his hair. "Who's Raoul Dufy?" asked Horton, as a thought struck him. Could tonight's reception on board the super yacht have been designed for the purpose of Oliver Vernon buying, or rather overseeing, the purchase of an item of jewellery for Glen? It couldn't be a painting, because that would be too conspicuous to bring on board. All the items were being viewed on screen in the onboard cinema, so whatever it was had to be small enough to be brought onto the yacht by one of the guests without being noticed, especially if that item had been obtained illegally to begin with. With growing excitement, Horton thought that he might finally be getting to grips with the real purpose of Glen's stay in Portsmouth. The charity auction was just a smokescreen. Did that mean Avril was party to this exchange? Before he could reason that one out, Vernon was speaking. "Dufy was a French Fauvist painter. They were renowned for emphasizing bright colors and bold contours in their work, as you can see in this painting. Dufy died in 1953. He is noted for scenes of open-air social events like this one. It's either a good forgery or Dufy painted more than one picture of the Regatta at Cowes in 1934. And if it's genuine, it will fetch a fortune at auction. You are looking at a very fine collection here. The glassware and porcelain I've already seen in the dining room is in exceptional condition and valuable. This man clearly had an eye for beautiful things." Too fine an eye. How could an office manager have afforded to buy these kinds of things, wondered Horton. The simple answer was he couldn't. These either had to have been stolen, or they were Hazelton's payoff for smuggling. "Did you know Mr. Hazelton?" "No. I only wish I had." "Is there a next of kin?" Vernon asked keenly. Horton knew the way Vernon's mind was running. Get in early and offer to handle the sale. "We're still trying to establish that. For the time being, I'd appreciate it if you would handle this matter confidentially." "Of course." "Could you make an inventory of what's in the house, giving an estimated value of each item?" "It will be my pleasure. I'll begin right away." "An officer will accompany you." "To make sure I don't steal anything?" Vernon grinned. "It's all right. I understand, and I'd welcome an extra pair of hands and eyes." He consulted his watch. "Depending on what else I find in the house, I might have to return tomorrow." "That's fine, and I appreciate your help, Mr. Vernon." "Oliver, please. I hear you're attending our little shindig tonight." "Yes, but I don't think I'll be bidding for any of the items on a police inspector's pay." "You might get carried away in the excitement of the moment." "If I do,
Then I'll have to ask you to re-auction it. Does that happen? Not in the circles I operate in. The rich and famous. And they have deep pockets like Russell Glenn. Massively deep. And as I said, they like special pieces, and they are not too fussy about their provenance. How long have you acted for Glenn? Horton asked casually. 5 years. How did you get to build up this select band of clients? I'm curious, that's all, Horton quickly added, smiling. He didn't want to make it sound like an interrogation. Recommendation, and a reputation for being discreet. I do a good job for one client, and the word soon gets around. I started off by discovering an exquisite lost piece of, well, let's just say something highly valuable and treasured. Vernon fingered his short, fair beard with his slender fingers. I successfully negotiated its sale, no questions asked, nothing made public, and just built my reputation from there. There's nothing illegal about what I do, Inspector. I don't steal anything, and I don't sell on stolen goods, not unless they were stolen 3 or more centuries ago, and no one knows or can trace their rightful owner. And it's all tax-free. Vernon pulled a face. That's not my business. No, thought Horton. Tax evasion wasn't Detective Chief Superintendent Sawyer's usual remit either. But he could be working alongside other agencies to crack Russell Glenn for it. But Horton suspected that either Glenn was about to purchase some art or antique treasure, and Sawyer was keen to get hold of it and those involved in the transaction, or Glenn had something to sell. And perhaps he'd been invited on board to verify that everything, as far as he could see, was above board. He thought of the guest list that Cantelli had shown him earlier, and wondered what Walters would discover from checking the names on it. Who was the secret buyer or seller? Vernon's voice broke through his thoughts. I recommend that you either move these valuables or make this house rock-solid secure. I won't say anything, but word has a habit of getting out. It hadn't so far, but Horton took the point. He said, An officer will drop you back to the hover terminal when you're ready, and in time to make sure you're not late for the auction tonight. He nodded at the officer to stay with Vernon and gave him instructions to take written notes. He didn't want Vernon using a mobile device to record the items for fear it would get out on the internet. Outside, Horton detailed the other officer to remain there and to be vigilant. Then he called Uckfield, who answered immediately. Horton relayed what Vernon had told him. Better ask the National Gallery in Washington, D.C. if their Raoul Duffy is still hanging there, Horton added jokingly. Apart from that, it looks as though Hazelton came across these items illegally, either having stolen them, or they could have been his rewards for helping in a high-level smuggling operation. You're not going to give up on that, are you? Uckfield cried in exasperation. Like you're not going to give up on the theory that Lyle killed Hazelton and Yateley because his wife had an affair with them. At least it explains the dress. Hazelton couldn't have stolen from the Jenkins estate because Dennings says Jenkins left his worldly goods to 2 charities, and they've confirmed they received it. His team's still checking the rest of the names in that file. Horton rang off, but Uckfield's words nudged what had been chewing at the corner of his mind. Files. His mind flashed to the files he'd seen that morning in the social services office, or more precisely, what he hadn't seen. And now he knew what Arthur Lyle had been checking for in that archive file. Of course, the names on the front of the archive box tallied with the contents and the office manager's database, because the file that Lyle had sought had never been put in the box to begin with. Horton smiled. It was so simple. Victor Hazelton had been the office manager in 1980. He had complete control over the archive files. If he had robbed someone's estate, what simpler way to cover it up than to keep the paperwork himself, or destroy it so that nobody could check it? Only someone had finally discovered Hazelton's little secret. Arthur Lyle. But that didn't explain how Hazelton had done it, or why he was dead instead of Arthur Lyle. Horton's excitement subsided. He had felt that he was getting somewhere, but he was still up that blind alley. He just hoped and prayed the local historian, Williams, might throw some light on it. Chapter 19. Horton was shown into a small study crammed with books and papers in a modern house in the middle of undulating countryside not far from the coastal resort of Sandown. Ian Williams, a lean man in his early 50s, with short, light brown hair, bright, intelligent eyes, and a cheerful small face, gestured Horton into a seat with a friendly smile. He'd made coffee, over which they talked about a shared interest in a love of the sea and sailing. "I heard about Colin Yateley's death on the radio. Terrible. He first contacted me in October last year, again in February, and then 3 weeks ago," Williams said, getting down to business. Horton sat forward, not bothering to disguise his keen interest. "Why did he contact you?" "He was researching the island's history, or more specifically, island families, and the people who had shaped it in some way. William Arnold was one such person. He was appointed Collector of Customs at Cowes in 1777, a hard-working, honest and determined man. He pressed for a faster cutter based at Cowes to stop the smugglers, but when he didn't get one, he bought and fitted one out of his own pocket. Through his determination, smuggling decreased. Then there was Hans Stanley, who bought the Steep Hill estate to the west of Ventnor in 1770. Stanley was MP for Southampton from 1754 to 1780 and was made governor of the Isle of Wight for life in 1774. You told Mr. Yateley about these people? Yes, and others, including John Morgan Richards, the tobacco magnate, who bought Steep Hill Castle in 1903 and continued the tradition of entertaining the rich and famous there. Horton felt the stirrings of disappointment. As he bit into a digestive biscuit, he was beginning to think this was a dead end, just as Cantelli's inquiries into the armed robberies had been. His mind spun back to the call he'd received from Cantelli just before he'd knocked on Williams's door. Both of the armed robbers that Adrian Stanley had arrested were now dead. So there was no point in pursuing that line, and as Cantelli had said, Adrian Stanley must have been trying to tell him something else. Horton had asked how Walters was getting on with Glenn's guest list. No one suspicious so far was the result, which was what Horton had expected. He wondered if he should tell Sawyer what he suspected. Not until he'd finished with Ian Williams, and despite liking the man and enjoying his company, he thought he should make that sooner rather than later. Williams was saying, "Then there was Dr. Arthur Hill Hassel, who was sent to Ventnor to convalesce from tuberculosis, which was a killer in the 19th century, as you probably know. He was so impressed by the beneficial effect of the mild climate of the Undercliff that he wrote to the Lancet in 1867, advocating the building of a hospital for tuberculosis patients. It was the beginning of a revolutionary and highly effective treatment, but even more effective was the coming of antibiotics in the 1950s, which put an end to the hospital." Williams sipped his coffee. He looked as though he was getting into his stride and could wax lyrically for hours on the subject, but Horton didn't have hours. He wanted to get back to the mainland, long before the reception, to see if DCI Vanessa Lee or anyone else from the Intelligence Directorate was lurking on the boardwalk, watching Glenn's yacht. And he wanted to corner Mike Danby to establish exactly how much he knew about any attempt to buy or sell whatever precious item was going to exchange hands tonight. Mr. Yateley was keenly interested in another prominent family of Ventnor, one which had a considerable influence in transforming it from a small fishing village to a town. Horton's head snapped up, his interest suddenly aroused. They were almost the same words Yateley had used in those notes. He sat forward. And they were? The Walpons, as in the chine. Williams smiled. The chines, caves, and coves of the Isle of Wight. That meant little on its own, but Horton felt a pricking sensation between his shoulder blades that told him this had to be relevant, a feeling which deepened when Williams added, "In fact, when Mr. Yateley came to see me for the third time 3 weeks ago, it was the Walpons he was particularly interested in." And 2 weeks ago, Arthur Lyle had requested an archive file from the storage company. Horton couldn't recall the Walpon name on the list of contents for the simple reason that it had never been entered. He'd been correct. God, he was close. He could feel it, smell it. He could almost touch the answer. It lay tantalizingly close, just outside his grasp. But he felt certain that soon the pieces would come together. Not caring if he betrayed his excitement, he said, "Tell me what you told Colin Yateley." "First, we discussed the name Walpen for a reason. Walpen Chine is on the southwest coast of the island. It's a sandy ravine, one of many such chines on the island, created by erosion of soft Cretaceous rocks. It leads from the cliff top to approximately halfway down the cliff face above Chale Bay. It's now dry, and the riverbed can be seen heading back uphill to the cliff edge. It's believed that William Walpen took his name from the chine because he appeared out of nowhere and nobody can trace his lineage or history prior to 1835. Horton couldn't see how this was relevant to the case, but it had to be. "Go on," he urged. "Walpen was a rough sort of man, blustery, big, tough, and incredibly wealthy and generous. No one knew where his wealth came from, and there were several stories surrounding it. One was that he'd been a fisherman and had made a huge fortune from smuggling. The other that he'd come from a wreck off Walpen Chine, looting from it gold and jewellery. But if he'd been a local fisherman, someone would have known him, and there is no wreck of that period that ties in with Walpen's appearance. So the other theory is that Walpen broke away from a ship off Chale Bay, escaping with stolen jewels and gold, and there is a possibility that the ship was one of a fleet of packet steamers provided by Louis Philippe for Charles X on his flight from France for England in August 1830. It's known that Charles X brought valuables with him to pay for his new life in England." Several ideas were swimming around Horton's head, but he shelved them for the moment to concentrate on what more Williams had to tell him. Walpen began to invest his money in building projects and most specifically in the boom in building in Ventnor as it became a health resort. In 1844 he married the wealthy daughter of a landowner. She inherited when her father died, only to die a year later in 1856 childless, making William Walpen even wealthier. He then married a woman 30 years younger than him in 1862, Mary, who, after many miscarriages and stillbirths, finally produced a son, Elliot, in 1872, dying herself in childbirth. William didn't remarry, but put his energies into his business, which now included shipping, hotels, and land. He died in 1893, leaving it all to Elliot, then aged 21. But Elliot, with a good education and a quick brain, was an even better businessman than his father. He also got heavily involved in Cows Week and indulged his passion for yacht racing and the America's Cup, and was a keen astronomer. He married Julia in 1905, but she died in 1914, so, like his father before him, Elliot remarried a young woman, Lisa, in 1920, who produced Sarah Walpen in 1921. Elliot died in 1935 and his wife in 1955. Sarah took herself off to America in 1957, and that was the last anyone heard of her. Thoughts hurtled through Horton's mind. So much added up. Sailing, Cows Week, the Raoul Duffy painting, astronomy, Hazelton's telescope, the Thea Porter dress that Yateley had been wearing when his body had been found, possibly purchased in America, and in 1976, Sarah Walpen would have been 55 and within the age range Dr. Adams had said the buyer of the dress might have been. But none of these were evidence of why Yateley was killed. Williams said, "Sarah Walpen must have died in the States, and I'm not aware that she ever married. The line died out with her, and I told Mr. Yateley this." "How did he seem when you told him?" asked Horton eagerly. Williams considered this for several moments. "Satisfied. Yes, that's how I'd describe it, and possibly even triumphant." At last Horton was beginning to feel a little triumphant himself. His visit here hadn't been a waste of time. On the contrary, it had given him the key to the case, and that key was Sarah Walpen. Colin Yateley had discovered, or had had an idea, about what had happened to her. Horton did too. When he ascertained that Ian Williams could contribute no more to the case, Horton quickly and warmly thanked him and hurried outside, where he drove a short distance away before calling Uckfield. Quickly he gave the super a potted summary of what Williams had told him, ending with, "We need to find out if Sarah Walpen died in the States, but it's my belief she didn't. I think she returned to the Isle of Wight, and Hazelton killed her and stole her possessions to fund his lifestyle. I think Sarah Walpen arranged to buy a house here, the place of her birth. She asked Wallingford and Chandler to act for her in the purchase of the property. They did. That is, Arthur Lyle did. On her return, Hazelton struck up a friendship with her, before killing her and stealing from her so he could buy that big house on the cliff top and retire from Wallingford and Chandler to live the life of a gentleman. When Yateley began his passion for local history, he discovered the Walpens and was curious to trace the last of the line, Sarah. He mentioned it to his new friend, who shared the same interest, Arthur Lyle, and Lyle recalled acting on the property purchase for Sarah. He couldn't remember what property she'd purchased, hence his request to see the archives files. "But there's no Sarah Walpen named in that file," protested Uckfield. "Exactly, because Hazelton, as office manager, never filed the papers, and he erased all trace of her from the office records, so it was never entered on the computer." "And when Lyle discovered this, he called on Hazelton," interjected Uckfield excitedly. "Yes, but initially without mentioning Sarah Walpen. Remember, Lyle checked the files 2 weeks ago, a week after Yateley had consulted Ian Williams for the third time. I think Lyle bided his time, doing further research with Yateley until he was certain about Sarah Walpen. Then last week, Lyle must have told Hazelton that he and Yateley knew the truth. Hazelton must have fobbed them both off, saying he'd confess, and then lured Yateley to meet him in the bay beneath his house where he killed him. Could he have the strength for that? Dr. Clayton says that Hazelton was fit and strong for his age, and he could have surprised Yateley. He knocked him out, and then bound and gagged him. But there were still things that didn't add up. He thought back to Dr. Clayton's report on Colin Yateley's death. He'd been tied up and almost drowned until the poor man had given his tormentor the information he wanted. Horton suspected that the information was what was contained in his historical notes about the Walpens. Could Hazelton have been physically capable of that? There were other anomalies too. Frowning, he added, "I know that doesn't account for Yateley wearing what I think must have been one of Sarah Walpen's dresses. Hazelton would hardly have wanted to draw attention to that, unless it was some kind of sick joke. And it doesn't explain how Yateley ended up in the Solent when Hazelton didn't have a boat." "Lyle had one, though," said Uckfield. "Perhaps Hazelton persuaded or bribed Lyle to keep quiet about it, but Lyle then realizes he'll be at Hazelton's mercy. He collects all the evidence from Yateley's flat, i.e. the notes, visits Hazelton, and kills him. Then he kills himself, unable to live with what he's done." It made some kind of sense, but Horton still wasn't sure. Uckfield added, "I'll get Truman working on this Sarah Walpen. We've no sightings of Lyle for the weekend between Yateley's death and his showing up at Yateley's apartment, so perhaps he was hiding out at Hazelton's house, and that was when the guilt set in." Horton thought of those blows that had killed Hazelton. Could Arthur Lyle have inflicted them? People were capable of all sorts of terrible things when desperate, angry, or provoked. Uckfield continued. "We've got a sighting of Yateley, but it's for the wrong time. It's the Monday before he was killed. He travelled to Southampton on the high-speed Red Jet, bought his ticket by cash, but one of the staff there recognised him. She's been interviewed, and it seems genuine, but I can't see how that helps us." And neither could Horton. Uckfield said, "He probably went to do some sightseeing. Apparently he was carrying a briefcase and camera. I didn't see either in Yateley's apartment. Not on my first visit, or our second one." There was a minute pause before Uckfield said curtly, "I'll check with Taylor." Horton knew Taylor would confirm that neither had been in the flat, and Horton didn't recall the witness mentioning Lyle carrying them. Lyle might already have put them in his car before returning to Yateley's flat when the witness had seen him, or he could have put both in the briefcase,
unless Yateley had taken them with him when he'd met his killer. And why would he do that? Because the briefcase and camera contained something that would incriminate the killer in the death of Sarah Walpen. Horton's pulse quickened. And if that were so, then had Yateley gone to Southampton on the Monday before his death to collect and photograph the final piece of evidence? What was it? Horton needed to think. And there was one place to do it. Victor Hazelton's house. When he reached it, there was no sign of the patrol car or Oliver Vernon. He must have finished his cataloguing and been taken to the hovercraft terminal. Perhaps the sight of the bank of fog Horton could see out to sea beyond a rib had persuaded Vernon to call it a day, and time was getting on. Horton checked the house. It was securely locked, but he recalled Vernon's advice about removing the valuable items. They'd have to see to that tonight. As he crossed Hazelton's garden, Horton's thoughts returned to Colin Yateley and his trip to Southampton. If Yateley had been on the Sarah Walpen trail, then what had taken him to Southampton? The city might not have been his final destination. He could have caught the train to London. Horton stood at the top of the cliff path as his mind raced with possibilities. If he was correct in thinking that Sarah Walpen was returning to the Isle of Wight, where she'd purchased a property through Wallingford and Chandler, then how would she have been travelling? By aeroplane? The city of Southampton had an airport, but it didn't take transatlantic flights. Not even now, when it was a darn sight bigger than it had been when she must have returned. And they didn't know exactly when that was, but it had to be before Victor Hazelton had retired prematurely early in 1986, when he'd suddenly had enough money to live like a gentleman, and most probably after October 1980, when Arthur Lyle thought he'd handled the property conveyance. But Southampton, like Portsmouth, did have a port, and the Southampton port, then as now, took the big cruise liners. With excitement, Horton recalled the book he'd seen on the table in Arthur Lyle's dining room on British passenger ships. Now Horton knew exactly where Colin Yateley had been visiting on the Monday before his death. The headquarters of the company owning the cruise ships which sailed from Southampton. He reached for his phone. Uckfield was engaged. Horton called Cantelli. After bringing him up to speed, he said, "Contact the shipping company headquarters in Southampton and find out if Sarah Walpen was a passenger on any of their liners sailing into Southampton in the period from October 1980 to December 1985. If so, which one? Find out when it docked and if Sarah Walpen disembarked. Surely she must have done. Otherwise, she'd have been reported missing." Horton knew she hadn't been. Rapidly thinking, he said, "Then Hazelton must have met her at her house and killed her there." He turned and stared at Hazelton's house. Into his mind drifted a fragment of the interview with the Walkers. He was always coming back with something he'd picked up at some market or antique shop. But that wasn't where Hazelton had acquired his treasure. He'd purloined the items from Sarah Walpen's house. Over the years he'd plundered it, and no one had suspected him. Not until Colin Yateley had turned up. And Horton suspected Sarah Walpen's house was close by. Chapter 20. It took him 40 minutes to find it. It would have taken less but for the fog, which had rapidly rolled in and was now so thick he could barely see a yard in front of him. The air was still and deathly silent, except for the occasional boom of the foghorns, filling him with a chill of foreboding that seemed to reach inside and squeeze the breath from him. He knew that Sarah's house had to be well screened from both the sea and any road or track that had once led to it, because no one had discovered it for over 30 years, and that meant it had become overgrown with shrubs and trees. He remembered seeing a dense copse of trees when he'd explored this area on Wednesday and headed towards it. With relief and excitement, he soon found himself on a well-trodden narrow path that Victor Hazelton had frequently used. From out of the fog suddenly loomed a sprawling, derelict Victorian house which must once have been a splendid building. How fortunate for Hazelton to have bought his house on the cliff top so close to it. Or was it? Perhaps he had made the owners an offer they couldn't refuse. Horton thought about returning to Hazelton's house, where he could pick up a mobile phone signal and call in with the location. But he decided that he should wait for the fog to clear. From his years spent sailing, he was acutely aware that fog was highly disorientating, and he might think he was heading for Hazelton's house, when in reality he could be going in the opposite direction, or worse, end up falling over the cliff and into the sea. His thoughts flicked to Russell Glen and the reception on board the super yacht. Glancing at his watch, he saw it was only just after 4 p.m. It felt much later than that because of the fog and the fact that so much had happened. But it meant he had time to explore here, return to Hazelton's house, and get back to Portsmouth in time for the charity reception at 8:30 p.m. He didn't want to miss that, and his chance to talk to Glenn. He found a rough path cut through the undergrowth and followed it to the rear of the house. The ivy, brambles and weeds had been cleared from the door, so it was clearly Hazelton's way inside. Horton pushed at it, and it gave easily to his touch. The fog seemed thicker now, and Horton reached for his pencil torch. Its thin beam of light barely pierced the gloomy interior as he stepped inside and on to a filthy flagstone floor. It was dark and dank, and perhaps it was the fog stretching its cold tentacles inside, along with the groaning bindweed, that made it feel evil and caused him to shiver. But there was no mistaking the rancid smell that permeated the air. It was death. He tensed and edged forward. The fog soaked up the meagre light his small torch emitted, but he could make out a few items that told him he was in what had once been the kitchen. Moving into a passageway, he was relieved to find sturdy flagstones underneath him instead of gaping, rotten floorboards. To his left was what remained of a staircase torn apart by ivy and weeds. The smell was worse here, and a cold sweat gripped him as his heart raced with the inevitability of what he would ultimately find. Crossing the hall, he stepped inside another room. The stench told him what was there, but not who. The breath caught in his throat. One thing was certain. It wasn't Sarah Walpin. She'd be bones by now. Beneath him now were floorboards, and a glance down warned that a step forward could result in injury, and it would take a long time for anyone to find him if they ever did. He didn't want to end up like Arthur Lyle, because he was convinced that was who he would find in the next room, and he wasn't about to verify that, not now, not alone, and not in the gloom and the fog. It was definitely time to leave. He turned to go. It was all wrong, though. If Hazelton had agreed to meet Lyle here and had then killed him, how did he end up in the boot of Lyle's car? Simple. Hazelton hadn't killed Lyle, but had stumbled on someone doing just that and so had to be killed himself. And who the blazes could that be? Was it the same person who had killed Yateley? It had to be, and that person had put that dress on Yateley's body, hoping that it would be identified. But that sounded ludicrous, and the killer hadn't done it as revenge for Sarah's death. Because why kill Yateley when he had nothing to do with it? Sarah didn't have any relatives, and if she'd had a lover, he'd be much older than Hazelton, and incapable of carrying out 3 killings. So why had Yateley's killer wanted the body in that dress, and why had Yateley's killer wanted him silenced and the trail covered up with the further killings of Lyle and Hazelton? The house creaked and groaned as the fog reached inside. It felt as though the place was giving itself up to the dead. Time to leave. He could reason all this out in the safety of Hazelton's driveway, or on the ferry back to Portsmouth, not here. He stepped forward. The floor creaked behind him. Spinning round, he could see nothing and no one. He turned and his foot caught on something. Experience and instinct told him what it was. Surely he couldn't have been so disorientated as to have stumbled into the room and found Arthur Lyle. But no. There was the rotting staircase to his right. He'd gone further into the passageway instead of the kitchen. His breathing laboured as he played the thin beam of his torch on the floor. Steadily, with his heart pounding, he took in the bloody mess of the head, the sightless staring eyes. But there was no mistaking who it was. With a shock, he saw that it was Russell Glen. Shit. He'd killed himself. That was Horton's first thought. His second was anger that the chance of interrogating Glenn to find out if he'd had a connection with Jennifer had been snatched from him. His third was disappointment, followed by the realization that Glenn hadn't killed himself. For a start, there was no gun, and Glenn had been shot in the head. And from what he could see, Glenn hadn't been dead for long. Horton hadn't heard a shot, but the fog could have muffled the sound, and neither had he heard any vehicle approaching. He stiffened. He must have been coming here to meet his killer. And who the hell could that be? More to the point, was the killer still here? Horton spun round, sensing someone behind him, but he was too late. The blow struck him across the back of his head. As his legs buckled beneath him and his face hit the dirt and dust of the rotten floorboards, Dr. Clayton's words flashed before him. A single blow to the back of the head is rarely enough to kill someone, unless the victim is unfortunate enough to have a thin skull. But several blows can. The last thing Horton wondered, as the darkness swallowed him up, was what type of skull he had. Chapter 21. The thick type was the answer, thankfully, because a short time later, maybe only minutes, Horton opened his eyes to find his head pounding and his mouth full of dust. Gingerly, he rose, trying to focus his vision in the dark, wondering why the killer hadn't finished him off, but immensely grateful that he hadn't. He staggered up, swaying a little. His head was hurting, but he was alive, and that was the main thing. Not like Glenn beside him. Horton couldn't immediately see his torch, and he wasn't going to waste time searching for it. He only hoped he could find his way out of the house without it, and not stumble over Lyle's body deeper in the dark interior. His eyes were growing accustomed to the gloom, and within a couple of minutes he found himself staggering through the kitchen and, with relief, outside, into the damp, clinging fog. Hastily he followed the path to the front of the house. He recalled there was a turn, and then it was straight ahead to the low cliff top. Clearly, Glenn had come on the rib into the bay, either alone or with his killer. If he'd come unknowingly with his killer, then the rib would be the murderer's means of escape. And if Glenn had come alone for his rendezvous, then either there was another boat down in the bay, or the killer had already been on the island. Horton knew that no one could have got close enough to the house by road, but it was always a possibility that the killer had a car parked further away. But no. Horton heard the spluttering of a boat engine and hurried in its direction towards the bay. The killer was a fool to try and get away in the fog. He could be dashed to pieces on the rocks, and Horton very much wanted this killer alive. His mind was racing with thoughts at Glenn's unexpected death. Who could have wanted him dead, and why? How was it connected with Sarah Walpen? Because it had to be. Why else would Russell Glenn have come to her house? Had Glenn killed Colin Yateley, Arthur Lyle, and Victor Hazelton to prevent a secret from being exposed? Horton recalled the expression on Glenn's face when he'd come on deck and stared at him on Monday evening. He thought he'd witnessed recognition and thought it had been directed at him, but perhaps it hadn't been. Perhaps there had been someone nearby or behind Horton who had caught Glenn's attention. And Horton swiftly recalled what Cantelli had told him. Glenn had joined the Merchant Navy in 1968, working on cargo ships and tankers, joining Carnival Cruises in 1978 until 1981. Then he'd re-emerged in the UK in 1985 with enough money to buy up a chain of hotels. Where had that money come from? Not from a merchant seaman's pay. Horton put the strands together as he rushed towards the shore. Was it possible that Glenn had met Sarah Walpen, killed her and stolen from her? And he'd come here because someone had threatened to expose his secret, a secret that Colin Yateley and Arthur Lyle had discovered from their research and been killed because of it. Glenn could have killed them. And he could also have killed Victor Hazelton, because Victor Hazelton could identify him. But who had killed Glenn? Clearly someone else who knew the secret. And that person could have been who Glenn had seen behind Horton on the boardwalk. The sound of the engine trying to start again ripped through the air, slicing into Horton's thoughts.
He had only minutes to reach the boat before the murderer disappeared into the fog. Sprinting towards where he hoped the cliff was, his mind teemed with thoughts. Glenn would never have come here alone. Lloyd went everywhere with Glenn, so P.C. Johns had said, which meant that Lloyd must be the killer and Horton's assailant. But if Glenn had come here alone, then there was only one person it could be trying to start the boat's engine. With relief, he hit the cliff top and scrambled down to the shore. Glenn's killer froze. "Give it up, Vernon," Horton said, stepping forward. Oliver Vernon brought the gun up and levelled it at Horton. Horton stiffened, but made every attempt to keep his voice even as he said, "Perhaps you didn't mean to kill Russell, Glenn. Perhaps it was an accident." The gun went off in the darkness of the house. Perhaps it was self-defence. Horton eased another 2 steps forward, the fog muffling his voice and making it sound taut and strangled even to his ears. How convenient for Vernon to have been on the island, brought here at Horton's request. No patrol car had dropped him back to the hover terminal. Oliver Vernon had seized the chance of the fog and being here, working for the police, to make his move. He must have called Glenn and asked him to meet him at the old Walpen house, bringing with him payment for his silence, and Horton was beginning to see what that payment might be. Vernon's fair bearded face was deathly pale. The hand holding the gun trembled slightly. Horton continued, while slowly easing forward. The cold sea lapped at his shoes. "Glenn came here at your request, but he intended to kill you. You didn't expect that. You struggled, got the gun from him, and it went off. Was that how it was?" There was a moment's fragile silence. The sound of a distant foghorn seeped through the mist. Then Vernon spoke. "I didn't know he'd have a gun. That wasn't part of the plan." No. Horton saw it all clearly. Incredulous, he said, "You didn't think a man like Glenn would let you steal from him." But clearly Vernon had. Horton recollected from the few photographs of Glenn that Walters had printed off, and from what he'd seen of Glenn on the deck of the super yacht, his dishevelled appearance, gold-rimmed spectacles, and distracted, bewildered air. But there had been that one photograph capturing Glenn unaware, which had shown a different man. The shambolic Glenn was an act, designed, Horton reckoned, to disguise a razor-sharp brain and a ruthless mind. Glenn must have fooled a great many people in his time. Had he fooled Avril? Somehow Horton doubted it. "What was it Glenn had that you wanted? A piece of jewellery?" Horton stalled. Again, something tugged at the back of his mind. But now was not the time to examine it. He recalled what Ian Williams had told him, that William Walpen had emerged on the scene out of nowhere and wealthy. Was it a ring? A brooch? A necklace? Ah, a necklace, Horton added, at Vernon's startled look, and it belonged to Sarah Walpen. "You know about it?" Vernon answered, shocked. "Let me see if I've got this right." Horton stepped a little closer, while he considered how to get the gun away from Vernon without either of them getting injured or killed. Glenn met wealthy Sarah Walpen on a Carnival cruise liner where he was working as a deckhand and discovered she had no living relatives and a great deal of money. He killed her and stole her money, forging her signature and taking her jewellery, including this valuable necklace and other items, to kickstart his business and his fortune. He discovered that the necklace was different from the rest of the jewellery he'd stolen from Sarah, and he couldn't sell it for fear of it being traced. But as you told me, Oliver, there are people who will buy things with no questions asked, and who don't care how they've been obtained. Horton moved a half-step nearer. His feet were frozen, but that was the least of his concerns. He tried to see the make of the weapon pointed at him. How many rounds were left in the barrel? How could he get it off Vernon before getting a bullet in the head like Glenn? He continued. Victor Hazelton worked for the legal firm who had handled Sarah Walpen's affairs. When Hazelton realised she was not returning, he began to plunder her estate, selling off her valuable items to fund his lifestyle. But he couldn't do it all at once.
or through one auction house on the island because it would look too suspicious. So he took trips to the mainland to dispose of the antiques and valuables through various auction houses, claiming he'd lost the original paperwork or found the item in his grandmother's attic or some such story. Then he showed up at Landrum's, where you were working, and with a piece of jewellery that Glenn hadn't stolen from Sarah Woolpin, perhaps because she'd been wearing it at the time of her death. And if she had been, then her body must be in that derelict house, thought Horton. He didn't know yet how Glenn had killed Sarah, or disposed of her body, but that would hopefully come later, if he could get the gun away from Vernon without it going off. Vernon said, "It was a ring. When I examined it, I could hardly believe what I was seeing. It was part of a reputed missing collection of jewels, which had been brought to England by Charles X when he fled into exile from France in 1830. And that fitted exactly with what Ian Williams had told Horton. He kept his eyes fixed on Vernon's face. The gun was still pointing at him, but it was as if Vernon was no longer aware it was in his hand. Excitedly, Vernon continued. The Esmeralda collection belonged to a former lover of Charles X, given to her by him. Its diamonds were set in silver, and the emeralds set in gold, and it was designed and executed by the French royal jewellers Jacques Everard and Christophe Frédéric Babst in 1819, the same time as a tiara worn by the daughter-in-law of Charles X, Marie-Thérèse. Vernon's voice was growing more excited, and although the gun was still levelled at Horton, he hoped in Vernon's agitation it might waver for a moment and let him take his chance. The fog oozed around them. Horton listened intently to Vernon while edging his way minutely forward and looking for his chance. Because the tiara was made with materials provided by the state, Marie-Thérèse returned it to the treasury when she came to England with her husband and her uncle and father-in-law, Charles X. Charles, though, was rumoured to have brought with him the Esmeralda collection, said to comprise a necklace, a comb, a pair of drop earrings, a ring, a pair of bracelets, a brooch, and a belt clasp. The cold sea lapped gently at Horton's ankles. He kept his steady gaze fixed on Vernon, standing in the rear of the rib above him. Charles claimed the jewellery had been stolen, but many believed he had hidden it, to prevent it being used to pay off his debtors in England. I had a private client who would jump at the chance to add the ring to his collection, so I bought it on the client's behalf from Hazelton privately. He had no idea of its true worth, and I got it for a song, although Hazelton was pleased with the amount he got. I wondered if he had the rest of the missing collection, but I didn't want to alert him of its value. I told him that I would help him sell any other items, no questions asked, and that it would save him having to travel to the mainland and all the hassle of having the things valued and authenticated. At first, he didn't like giving me a small commission, but I convinced him I could get him more money selling privately, and he was soon on board. I used to visit him at night. I didn't want anyone to see me, and sometimes I'd come by boat into the bay. I'd hire a rib. It wasn't often, twice a year, 3 times maximum. I knew he lived alone, but although I tried to pump him for information, he wouldn't say how he had got hold of the ring or the other items. I did some research on the old man and discovered that he'd worked for a legal firm on the island. He'd never been abroad, so he must have come across the ring here, and that fitted with the collection possibly having been lost at sea when Charles X was sailing past these waters, although nothing in the archive showed a shipwreck, which made me think someone had stolen the collection and swam ashore. And Horton knew that must have been William Woolpin, or whatever his real name had been, and they'd probably never know that. He said, "And then you discovered that Russell Glenn had the Esmeralda necklace?" "Yes." "How?" "At first I thought Hazelton must have sold the necklace to Glenn, or to someone who had sold it on to him, but when I gently pumped Hazelton, it was clear he didn't know anything about a necklace. I told him that if he had a necklace or any other jewellery in the same style as the ring, I could make him a fortune. I knew he would have to look. He was a greedy little man and a thief. That much was clear from the items he gave me to sell, which had no provenance. So the night I told him about the jewellery being worth a fortune, I followed him to the derelict house up there." Vernon jerked his head, but his eyes didn't leave Horton. He continued, Hazelton rummaged around inside the house for a while, and after he'd left, I stayed on. I found 3 steamer trunks with the name Sarah Walpen on them, and the cruise ship label. Inside one of the trunks, I found what was left of Sarah Walpen. The rest was easy. Sarah Walpen had been on SS Agora in 1981, and I discovered 2 odd things about that cruise ship and that year. Russell Glenn was a deckhand on board it. Yes, Vernon said, surprised that Horton knew this. It was also due to dock in Southampton, but because of a dockers' strike, all the passengers and some of the crew were transferred onto a ferry in the Solent and taken into Portsmouth instead. The cruise ship couldn't get into Portsmouth harbour because it was too big. And Horton saw how easy it must have been in the ensuing chaos for Glenn to tick off Sarah Walpen as having disembarked. Sarah's belongings were sent on, as already arranged, to the empty house waiting for her, along with her body. Her furniture had probably been shipped there earlier. After a while, Victor Hazelton had wondered why there was outstanding paperwork for her at the lawyer's office, and on investigating, had found a ready fortune, easily accessible, with no questions asked. Horton said, So you thought that as Glenn had the necklace, and had never said a word about it, he must have killed Sarah Walpen and stolen it from her? Yes. He must have forged her name on her accounts and stolen other valuable items from her, which started him on the road to wealth. And you decided to blackmail Glenn into handing over the necklace. Vernon sniffed but didn't answer. Horton said, And is that why you killed Colin Yateley? Because he was getting too close to the truth and would ruin your scheme? You tortured him into telling you about Arthur Lyle and the research they'd done on Sarah Walpen. So after tricking Lyle into collecting the evidence from Yateley's flat, you then killed him. Did Victor Hazelton see you? Is that why he had to die? Or had you already decided his usefulness was at an end, and you saw an opportunity to get rid of him and frame Arthur Lyle for it? No. I've no idea who killed them, and I've never heard of Arthur Lyle or Colin Yateley, Vernon protested. Did Horton believe him? It sounded like the truth. But Horton wasn't going to let that influence him. The gun was still pointing at him, but Vernon seemed almost to have forgotten it was in his hand. Horton eased a step forward, feeling the icy waters reach up his calves. He was within reach of the rib now, looking up at Vernon, at the rear of it, close to the engine. But Vernon, in his excitement and increasing agitation, didn't seem to notice how close he was. Vernon insisted, I found a man's body in a small inlet in the cliff, just in the next bay on Monday morning. I'd come here to collect more evidence from Sarah Walpen in case I needed it to persuade Glenn to part with the necklace. I thought Hazelton must have killed that man because he'd discovered his secret. It was a perfect opportunity. I dressed the body in one of Sarah's dresses, which I fetched from one of the trunks in the house. I thought the media would pick up on it, mystery of man's body found wearing old-fashioned dress in the Solent, that kind of thing, and then I could send a message to Glenn, telling him they might discover it was a dress belonging to Sarah Walpen, and that if he didn't do what he was told, the police would get a hint of who the dress belonged to. Not that Glenn knew it was me. You want to bet, thought Horton. I put that man Yateley in a rib I'd hired and took him into the Solent, tying the dress around his ankles to act as a buoyancy aid, and dropping him off somewhere by the Nab Tower, letting the tidal flow take him into harbour, Horton said stiffly. And you killed Arthur Lyle and Victor Hazelton. You put Hazelton's body in Lyle's car and drove to Chale Bay where you dumped the car. But Vernon was looking confused. No? You expect me to believe that? Scoffed Horton, thinking he didn't have long. The cold sea was numbing his legs. He had to avoid getting cramp at all costs. Desperately, he flexed his toes inside his sodden shoes and shifted forward as much as he dared. Now his hand could touch the rib, and he was looking up at Vernon. Give me the gun, Oliver. It's over, he said evenly, his heart thumping. He reached up his hand and held it there. But clearly Vernon was not ready to give it up. Horton pressed. A good lawyer will convince a jury it was self-defense or accidental. I don't need a lawyer. I've got this.
Vernon reached into the pocket of his jacket. As he did so, Horton took his chance. Swiftly, he reached out with both hands, grasped Vernon's ankles, and heaved with all his might. The necklace flew from Vernon's hand as his body was wrenched backwards. Vernon let go of the gun, screeched, and twisted over to reach for the necklace in the sea, giving Horton the chance to jump on board the rib and plonk himself squarely on Oliver Vernon's back. "The necklace! I must get it!" Vernon squealed. Horton reached into his pocket for his handcuffs, pulled Vernon's hands behind him roughly, and clasped the cuffs on his wrists. "Let me go! I have to get the necklace!" Vernon squealed, almost crying in desperation. Horton picked up the gun and released the bullets. He put both in his pocket. Then he reached for the lines on the side of the rib and swiftly bound Vernon's ankles. "Please, you must get the necklace," Vernon pleaded. Horton jumped off the rib and walked around to where the necklace had been flung. He peered down into the shallow water, and as he did, the picture beside Adrian Stanley's hospital bed sprang into his mind. And with complete clarity, he saw exactly what it was Stanley had been trying to tell him. Chapter 22. They found what was left of Sarah Walpen and Arthur Lyle 2 hours later. The fog had lifted, leaving a clear, early evening. Horton stood in the bay beneath Sarah Walpen's house and took several deep breaths, trying to rid his lungs of the stench of human decay and his mind of Lyle's decomposing body. Taylor and his crew were already inside Sarah's house, and arc lights had been erected, making it look even more pathetic than it had in the fog. Oliver Vernon had been escorted away to be interviewed by Dennings. Horton had no taste to hear his tale again, or his bleating about the necklace. It was a stunning piece of jewellery, of glittering diamonds and emeralds, as Vernon had described, and it had already cost too many lives. Horton doubted Vernon would give them the name of the collector he'd had lined up for it. While he'd waited for Socko and Uckfield to arrive, Horton had returned to Hazelton's house by way of the fields, leaving Vernon secured. There he picked up a mobile signal and called first the incident suite in Ventnor, then Uckfield, before ringing Cantelli. "I've been trying to get you for hours," Cantelli said, with relief in his voice. Then Cantelli had told him that he'd found Sarah Walpen listed as a passenger on the SS Agora and had discovered Russell Glenn's name on the list of crew. Horton had quickly relayed what had happened and what Vernon had said. Horton asked Cantelli to get him the names of boat owners at Ventnor Haven. If neither Russell Glenn nor Oliver Vernon had killed Yateley, Lyle and Hazelton, then only one person could have done. Horton had then ridden the Harley along the top road until he'd found the track off it that led down to Sarah's house, and he'd relayed instructions to the patrol cars on how to find it. Someone had brought him a pair of socks and shoes to replace his sodden ones. Uckfield joined him at the water's edge. "Vernon's still insisting he didn't kill the others." "He didn't." "Then who the hell did?" Uckfield cried. Horton checked his watch. It was almost 6:30 p.m. But if they were lucky, there was still time. He turned and headed back up the cliff top. Uckfield had no choice but to follow him. "Where are you going?" he said breathlessly. "Newport." Uckfield frowned. Then he raised his eyebrows. "You don't mean Yateley's former wife killed her husband and the others?" "No. But Yateley's divorce was how Arthur Lyle and Colin Yateley became friends. They discovered a mutual interest in local history, which unfortunately led to their deaths." Horton gave Uckfield the address and directions, and half an hour later he watched Uckfield pull up beside him outside the offices of Wallingford and Chandler. Horton pushed open the door and was once again staring up at the photographs on the wall behind reception. "I was just leaving," Chandler's secretary Linda said nervously. Horton showed his ID in case she had forgotten who he was, though clearly she hadn't. "We need a word with Mr. Chandler. Would you tell him we're here?" But Chandler must have seen them pull up, because he entered reception. "No need. You can close up, Linda." Before she could do so, 2 uniformed officers stepped inside. Linda scuttled away, wide-eyed. Chandler frowned, but said pleasantly enough, "Shall we go up to my office?" It wasn't a question. As he led the way up the sweeping staircase to the first floor, Uckfield threw Horton an irritated glance. Horton knew Uckfield would have liked the facts before they'd entered the premises, but Horton didn't know them all for certain, yet, though he suspected that most of what he'd managed to put together would be close to the truth. No one spoke until they were seated in Chandler's tastefully decorated and spacious office, when Horton introduced Uckfield. Chandler's eyebrow rose in surprise, and a solemn expression crossed his face. "I take it this is about poor Victor's death and Arthur being missing. You obviously have some news, and by your demeanour, I deduce that it isn't good." "We've found Arthur Lyle. He's dead," Horton said bluntly. The eyebrow went up and down. "This is a shock, Inspector." "I don't think so." Maybe not." Chandler frowned. "I wasn't completely honest with you on your first visit, and I apologize for that, but I felt some loyalty towards Arthur. When you said that Victor was dead, I couldn't believe that Arthur could have killed him, but Arthur must have discovered that Victor had an affair with Abigail. That and being distraught over her death must have unbalanced him." "Good try," thought Horton. And it's what they had once thought, but not now. Although only Dr. Clayton and her post-mortem would be able to confirm exactly how Arthur Lyle had died, not even a suicide could rise up and drive his car into the sea with the body in the boot. Evenly, Horton said, "That's not why Victor Hazelton died. He, Colin Yateley, and Arthur Lyle died because you couldn't bear the thought that Hazelton's greed and his systematic theft of a client's estate, plus the fact he could have killed that client, would expose your firm and ruin your reputation." Both eyebrows shot up this time, and Chandler's face flushed. "Are you implying that I killed them? That is a ludicrous accusation. I resent it, and your tone, and—" "You can resent it all you like," Uckfield growled, leaning forward, quickly picking up on Horton's meaning. "But it's the truth, and you know it." Horton would have preferred to play it more slowly and carefully, but that was not Uckfield's way. "I refuse to say any more, not without a lawyer present," Chandler bristled. Horton picked up Chandler's phone. "You'll need one." Chandler glared at Horton. He snatched the phone from him, but didn't make the call. "First, tell me exactly how I am supposed to have killed them," he sneered. Uckfield stood up. "That's what you're going to tell us." But Horton ignored Uckfield's impatient tone and said, prompted by their research into influential people on the island, Yateley and Lyle discovered the Woolpens, and that their lineage ended with Sarah Woolpen, who had gone to live in the States in 1957. But Arthur Lyle remembered the name and was convinced he'd handled a property matter for her in the 1980s. He could find no record of her death or any record of her living on the island since 1957, which he found puzzling. He couldn't remember the exact date he'd acted for her, so he went to see Hazelton to ask if he remembered, and was amazed he was living so well. Hazelton must have fobbed him off with some feeble answer, but Lyle was suspicious. Gradually, as Yateley uncovered more history of the Woolpens and relayed it to Lyle, he began to see what must have happened. His memory jogged. He finally remembered when he had acted for her, in October 1980. But when he requested the archive files, there was no record of the transaction, and none on the computer, so why wasn't it on the system? One person could easily have erased a computer file and never archived the documentation. Victor Hazelton. But Lyle said nothing to Hazelton about it then. He wanted proof. Uckfield sniffed and crossed to the window, where he turned and steadily eyed Chandler. Dashing a glance at Uckfield and then back at Horton, Chandler said coolly, "Go on, Inspector." He replaced the phone. Hazelton retired in 1986 and bought that house in 1990. We know that Sarah Woolpen took a cruise before deciding to settle on the island, but she never reached her new home, or at least she didn't alive. The property transaction was conducted by post and fax, and all the paperwork and the deeds to the house were held here at your offices. I'm not sure when Victor Hazelton became curious a year, maybe 2 years later, perhaps when he was about to archive the files, but he realized the deeds had never been collected. He called at the house, found it empty and clearly neglected. Sarah Walpen's belongings had been shipped over and were in the house, but they'd never been unpacked, and the furniture had just been placed in the rooms without being arranged. He saw the trunks with the labels on them and discovered that the SS Agora had disembarked onto a ferry in the Solent because of a dockers' strike at Southampton. Inside one of the trunks, he found the body of Sarah Walpen. "This really is an incredible story," Chandler said in a supercilious manner. "Extraordinary, but true." Hazelton waited to see if her killer returned or her body was discovered, but no one came, and the house slowly fell into disrepair. He kept the deeds, extracted all the paperwork pertaining to the property transaction, and wiped the files clean. He could never take over the house, because that might have been too risky. Instead, he began to unpack her belongings and found many valuable antiques and jewellery, which her family had amassed over the generations, and which she'd built on. Much of the furniture was also valuable, and while he was still fairly young, he could access the house before it became too overgrown. He transported a lot of the furniture, which he pretended was his, to his new house when he bought it in 1990. He began to sell the smaller items, slowly, piece by piece, in different auction houses in the south of England. No one cottoned on, and he amassed enough money to live a life of luxury until he was killed on Tuesday night. "This is a fascinating tale, Inspector." Horton ignored him. Arthur Lyle couldn't find any record of Sarah's property transaction, and now that his memory had been stirred, he remembered that she'd mentioned something about a cruise before settling down. Horton didn't know that for certain, but he thought it probably a good guess. So, Yateley set off for Southampton on the Monday before his death to view the records of the passenger lists of the liners coming into the port from 1980 to 1986, when Hazelton retired. Yateley, a thorough, patient man, found Sarah Walpen. He took a photograph of the entry and returned excited. "Arthur Lyle came to you and told you about the fraud, and said that you had to call in the police, which was the last thing you wanted." Chandler sucked in his breath. He held Horton's eye contact and frowned. Horton could see his mind racing, looking for a way out. Horton continued. "You told Lyle that you needed to speak to Colin Yateley first and make absolutely sure. Lyle said he'd call Yateley and ask him to meet you, at your suggestion, at Sarah Walpen's house on Wednesday evening, but Lyle couldn't make it. Lyle must have worked it out or finally remembered where Sarah's house was, or perhaps he checked with the land registry. He'd already visited Hazelton and seen his antiques paraded around the house, so knew it had to be nearby. But Lyle had arranged to go away until Monday. We're not sure where yet, but we'll find out. I suspect it was a walking break, visiting the places he and his wife had walked when they'd first met." Horton recalled the photographs of Abigail and Arthur Lyle in walking clothes at the Brecon Beacons, which he'd seen on the mantelpiece in Lyle's house. "You met Colin Yateley, knocked him unconscious and tied him up. You left him in that house until you could decide how to dispose of him. You had a little time on your hands because Lyle wasn't due back until Monday." "This really is incredible." Uckfield snorted and made to interject, but Horton got there first. "On Saturday night you took your fishing boat, which I think we'll find is moored at Ventnor Haven, around to the bay on the high tide." Cantelli had yet to confirm that, but Horton could see he had guessed correctly, and the office manager had told them that the day Arthur Lyle had asked to view the archived files, Chandler had been out fishing with a client. "You returned to Sarah Walpen's house and forced Yateley down to the shore, where you tortured him into telling you that he'd written notes about Sarah Walpen and what had happened to her. You took his keys off his key fob, leaving him with a picture of his daughter because you had to give the keys to Arthur Lyle and say that Colin had given them to you. Lyle would have been suspicious if you'd given him the key fob as well, because he knew that Yateley would never part with a picture of his daughter. You then left him to drown, callously waiting until he had, before hauling him out using the winch on your fishing boat. Then you untied him and left him in an inlet in the small bay while you decided how to dispose of him. You weren't sure yet whether you needed the body to frame Lyle or Hazelton, only the body showed up in the Solent, not far from Portsmouth Harbour, and you assumed it had been washed out to sea. But then you didn't know about the dress. Chandler couldn't hide his surprise quickly enough for Horton not to notice, but said nothing. Despising the calculating killer in front of him, Horton pressed on. On Monday evening you called on Arthur Lyle, or asked him to come here after hours. You gave him Yateley's keys and asked him to collect Yateley's notes, the camera and briefcase. If anyone saw him, it would throw suspicion on him as the killer. You told Lyle to bring them to Sarah's house, where you said you'd arranged to meet Yateley, and the three of you would decide what action to take. Horton wished they could shove the gruesome pictures of Lyle's decomposing body under the solicitor's nose. Maybe they would if Chandler decided to continue with his denials. It might shock him into telling the truth. Grimly, Horton continued. You killed Lyle, but Hazelton was on one of his little nocturnal jaunts and saw you. That suited you fine. You killed him, stuffed him in the boot of Lyle's car and drove it to Chale Bay, where you ditched it, hoping that we would believe Lyle had done so and then killed himself. You live not far from there. He recalled what Cantelli had said. Chandler lives in a large country manor house at Kingston, and that wasn't far from Chale Bay. You walked home that night. We'll check with your family, of course. Uckfield stepped forward. Brusquely, he said, You'd better make that call. Chandler took a deep breath. There's been some mistake. Horton saw that he'd finally shaken him. Good. He hoped the smug bastard would be shaken a great deal more by the time they'd finished. Tell that to your lawyer, Horton snapped, rising. Uckfield went out into the corridor and called in the uniformed officers waiting there. Slowly, Chandler rose. Victor Hazelton was a snob, and a horrible little man. He'd take every chance to rub my nose in the fact he had more money than me. Him, a mere clerk. That was no reason to kill him, snarled Uckfield, as one of the officers took Chandler's arm. Wasn't it? Sniped Chandler. I wasn't going to have everything I've worked for, and my father worked for, brought down by him and his filthy dishonesty. I wasn't going to let him ruin my practice and my son's future, not to mention my family's name. No, you've done that yourself, Horton said tightly, as Chandler was led away. Pompous prat, Uckfield pronounced after him. And a ruthless killer. A man who thought he could destroy lives and get away with it, thought Horton. Good result. Uckfield rubbed his hands. And we've beaten Wonderboy's deadline. He reached for his phone. There's Avril Glenn. Shit. No one's told her about her husband. I'll do that. I know her. You never said, Uckfield said, taken aback. I'd like to do it before the charity reception tonight. Christ, I'd forgotten about that. I heard the chief's going to it. I'd better come with you. He won't be there until later. Might be better, though, if you called him and briefed him. Uckfield brightened at that. A malicious gleam spread across his face. Horton knew what he was thinking. It would be one in the eye for Dean. I'll do it on the ferry. The cold evening air helped to clear Horton's thumping head. It had been a long day and it wasn't over yet. What about interviewing Chandler? He asked. Tomorrow will do, when his brief shows up. Let him stew in a cell overnight. I'll get him shipped back to the mainland for the questioning and a confession. If he'll make one, thought Horton, heading for the ferry. And even if he didn't, Truman and the team would dig up the evidence and check Chandler's movements. And they would show him photographs of Lyle's body. Horton spared a sorrowful thought for Rachel Salter and for Hannah Yateley, before his mind switched to his forthcoming meeting with Avril and the unpleasant task that lay ahead. Chapter 23. Horton waved his ID at the security guards at the marina office at the top of the pontoon. There were 3 more than usual, and 2 of them were coppers who tried to avoid his gaze. He headed down to Russell Glen's super yacht. Lights blazed from it, but there were no guests on board yet. The reception wasn't due to start for another hour, He'd just managed to catch a ferry, leaving a no doubt fuming Uckfield at the terminal, kicking his heels and cursing vehemently while waiting for the next sailing. Horton was glad. He wanted to be alone with Avril when he broke the news. Climbing on board, he didn't need to show his ID to Walters. "Where's Lloyd?" he asked. "Not sure. Haven't seen him for hours. Mr. Danby's with the skipper up there." Walters jerked his head towards the flybridge. "Good." Horton hoped he'd stay there. "Not come to fetch me, Gov, have you?" Walters asked warily. "Why would I want you?" "Dunno. Good bit of extra money, this. Wouldn't want to lose it." "I think you might have to." Walters's face fell, but before he could comment, Horton pushed open the glass doors and stepped into the gleaming, luxurious lounge where the smell of new leather, mahogany furniture, and deep pile wool carpets greeted him. Beyond it, he could catch the faint aroma of food that was no doubt being prepared for the reception. The steward was behind a bar in the far right-hand corner setting out bottles of champagne in ice buckets. He asked Horton to wait while he fetched Mrs. Glenn. Horton crossed to the seaward windows and gazed across the harbour at Gosport beyond. It had grown dark. The lights of the harbour and the tower blocks behind it glinted down on them. It made him think about his own childhood, gazing across a brightly lit city from the 18th floor of their council flat to the dark sea beyond, watching the lights of the boats slowly cross a black horizon with a panicky feeling that he'd be encased in the tower forever. The memory shook him. The thought that he was alone, afraid, and imprisoned caught at his breath and tightened his chest. But before he could explore his feelings, the door behind him opened, and he spun round to see Avril smiling. She was exquisitely dressed in an expensive, figure-hugging, aquamarine blue evening dress, and immaculately made up. Her blonde hair shone, and her pale blue eyes greeted him with a friendly smile. It made his heart lurch, but this time with disappointment, not excitement or lust. "Andy, what a surprise," she said, moving forward to greet him, when his solemn expression stalled her. "Can you leave us, please?" Horton addressed the steward. Avril frowned and nodded. In the silence that followed, Horton heard the engines of a boat heading into the harbour. Part of him wished he were on it. "What is it? What's wrong?" Before he could speak, she added, "It's Russell. Something's happened to him. He's had an accident." Her complexion paled. "That's what you've come to tell me?" Her worried blue eyes scoured his face. "He went out ages ago on the rib. He should have been back by now, but then the fog came in. I assumed he'd moored up somewhere." "He's dead, Avril," he announced bluntly. "Dead? But how?" "Oliver Vernon killed him." "Oliver? No. I don't understand," she stammered, sinking down on one of the leather seats. "He claims it was an accident, and that Glenn had a gun and intended killing him, rather than letting him have the necklace." "Necklace? What necklace?" Her eyes widened. Was her surprise genuine? He didn't think so. "The one you told him Glenn had. Sarah Walpen's necklace." "Who's Sarah Walpen?" she asked, bewildered. Horton steeled himself to continue. "Perhaps you don't know about its origins, and perhaps Oliver tricked you, but you knew Russell had the necklace, and Oliver told you he had found a buyer for it, one who would pay a considerable amount of money, enough for you to leave Glenn." She opened her mouth to speak, then decided not to. Horton continued. "This buyer or his representative was to come here tonight and collect it while everyone's attention was focused on the auction. And that was who the Intelligence Directorate were after. What was the plan, Avril? That the necklace would be passed to this buyer, but that Glenn would be found dead in his study the next morning. And with lots of police officers around as security, including me at the auction, to say it couldn't possibly have been you or Oliver Vernon. But then I unwittingly gave you and Oliver a better plan by calling Oliver in as valuer. Oliver seized his chance to demand that Glenn meet him with the necklace. Otherwise, he'd tell all and sundry at the auction how Glenn had made his millions. The fog made it perfect. Oliver could kill Glenn Take the necklace, and we'd all think that Glenn had got lost in the fog, had an accident, and had been killed. His body would have rotted in that old house, just as Sarah Walpen's has. She stared at him, her forehead creased in a deep frown, but he wasn't fooled. But your husband was never going to submit to blackmail. Surely you must have known that. And he saw that she did. Oh, clever Avril. He'd forgotten how clever. Whether something in his expression betrayed his thoughts, or she sensed them, he didn't know. But she rose and crossed to the bar. "I have no idea what you're talking about. This is such a terrible shock." She poured a drink, but with a steady hand. Horton continued. "You used the necklace and probably expressions of undying love to Oliver to trick him into blackmailing Glenn, knowing that Glenn would go armed and that Oliver would have to kill him. Or at least that's how you planned it. You didn't care about Oliver, the necklace, or your husband, but you do care about wealth. Russell Glenn would never have divorced you because he loved you, or, I should say, he saw you as a beautiful thing he wanted to possess. And as Vernon told me, Glenn loved owning beautiful things." Horton knew he was correct by the tiny flicker in her eyes. "And Glenn does not give up his assets easily. He had you trapped, Avril, and, as you said in the bar on Monday night, you hate traps. But once you were in this one, you found it difficult to escape, not only because you'd grown so accustomed to wealth, but because you were afraid. Glenn might have fooled many by that dishevelled appearance and absent-minded act, but behind it was a ruthless man, and one who had killed at least once that we know of, and he probably used Lloyd to kill for him when and if it was demanded. Lloyd was also to make sure that Glenn knew exactly where you were and what you were doing each minute of the day and night when Glenn couldn't be there. Your husband was possessive and extremely jealous. Horton saw he'd got that right. You wanted Glenn's wealth and you wanted him dead. Well, you've got it, Avril. Congratulations. It was convenient that Colin Yateley and Arthur Lyle stumbled on Sarah Walpen at the right time, adding weight to the blackmail. Convenient for you, but unfortunate for them. I've never heard of those men. But you know Oliver dressed the corpse of one of them in one of Sarah's dresses, to make your husband believe the blackmailer meant business. She looked bewildered and sipped her drink. Horton hadn't expected her to play the full grieving widow bit, not yet and not in front of him. That performance would come later. He said, "You told Russell the same story you told me, that you wanted to stop over in Portsmouth and see it for the last time, and make amends for deserting your mother with a fundraising reception. Russell agreed because he knew that you were planning something, but he didn't know what. Oliver Vernon had discovered the background to the missing necklace and Sarah Walpen's house on the Isle of Wight, and for your plan to work, you needed to be close by, because when Glenn would be found dead in his cabin, you could reveal that he was being blackmailed, but you didn't know why, leaving the police to think his blackmailer had inadvertently killed him in a struggle." She swallowed her drink and nursed the empty glass, taking it with her as she returned to her seat, looking confused and bereft, but Horton knew it was an act. Equally, he knew it would fool everyone except him. And if Vernon kept quiet about their collusion, as Horton was inclined to believe he would, then Avril would be okay. And even if Vernon didn't, Avril would deny that she knew her husband had left to meet him, and she'd certainly deny that she knew Glenn would take a gun. With the best lawyers, which she would certainly have, Avril would be in the clear. She might have plotted to steal her husband's necklace and break away from him, but that was all. And even then, she could probably bring evidence to say he was a hard, ruthless man. After a moment, she said, "I know nothing about Oliver killing Russell. Russell was often moody, but I loved him. Oliver was infatuated with me, but I'd never have left Russell, and I certainly didn't want my husband dead." And that was the story she would stick to. There was nothing more to be said except for one thing. "Where's Lloyd?" She blinked. "Around somewhere, seeing to the security arrangements, I guess." "I don't think so. In fact, I think you'll find he's gone." She frowned. "Gone? Didn't he leave with Russell?" You know he didn't. Why didn't Glenn take Lloyd with him to meet Oliver? A point that had gnawed at Horton ever since he discovered Glenn's body and found Oliver Vernon trying to start the rib.
I don't know.
Horton studied her closely. Maybe she didn't. Or maybe she didn't know the real reason, just that Oliver Vernon had told Russell Glenn that he had to be alone when handing over the necklace. Normally Glenn would have ignored that advice and taken Lloyd with him anyway, but this time he didn't. Why? Because Glenn couldn't find Lloyd. Lloyd had already cleared out. Goodbye, Avril. She made no attempt to stop him. He felt both disappointed and relieved. A weaker woman would have begged him to stay, pleaded that he must understand how much she had hated or loved or feared her husband, made up all sorts of stories as to why she couldn't have wanted him dead, or the reverse, but Avril held her nerve to the last. It was nothing more than he had anticipated. The Avrils of the world, like him, had been brought up the hard way. You quickly learnt that silence was often your only weapon. His heart was heavy at the thought of Avril's deceit, and even heavier at the idea she had colluded in the murder of her husband. What would she have done if Russell Glenn had killed Oliver Vernon? Tried again in some other way to rid herself of her rich husband, most probably. Climbing on his Harley, he saw the White Link ferry easing its way into its narrow berth. Uckfield would be on it. He, along with uniform, would no doubt meet the new chief constable at Oyster Keys and head for Russell Glenn's yacht, where they would find a distraught widow. Horton's mobile rang. Seeing it was Uckfield, he ignored the call for the third time and headed out of the city for the large building straddling the hill that overlooked Portsmouth. Once there, he cleared his mind of the case, not without difficulty, and made for Adrian Stanley's hospital room, where he drew up, startled. It was empty. Or rather, there was a man inside it, but he wasn't lying on the bed, and he wasn't Adrian Stanley. He spun round.
"Oh, Inspector, I was just going to call you," Robin Stanley said.
His face was drawn, and his eyes sorrowful. Horton's heart sank. He knew it was bad news.
"My father died this afternoon at 3:15. He had another massive stroke. I'm sorry."
So that was it as far as Stanley was concerned. Horton's hope of discovering some news about his mother's disappearance from either Glenn or Stanley had come to nothing. After a short pause in which Horton bit back his disappointment, he said, "Did your father say anything more?"
"No."
Horton let out a long, slow breath as he surveyed the hospital room. Robin Stanley had stripped it of his father's belongings, but Horton hoped there was one thing he would allow him to have a copy of. "The photograph that was beside your father's bed. I'd like to see it again, if I may."
"You could, if I knew where it was."
Horton started with surprise.
"When the hospital called me this afternoon, it wasn't there." Robin Stanley pointed to the bedside cabinet. "I asked the staff if they'd seen it, and I've looked all over the place for it, but it's gone."
He frowned. His eyes filled with tears.
"Dad was so proud of that moment, and so was Mum. Why would anyone take that? It doesn't mean anything to anyone else."
But Robin was wrong. It meant a great deal to someone, and Adrian Stanley had known that. "Do you have a copy of the photograph?" he asked. Robin Stanley must have. It was his father's proudest moment.
"There's not one in Dad's flat. I can look at home, but the house is in a terrible state. We were burgled last night."
Horton's gut twisted tighter. Then the photograph would be missing. Horton had no doubt about that, and he didn't think Robin Stanley's burglary had anything to do with the others that had been happening in the north of the city. There would be no sighting of a white transit van outside Stanley's house, but Horton wondered if there might be one of a muddy blue van. Robin Stanley dashed a hand over his eyes.
"It's all so—"
Horton wanted to reach out a comforting hand, but couldn't. All he could repeat were the words, "I'm sorry." And he was, genuinely sorry. More sorry than Robin Stanley could ever know. He left.
There was nothing more he could do, and he doubted that whoever had ransacked Robin Stanley's house had left any fingerprints. He had reached the Harley when a car door opened and a tall man in an immaculate suit stepped out, leaving in the passenger seat a dark-haired Chinese woman, DCI Vanessa Lee. Horton held Detective Chief Superintendent Sawyer's steady gaze as he said, "Adrian Stanley's dead, and the photograph is missing. But then you know that." "Did you take it?" "No." "Do you know who did?" "No." "Or the reason why it was taken?" Horton could see that Sawyer knew something. But what that was, Horton didn't know. He said, "Russell Glenn's dead." No doubt Sawyer already knew this, even though his expression gave nothing away. "Was it him that you and DCI Lee were interested in, or was it Oliver Vernon or Lloyd, or perhaps it was someone who was going to attend the reception tonight?" There was a fraction of a pause before Sawyer answered, "We believe that Glenn had been financing high-level criminal activity involving Zeus." Sawyer made no comment and showed no reaction. Horton said, "You thought Glenn or this other person coming tonight might help lead you to Zeus." "Might have done," Sawyer answered. Horton wanted to ask him about his missing social services file and about his mother's personal belongings, but to do so would mean bargaining for some answers, and Horton wasn't sure he wanted to do that yet. He put on his helmet. Sawyer let him go. Horton needed space, and he needed to think. 15 minutes later, he pulled up on the seafront and switched off the Harley. He stared across the Black Sea to the lights on the Isle of Wight in the distance. In 1981, because of a dock strike at Southampton, a liner had disembarked its passengers here in the Solent. One woman had not alighted alive. Had Russell Glenn killed her, or had she died naturally and he'd seized the opportunity to steal from her and begin a new life? They'd probably never know, unless Dr. Clayton could penetrate the secret from Sarah's bones. But what he did know was the necklace Oliver Vernon had taken from Russell Glenn's dead body had been a fake. A superb one, but a fake, and Vernon would see that the moment they asked him to examine it closely in a good light, not in the dank, derelict interior of a rotting house, or in the fog when Vernon had been more preoccupied by the gun in his hand. The real necklace was with Lloyd, wherever he was, ready to be passed on to the next private collector, his real paymaster. How long had Lloyd and his real boss planned this job? Years, Horton thought. Long enough for Lloyd to prove himself a loyal and trusted employee of Glenn's, and to wait for the right opportunity to present itself, which was Avril and Oliver's plan to blackmail Glenn into handing it over. Lloyd switched necklaces, leaving Glenn to go alone to meet his blackmailer with the fake one. Horton knew they could look for Lloyd, but they wouldn't find him. There was no longer any point in Sawyer's surveillance of Glenn's super yacht, because the purchaser wasn't going to show. Maybe he never intended being there because Lloyd would have switched necklaces anyway. And the necklace brought Horton back to Adrian Stanley. He knew now what Stanley had been trying to tell him. It had been something to do with the brooch that his wife had been wearing in the photograph taken when Stanley had gone to the palace to collect his Queen's Gallantry Medal. Had PC Adrian Stanley stolen it from Jennifer's flat when following up the missing persons report? Or had someone given it to him as payment for his part in stifling what he had discovered? Had Stanley's first stroke been deliberately provoked by shock or fear? Had someone entered Stanley's apartment after his visit there on Monday morning, terrorized the man or threatened him into keeping silent about what he knew about Jennifer's disappearance? Horton recalled that blue van, but that could have been a decoy. And perhaps the girl with the dog, the man with the canoe, or the jogger with his iPod plugged into his ears had been watching Stanley and waiting. And why now? Simple. Horton had made contact with him and with the social services, and if Sawyer knew that, then so too did the person who wanted the real reason behind Jennifer's disappearance kept secret. Well, on Monday, Horton would return to the social services offices to see if they'd managed to find any more files about his childhood.
but he knew they wouldn't have. Just as in 1978, when someone had wiped the trail clean, so they had now. Only this time, they'd left a small trace. A missing photograph. The fact that the photograph was missing was his first big break, and it was their first mistake. With a grim smile, Horton swung the Harley eastwards and headed for his yacht and home. Thank you for listening to The Chale Bay Murders by Pauline Rowson, read by Colin Mace, produced by Chatterbox Audio for Saga Egmont. Egmont is